Welcome to Clixed Off, brought to you by Lucky Dice Cafe out of Huntsville, Alabama. Check them out at LuckyDiceCafe.com. And now for your hosts, Daniel Powell, Jason Alvey, Alex Coons, and Tylor Spees.
Hey everybody, welcome to Clixed Off today. This is your host Daniel Powell speaking. Just want to let everybody know Clixed Off is brought to you by TrollandToad.com, world's largest HeroClix retailer. Find HeroClix new and old on TrollandToad.com and use coupon code CliXedOff for 5% off your HeroClix order. Merchant and pre-order items do not apply. Would like to, from our last episode, Chris did reach out. He did claim his $50 Troll and Toad web credit from last month. As a reminder, for the month of December, we have $150 in Troll and Toad web credit going to our patrons. So if you like what you hear today, check out patreon.com/clickstuff. $1 and above gets entered into our monthly giveaways. $5 and above gets entered into our Discord server for HeroClix strategy, tactics, and discussion. So it's going to be our typical single entries for $1 and $3 and double entries for $5 and above for the Troll and Toad web credits. But we'll be giving away 3 of those here next month, or here in today's the 30th, so like as soon as I can while I'm in Florida next week. So joining me today is Jason, got outwitted, and Zach hit a shape change, Alvey.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I couldn't let you forget that tonight, Jason.
Yeah, thanks.
And Tylor on a bus spees.
I am not, in fact, on a bus. That is not true.
And Alex, slightly further away from his mic, coos.
Well, wubba lubba dub dub. It's me, away from my bike. Way back here on the other side of the room.
I will, just for Ryan, turn you up from 113 to 120% in Discord.
Wow, how generous.
Yeah, well, actually, it's gonna. There's 120 on the nose. So, I hope you are. This should be coming out. Hopefully, you are enjoying this. Listen, in preparation for either your trip to Florida or Las Vegas. Alex, or Sam, and I, along with Alex.
You said Alex twice.
Well, I was going to complete the sentence with Alex was saying you first, but then I realized that you don't outbill Sam. So I had to repeat that with you not outbilling Sam. So, we'll be in Florida. Looking forward to seeing everybody. And good luck to everybody going out to do the Majestics thing in Vegas as well. So, and good luck to everybody in Florida. But good luck to Emmanuel and Jack, our 2 patrons, going out to the Vegas thing. And then again, looking forward to seeing everybody that's going to Florida. And good luck to everybody in Florida. Safe travels and such. But today we are here to talk about the Batman team-up set. So, Tylor, how did your poll go? Did what was the biggest? So you said what the initial impressions of the set. We talked to you polled the group. Yeah. What was the highest number?
I actually got percentages for us. It was like 20. It was 27% was the highest at 8. So people are pretty excited about it. It was like 57% are at 8 or above, and then it's like 81% were at 6 or above. So people are pretty hyped for the set. It's looking good.
Right. Yeah, it is exciting. Sorry, I was yawning. This is probably not a great way to start a set review, but nonetheless, here we are.
You can tell how excited we are.
Yeah, he's not very excited if he's yawning already.
Yeah.
It's not broken enough.
It
is
definitely not broken enough, I don't think.
It's not as broken as the last DC set, I don't think.
I don't know.
I mean, it remains to be seen.
We'll get into it. We'll see.
Wonder Woman as a whole wasn't broken. It had some broken pieces, but not a ton.
Just the chases, pretty much.
The chases and some Green Lantern pieces, maybe, and Flash, but.
So I think we forget that, what was it, the incapophobia or whatever you called it?
Yeah, that's true.
Lassophobia, yeah. I mean, that was a thing.
For 2 months, 3 months.
That's a pretty long span in HeroClix time.
But that's not broken. I mean, it's still broken until WizKids nerfs it to the ground, in my opinion. It was just good. It was a good a good combo.
Yeah, Mike.
It also caused Wonder Woman also caused the Incap Blades thing to be changed.
Oh my god, I hated that.
It was great. Free lasso blades, somebody. That was a thing for a few weeks. At any rate. So the structure for the set review is going to be, we're going to do legacy cards, and then the main set, and then the starter game. And then as we go through, I guess each character, right? The first person that we see that can that mentions the utility belt or whatever, or however that comes along, we'll talk about that equipment at that point. And then the first color of each lantern that we see, we'll talk about the ring and in the associated.
Yeah, most of them only have one, so.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And then we'll talk about the associated constructs with it. I mean, the constructs are all the same, right? I mean, a fire hydrant's a fire hydrant, right?
Yeah, the only difference is that the ones that were printed in, was it Wonder Woman, I think?
Yeah.
Some of them are slightly different than these ones, so we can talk about that.
Did we get a reprint of those in this set?
I don't know. I don't know if I've seen anybody pull. I would guess not, but then it would rotate.
Yes, I think all of them are in there. All the constructs, all the colors.
They are
reprints,
okay.
But they're not technically reprints because I think all of them have changed slightly.
Okay.
Maybe I see a green. I mean, I see a green spotlight here in the set. So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because that means that they can retire Wonder Woman without worrying
without it being dumb.
Right. Yeah, and I don't have to get hashtag Justice for JLU trending on Twitter. So.
Yep, that was all for you.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys. Thanks, WizKids. First legacy card, Batman set 001. So was this Out of the Shadows Batman?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Wait a minute. I mean, I'm not looking at the right one. Where are we at here?
001 Batman. He's 100 points.
Because the reason I asked was for twofold, right? And because one of his traits says back.
Oh no, it's not him.
Back into the shadows. And
no, it's not him.
It's just Batman.
Yeah, and
this is from the Batman set, I believe.
Well, and then for those of you that are long-time listeners, we had the Out of the Shower Batman episode many years ago. So
I guess maybe we should just bring up the Bat Belt, the utility belt, because he gets it for free, right?
Mm-hmm. So let's just talk about the figure itself real quick. We forgot something?
Oh,
we forgot our standard set review disclaimer.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, standard set review disclaimer. We review these sets from a competitive standpoint, namely around 300 modern constructed. You may find that these pieces are playable at your kitchen table, and we highly encourage you to play them at your kitchen table at your own leisure. Some of the sculpts we haven't seen. Yeah, that's it. And then some of the stuff we will talk about in sealed, but it's not really a sealed primer. We don't typically cover that too closely. So, Batman. So the first trait, how much do you weigh? Flight. When Batman carried characters have stealth into your next turn. I do like
Feels
that.
weird, right? Why does Batman have flight? I get that he can do what flight does, but he never has flight. It's weird to me. Maybe just give him passenger 1 or something.
He has glide, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it
He does
seems
that
like
thing where
with
he
the
like expands his cape and just glides down.
it seems like with the improvement to leap climb that he should have just had traded leap climb and passenger 1. But guess what that is?
That's true. That's fair.
It's flight.
That's fair.
So it's just less wordy that way.
It's a flavor foul. Anyway, yeah, that's a great trait. He's got a 30-point line, so at 30 point you get a taxi that gives your tentpole stealth or something. It could be pretty useful.
So that's about it, right? I mean, do you want to talk about the utility belt? Like, I mean, we can. The utility belt is the less broken version of the alchemical fire.
Well, I mean,
It's different.
it's way different than that. You're thinking it's different from the aspect of turning the circle around and getting the choose
So
something.
utility belt. The big thing the big new thing is that equipment has keywords now, and if they have the keyword, they get to equip it for free. So there's like 20 figures in this set that can use this equipment for free. And there's a bunch in the Wonder Woman set. Maybe not a bunch in the Wonder Woman set. There's some in the Wonder Woman set. But that's the big change. So this thing has basically you equip it, and there's like a circle like the alchemical fire. And then it's free. Roll a d6. Turn the utility belt clockwise a number of times equal to the result. And if they have the listed keyword, which is Batman Family, turn it any number up to the result. Minimum 1. So, you get to roll it. There's 6 effects. They are Smoke Grenade, which is Smoke Cloud, and Smoke Cloud is free, that's great. Handcuffs is Incap and Plasticity. It's kind of meh. Grapnel Gun is Force Blast and Leap Climb. That's probably the worst one, but I guess he does have Leap Climb technically. Batarangs is Range Combat Expert, minimum range of 4. That's great. Disguise Kit is Shape Change and Improved Movement Characters. That's probably my favorite. And then First Aid Kit is just Regen Support, which is one of the bad ones. So I feel like it's like 3 good ones and 3 bad ones.
I like the Disguise Kit.
Yeah, Disguise Kit is very good. That's why I thought that you could just leave it there at first, and I was like, this item is broken. And this is the best shape change item. But it's not. You do have to roll. If you roll a 6, you can stay where you're at, but other than that, you will have to change powers. But it's good, and it's free, so you're going to need it if you're going to play anyone ever with a Batman team ability.
Well, Batman Family keyword.
Batman Family keyword, yeah.
Man, that improved movement characters opens up a lot, because that is out of all of the improved movement abilities, that one is definitely the most powerful.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the question is this has a somewhat of a level of randomness. It's mitigated because obviously if you have Batman Family, you can turn it up to the result, but you can still only roll a 1 and not get what you need.
Right,
and typically randomness like that is just not played.
Yeah, this will be played is the thing because it's free. But yeah, you probably I feel like most of the items now it feels like you're just not paying for them because of the way that it works with the keywords. They're so much better with the keywords. Maybe not. There's probably some rings, but this I don't see myself paying for without having that keyword because it's too random, like Alex said.
Yeah, because think about the alchemical fire. It was great when it was more controlled. When they nerfed it to be more random and you had to keep changing it, it fell off the earth. It was not played significantly. It was played sparingly on select builds.
Yeah, so it's really going to come clutch for the people that can use it for free. There'll be turns where it's like, this is crazy good, but you're probably not paying for it.
Or maybe remote instances where Mad Jim, maybe,
sure.
Like as an option for that, especially when we lose some objects in rotation.
Right, and then I think we just go ahead and say, right, as we talk about this, we did get some questions about the new equipment rules and stuff, and I think the big thing is we assume, right, either incorrectly or correctly that, but our assumption is that Mad Jim is going to work like he always did.
Yeah, they said that. We're not super worried about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just real quick, I said in our chat, I don't like the new equipment changes. If you ever make anything as free, it changes from, the whole point of HeroClix is you're finding the best use for the points and you're making sacrifices to fit things. This just makes it's always wrong to not play this if you can for free. And so if you're not playing, it's really just because you couldn't afford it or couldn't borrow it. And it feels bad.
Like Hero card?
Yeah, kinda. But if everybody can use them, it's a little bit less just like another thing, right?
Yeah, I get it.
You don't have to pay for keywords just because everybody has them. So, yeah. So and it feels a little bit, and it's also like they made this item and now they have to balance every character ever with the Batman keyword based on this item. Like they have to keep this in mind when they're designing it. So I don't know.
Or just not.
Or just not, and then something breaks down the line, which is probably more likely.
Yeah, but they're already balancing things. We've had this conversation, I feel like. This is like deja vu. They're balancing to equipment anyway. I know it's not costing anything, but it's not like...
It changes every character that has the Batman team ability. It's not like...
Right. We won't have that many people with the Batman keyword.
I know, that's what people are saying. But
so
people said that. But this is the new rule. This is how every item is going to work for this. So I'm complaining about that.
Can I also just maybe say that you're just a little biased about the new equipment rules?
That's always possible.
And,
Why would you say that?
And provide 2 examples.
Go ahead.
Penguins and paparazzis.
I don't understand.
Because you steal it all the damn time.
You like stealing.
Right, you like stealing them.
I stole them with the seals. To be fair, okay, not penguins. First of all.
True.
He got
you there.
Okay,
no,
you got me.
I love the auto equip change. I love that. That's awesome. I'm gonna use like 5 equips on every team now. I love that part. I just don't like the free with the keywords. That's the thing I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll let you pass on that because you clarified what you were saying.
All right.
But I still have the eye of whatever, like from like I don't know, like I'm picturing like Family Guy, like Peter Griffin, like giving you the side eye. Or like when they zoom in on his eyes and they slowly close, like.
I'm aware of what you're saying.
Yeah. All right.
Cain.
So.
Oh, I was gonna real quick. What if they changed it to where you had to have the name keyword, like you had to make that theme team?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like that. You would have to build around it a little bit.
Like kind of like a team up card. Essentially, it's just you get the free equipment to go with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Just thought.
But yeah, other than that, this Batman's probably not worth it at 100. I mean, it's a cool Batman, but...
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gordo.
I love that the typos on there, right? So, what is everybody... No, wait a minute. No, next is crazy. Oh, no, I see Commissioner Gordon stuck in there.
He's super good. Great at 30 points.
Yeah, I agree.
Very good. For those 2 keywords, well, 3 keywords, Detective, Gotham City, and Police.
Yeah, so he's got special attack powers, telekinesis, TK is free, but only target another friendly character that shares a keyword with him. He's 30 points, he's got police, he's got barrier, he's got leadership. That's great.
Yeah.
He's a really good piece. It's just... there is Venom Magneto. So on his keywords, he's really good. You're going to use him probably if you can make a keyword or a team around those keywords.
Right, and I mean just miles west, right? I mean just from here to retirement.
There are options for sure.
Right.
Flash.
Yeah, this guy's great.
Yeah, I would not compare him to Venom Magneto, but sure. Like I wouldn't say Venom Magneto's better. Because this guy does meet the requirement for barrier if you really need barrier. But yeah, it's a free TK. We only have now 3, I guess. No. His is limited to the keyword, but we have Venom, Magneto, Polaris, and now Commissioner Gordon.
Why is Commissioner Gordon just always so good?
That's true.
I'm not complaining.
Somebody loves Commissioner Gordon.
I love Commissioner Gordon. He's awesome.
He is awesome. He's
mean,
always good.
I mean, get my men into position, right? It's a better version of that almost.
So if we're going through Legacy and saying, oh, which ones do you need to pick up? This is one that I'd want to get, and this is when you probably already have that figure because it's from
this
BTAS, right?
Was it Batman animated? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's the animated Gordon, so you most likely still have it. It retired like not long ago, so.
Yeah, and it's a common, right? So I think the only thing would be is that his card is likely to be pricey, not the figure. But at least you have a chance to, pull the card if you buy, whatever stuff. Mm-hmm. So,
but even still, Legacy cards don't go for crazy amounts unless it is a very meta tent-pole card, like APOC.
Like APOC?
Yeah, like APOC, for example, pretty expensive. Thanos, I think, was for a bit too. But the more support-based figures, like Lockjaw is another example when that got pricey, but that's because you played multiple of them. Like how much is Cosmo going for? Like we've hyped up Cosmo.
$40-$50
for the card.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I'd guess he'd probably land around $30, maybe 20 to 30 would be my guess. But
there's a buy it now for Cosmo for 22.
Well, maybe he's gone down.
Hello.
I mean,
it's you're not expected to pay like 30 to over 40 probably for this guy.
Yeah, and the figure's basically free, so.
Yeah.
Crazy Jane, pretty cool.
I like her.
Yeah. So she used to be. She did something similar before, but it's better this time. So she has two traits. The first one is at the beginning of your turn, roll a d6. It's non-optional, and turn Crazy Jane to the click number matching the roll. When Crazy Jane removes a personality token, roll a d6 and turn it to the click number matching the roll. Again, non-optional. And then her second one is when revealing forces, give Crazy Jane a personality token for each 10 points of her value. So you can pay 10 to 50. So you have 1 to 5 tokens. When Crazy Jane would take damage, instead remove one of her personality tokens. And when she has no personality tokens, KO her. It's protected pulse wave. So yeah, she's nice. Her keywords are only Doom Patrol, which is probably good, or else we'd have like 10-point generic fluff, which is always annoying. But you can play her at 10 points. That's a fine 10 points to play.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later with. We'll talk about it soon, I guess. To make Doom Patrol better, it's a pretty okay named keyword. But this is, if you do a straight comparison from how she was before to now, she's 25 points cheaper and lower point dials, which she didn't have before. And her personality token is arguably better than before, where it was just, if she would have been KO'd, you just basically roll 2d6 that can't be re-rolled and turn it to the click number, I guess, is what it was.
Yeah.
That's 2d6. I don't think that was but either way, it's better.
50 points, she takes 5 hits to kill. It's also flexible to fit on a team because it's you can pay however much you want for her. She's got some okay clicks. Like she's got all the support powers you want. She's got clicks with telekinesis, clicks with pulse wave, empower. Just a bunch of stuff you like, but it's random. So.
And she is unique. She was not unique before. That's the negative side. I kind of wish she wasn't. But I could see why she is. She is kind of a point denial.
Mm-hmm. And Jason's right. She also has the Outsider's team ability. There's a lot in that set, and that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. That's
coming back. I can't remember. Is it copyable?
No.
I don't think
copyable?
so.
Okay. No, it's not.
That's probably good. Yeah. So the big one that everybody's talking about is obviously Sicarian Iron Man, right? It sort of neuters him.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of perplexing stuff going around. That's a great keyword to have on your team, especially for 10 points. So
definitely.
Good. I like it.
No, I agree. Yep, I agree. I totally agree with y'all on all those things. I'm just thinking like, part of me's thinking like Connelly, Lockjaw, but the randomness, right? The craziness of her, right? Means you just can't stick her on Perplex or Prob or whatever.
Yeah, you can't stick her on Click 2 like Lockjaw.
Right.
But you can. She can be equipped. So.
Oh, that's true. She's not.
You can assign something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it, right? So, like, let me just think about this. So, if she's on shape change senses, you don't really want to attack a piece you can't KO, right? And I'm just thinking here at 50, right? Like long game. So, if you don't want to attack her at shape change senses, at Perplex, she's just providing value.
Yeah, Perplex TK.
Right. Yeah. And then Mastermind, you probably won't KO her.
Got outwit on that click.
Yep, and he got outwit. Yeah. So that's good. The Plasticity Poison is probably one of the worst clicks.
She's got exploit though.
I mean, bad. There's no move and attack, and it's just so random that you're going to land next to her. Somebody's going to be next to her on Perplex, or I'm sorry, on Poison.
I kind of see her more as a tie-up piece because nobody wants to attack her. Like she's a support piece that you can move out there because no one's hitting a support piece 5 times.
Right.
Well,
and then the charge, precision strike, right, is fine. And then the running shot pulse wave prob is not so bad either, even though she'll never get to use her willpower.
Yeah.
No, I guess she would. I guess you would.
It's both at the beginning of your turn, so you can just choose to do the.
No, you would have to. You'd have to be on willpower to start out with. Then roll your willpower. Yeah, you can't. You won't be able to click to that and then.
Yeah, because beginning a turn is the same as beginning a game, where it's like one activation, and then you activate everything that was activated, right?
Yeah, no, I was assuming you got to click 6 that next turn.
Yeah.
You roll willpower, then you roll her power.
Yeah, we're saying. Yeah, we're.
I do like that. This is one of those wild dials where you're not penalized for getting a 6. Where you're like, oh, do I want to take the chance of getting to click 6? Like,
well, unless someone can deal non-avoidable damage to her.
Which I don't think there's much of that. It's protected pulse wave.
It's very light. There's almost nothing.
Yeah, so it's enough to where I like that. Where it is, this is a cool piece. Like this is a piece where I like the randomness of it. But even if the randomness doesn't go in your favor, you're not really penalized that much for it. Because you shouldn't be building around her to be. It's kind of like a haha Joker type piece. You don't really build around him to be your powerhouse, but she could survive for a bit. Some people did.
That might be overstating something.
Yeah, but she can influence the game if she hits right. If she doesn't, well, hopefully you didn't build around her like a dummy. But anyway,
all right,
Nightwing.
A
lot of hype for this piece, right? People want Nightwing.
I am proud of y'all right now.
Okay.
Because y'all are moving it along.
Yeah.
We've done 3 pieces. I disagree.
I feel like I could just take the night off as host. Like, like you guys are just moving it along. It's great.
Well, I'm hyped for this set. I like all the figures. So
we're just worried that you guys are gonna fall asleep soon. So we gotta get through this.
You know what?
12:30.
I took another nap today. I took a nap yesterday, and I took a nap today, and I am doing quite well.
Well,
thank
look,
you.
I've had 0 naps this week or last week.
Yeah,
I've been up playing Snap till like midnight every night, and then getting up at 5 a.m. So let's get the fuck on with it.
We're doing this for Jason, okay?
Yeah. So here's a good one. Here's an easy one. This is a great Nightwing. I don't think it's meta. Go.
Yeah, I agree. His trait says leadership through vigilance. I thought it's a leadership through violence, and I'm very disappointed. But yeah, it's a charge flurry piece. I don't think you ever play in it. But it's a fine close combat Nightwing. Outsiders. He does. Does he have the? He doesn't have the keyword, so he does not get the Batman. The utility belt. He does not have Batman family, which seems like an oversight.
Yep, it does.
I guess it's when he's in Bloodhaven.
It is. It's just like grown up Nightwing.
The question.
The last one was. I feel like it was good, and nobody played it. It was the die replace one, right?
Now
It
you're
was.
going to make me look up the...
It was.
It was. And I played him. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
At his kitchen table.
No, I played him with Batman Prime and the Mandarin.
Okay, sure. I believe you. All right, this guy has a trait. I go through everyone's trash. This is a quote from the show. When an opposing character within 6 squares, not range, just 6 squares, uses Outwit, Perplex, or Probability Control. If there's no d6 on this card, roll a d6 and place the result on this card. When a character within 6 squares makes an attack roll, you may remove d6 and place on to replace it's a die replacement. And then he has a trait or a attack power. Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud is free, but only generate 1 marker. Friendly characters occupying hindering terrain markers generated by him can use Shape Change. That's great, right? You can give somebody Shape Change as a wit, he has a die replacement.
He's 10 points cheaper than before. He's arguably... So the big trade-off here is that it's very conditional he gets the d6, whereas before it was a power action for him to get the d6. But the trade-off being is now he gives people Shape Change if they're in his terrain marker.
And his
which is,
line of fire is a big deal, too. He doesn't need that anymore.
Correct.
He also has Detective Keyword, which got a big buff. He's got good keywords. Okay keywords. And he's like the only person in history that you want to power action Smoke Cloud with, because it gives your whole team Shape Change, which is really good for 30 points.
Yeah.
Like very good.
Yeah, I agree. So far, and we're only like 4 or 5 through. Like, these legacy cards have been, I feel like, almost a step up from what WizKids has done.
Yeah,
before.
this is the best set of legacy cards they've ever done, and it's also the best set of team up cards that they've ever done. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, they're really good on the extra stuff this set.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Riddler?
The Riddler. This one's a little weird. He's unique. He's got 2 traits. No special powers. He's Batman enemy. Riddle me this. Perplex as a trait, but can be used regardless of line of fire. He's only got a 5 range, so it's just the standard 6. When the Riddler uses it to target an opposing character, after resolutions, give that character a puzzled token. And then his other trait is, was that one too hard for your room temperature IQ? Which I think is from the game. I'm pretty sure, the first Arkham game. But anyway, when an opposing character within range with a puzzled within range, which is 5, with a puzzled token would be targeted by Perplex, roll a d6. If you roll a 1, you remove all puzzle tokens from the character. 2 through 4, you gain 1 mission point for each puzzle token on that character. And 5 and 6, the use of Perplex has no effect, and gain 1 mission point for each puzzle token on that character. So, I mean, it's kind of a mission point.
It's a cheap one, and it can spiral out of control. I mean, you could keep perplexing. It isn't just one puzzle token, right? You could keep getting puzzle tokens on somebody.
Yeah, there's like some nuances here. So let's say you move up, you perplex somebody. They now have a puzzle token. One of the big things that I missed originally is that, and now it's their turn. If they perplex their own guy, they have to roll for it, and it could do nothing, and it could give you mission points. So it basically stops them from, it basically stops them from wanting to perplex their own guy. You know, because you're probably not doing it because it might not work, and it's giving mission points.
The biggest deterrent is obviously, I think, his dial. That's the biggest deterrent. It's his traits make him like, that's playable on a mission point team. Like, it's something where you get to control mission point. It's not conditional like some of the other ones where, gotta wait for your opponent to do this.
What set is this from?
Slosh.
Okay.
But the problem is 16 defense, super senses.
He's relying on the rollouts and stealth pretty hard, and you're never doing anything with him. Like, he's never taking an action to do anything. But it's pretty.
It's solid, just not probably. I mean, we're not doing our tier maker, but probably not playable like meta at 45.
Mm-hmm.
If he was a little bit cheaper, maybe. Also, 45. Like, we've gotten so spoiled. It used to be crazy numbers, but 45 to me just feels weird.
Is there I agree with that. Is there some weird thing where, like, what if you just like carry up 8 figures and perplex them 8 times. Maybe there's something like that. It's pretty random because of the 1 there, but
yeah, he has to be the first one to do it to get 1 puzzle token on there. But yeah, it's neat. Another solid piece.
Solid piece, right? But that dial, you're right. Yeah, shape change, super senses, stealth.
It's rough.
Yeah, it's rough. Lamp Joker is a pretty exciting gift figure, right? We like this.
Mean, everyone was excited even before his dial was shown for some reason.
Because he's Lamp Joker. He's the Joker that him and Lockjaw was that team, and they did really good with Lockjaw. So,
and
he is a good representation of that Joker, right? They really played into that with the master. I mean, he just has it on his dial, but he has Safeguard Outwit now. Also mind control and poison for whatever reason. He can't be targeted by multiple people. So the mastermind helps a lot, right? It's very hard to kill him first. It's very hard to do.
Right. I mean, and he got the armor piercing, right?
Yeah, armor piercing as well, which damage dealt can't be reduced below 1, which does include the poison. So even if they have invincible or can reduce penetrating damage, they're still taking this damage. If you're next to him, you're taking damage. But he's a non-move and attack piece. That's pretty much it. Like you can in a meta setting, I don't think you're ever doing anything with him. Right, 60 points. Like you can move up and sit there, and then hope they're still there next turn with like Busts or something. But I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he is got potential, but I don't think that I fully see the potential yet. Somebody out there can see the potential.
I wish they went in a different direction to trigger his move in place. Like I wish it
right now you have to like punch somebody and then move.
Yeah, or like KO a Pog, which is more reasonable.
Well, you still have to punch it. You can't poison and then move and then poison. You have to
that's
punch
true.
somebody.
You're right. Yeah, so until the end of your next turn.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So he
poison
KOs
the
on
next
this
turn.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I just wish they went in a different direction where you like. It's just unlikely. I feel like he KOs something, but I don't know. It's a finesse piece.
Yeah.
Atrocitus. Atrocitus is cool.
Yeah,
I like the Red Lanterns. They're like my favorite core. I read all of his like origin story and everything. This is a cool Atrocitus. It's probably not meta. Adjacent opposing characters can't use stop or be healed is his biggest claim to fame. But he's 75 points, which is rough, and he is 10 for 3 on that click.
Well, he's also 125.
Yeah, that's true. But he has probability control and close combat expert as a blood sorcerer, which is cool because that's like his thing. He like uses blood to see the future. That's kind of weird. But it's just kind of a beat stick. It's okay.
It'd be different if he had his retail-esque power top dial of 75.
Yes, or either one, right? If it's not on the top click, the power doesn't matter unless it's on the stop click.
Like if that top power click 4 on 75 was that power, I still don't know if he gets played, but it's still a retail where he can.
Yeah, that's true.
Do something. But...
He also has Battle Fury's rough because you can't be carried, and that's a lot of today's meta. So.
Another thing, I mean, do we want to introduce? He is Red Lantern Core.
That's true. We could talk about the ring.
He gets the ring for free.
What does the ring do, Alex?
The Red Lantern ring. So keyword Red Lantern Core, indestructible, normal, equip, unequip, any drop. Effect poison. If this character can already use poison when they use it, damage dealt is penetrating. And then it has the construct power, which I think we've talked about before. Power action. If no construct generated by this character was on your force this turn, generate a red construct that hasn't been generated by this character this game. If this character has the listed keyword, the power effect is activated as free instead. So different than the construct creating powers of Wonder Woman 80, you're limited to creating just one construct once a game, basically. Like, a specific construct can only be generated once a game.
Right. And then once it dies, it's just dead.
Yeah, it's gone for the rest of the game. By that character.
And what powers do the red one have? Does the red one have?
Poison.
Poison.
Poison, and then penetrating poison if you already have poison.
Mm-hmm. So does he already have poison? He has poison
not
down.
On top dial.
No, not on top dial.
Yeah. So the big thing is what is the big thing? Oh, he can make constructs for free. So that always makes it, because the constructs are really good. Making those constructs free is really good. It doesn't make him playable, but like it's a big deal. So we should probably go over those now.
Well, what's it real quick, real interesting about the rings, like a quick talking point. If you think about the rings, which we'll get to the others, first off, they grant a power, and almost every single one of them grants a little extra if you already can use that power.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of years ago, for some of these powers they grant you, we would have paid just 10 points for. Like,
I agree, but
equipable poison, maybe on the fence on that. But ones that poison and it's penetrating, if you already have poison, like that effect alone probably would have been played on its own. Like a piece that has poison and is a really good poison piece, and you can make it penetrating just by equipping, like we would pay for that. Don't forget the fact that they get to make constructs. Like,
yeah, the free constructs is a big deal.
Well, even power, like a lot of
power, that's true.
Yeah, like even if you equip it on your support piece, like the piece we were talking about, Riddler, where like you're never giving him an action to do that smoke cloud.
Or Crazy Jane, same thing.
Yeah, well, you give them a ring, and they take the power action to give you some of these constructs we're about to talk about. Like,
yeah, I just
these
don't.
Rings
I don't.
Are
I don't think.
Strong.
I don't think you take the thing because the constructs. I mean, we can talk about them, but the constructs aren't autonomous anymore.
Okay, but that does not make them. That does not make them bad. That's just saying, oh, they're not as good as they used to be. But you're generating things that do good things still. Like you weren't generating the stop sign because you really wanted it to be autonomous.
You finished the sentence. You weren't generating stop sign. That's the sentence. Nobody did because they couldn't, because it was only for, who was that for? Can't even remember. Was it Indigo? I think it was the Sinestro, which I think somebody played once, but whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's still worth it, and I do think that people will pay for some of the rings because of the effect. I think some of them are good enough to see play for sure, outside of the keyword.
Yeah, and another quick thing to keep in mind, there is a let's see, where is it? The catcher's mitt is not back. For those that are wondering.
What do you mean?
There's no catcher's mitt.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I played one. I played one last night.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, it's not autonomous anymore is the only change, but it still gives adjacent friendly characters ESD.
Oh, so there's an extra construct I was missing. My bad. Never mind.
Okay.
Scratch what I said.
Yeah, so that's the first construct, is the catcher's mitt. Basically does the same thing, but it is not autonomous anymore.
Which is still really good because you generate it. Like it's just created.
Yeah, it's a very powerful effect. Like if I could pay for this bystander for 10 points, I absolutely would alone. Right? Yeah, the next would be the stop sign, which is opposing characters within 2 squares can't use improved movement abilities. It also has barrier. So that's your barrier piece.
Equipable, essentially a delayed equipable barrier, or a 2-action equipable barrier.
Yeah, which is not great, but it's nice to have just the barrier. And the other thing is relevant for sure. Like you can block some, like obviously people pay for those objects now. The
plastic main objects. Yeah.
I would say I would not agree that it's not great. There are a lot of keywords that don't have access to barrier. It feels bad because we're still living in the molecule ban, free barrier and everything. When those go away and we're left with the pieces that we got that may not have free barrier, there are a lot of keywords where you're like, man, I wish I had someone that could do barrier. But now we have an object that if you need barrier, well, sure, it can create a stop sign. And in matchups you don't need it, well, then you don't have to make it. So it's still very powerful to be able to have that.
Sure, that's fair. Next would be the Fire Hydrant. It has invuln. Oh, for stats on all of these, it's like 9 attack, 1 damage. It's not great.
You're probably not attacking with the constructs.
Yeah, no, they're not autonomous.
Maybe.
They're 9 attack, 1 damage, 2 damages. It's like probably not worth the action most of the time. But the Hydrant is free. Remove up to 2 hindering or blocking terrain markers within 6 squares and line of fire. This one's obviously great, especially if you can do it. It's really for the Alpha Strike, right? If you can do it for free after you get carried, that's amazing without having to use any actions. It has invuln for whatever reason. But yeah, it's mainly going to be used for Alpha Strike teams, but it is very, like, animals can now get through barrier. Like, that's where my head goes. Like, Chip is moving across the map, raising barrier, and I'm poisoning you, right? It's a huge deal because barrier is a big issue for them without Empower.
Mm-hmm.
Next is
the Chainsaw.
Chainsaw is basically the same thing. It's Flurry Blades piece. It's a little bit worse because now it has 10 attack. So the red one from Wonder Woman still does 11, and you can still use it. So people will use that one until this goes away. But obviously, generating a bystander that can Flurry Blade someone is great. That's not much need to be said there. Cowboy Boot is free. Knockback an adjacent opposing character 6 squares if it has tiny, 4 squares if it has normal, or 2 squares if it has giant. Which is great.
That's a change from before, right? It wasn't that script before, right? No,
Yeah.
It was the same. It was the same.
Really?
Yeah, knockback an adjacent opposing 6 squares if it is tiny, 4 standard, 2 giant.
Was it giant before? It's giant now. Okay.
Yep.
It is giant. It also has close combat expert, and it works now. So this one is an 11 for 3 on the attack. And then the free knockback. This is really good. It's an 11 for 2 attacker. It's got giant reach. The free knockback is great situationally for mastermind and things like that. It's really good to have access to this.
Yeah, I probably like the Cowboy Boot the best out of all of the new ones.
Wow. Okay. Next is Spotlight. Sidestep and ESD. It also has 0 on movement, attack, and damage. But it has free improved movement, hindering, and then choose an opposing character within 6 squares line of fire. The chosen character modifies range and attack -1 when making ranged attacks until your next turn. It's a little situational, but if it's free, you're going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
Then we have the Lasso, which has super sensitive for some reason, and incapacitate. When Lasso uses it, each opposing character adjacent to the original target becomes the target.
So like the equipment, right?
Yeah. It's like the Lasso equipment, which makes sense. It's kind of situational, but it could be clutch.
I think it's definitely less situational than a Spotlight. Being able to bring something out that can in-cap a team that got taxied up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad. Like, that's solid for a piece you could just generate.
Yeah, I agree.
For sure.
All right, that is all of them. Keep all those in mind as we're going through this.
And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is Atrocitus. Is a very great piece for one reason.
Keywords? He's got great keywords.
We finally got... and I don't know, I won't say we finally got, but it looks like we now have a playable Scarlet Witch one-hit KO'er. That is true. That can do it into her rune.
Well, I mean, if you do it into a rune, she'd have shape change and super senses.
Right. I mean, you gotta have a couple outwits there, but
and a couple damage bumps somehow.
4 one hits her, right?
No, it gets her to 5. You got the 5.
Yeah. Well, okay. Right. Light object on your build sheet. Yep. There you go. Right. Light object on your build sheet. Now, I mean, there's probably other things that can, like, you know, outwit the stop click and stuff, and there's Battle Fury from the, you know, emotional modifier and stuff. But, yeah, I mean, keep in mind, he also has Monster, Mystical, Scientist, Brute. That's why he becomes
Herald is good right now, too.
He becomes an X-Men with Brute. So
it's a fringe good character. Like it's not a bad character by any stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably having Brute, having him on X-Men, having been able to swap in and out, becomes super powerful. So,
can you drop a Red Lantern ring with this? You could, right?
Yeah.
That's something. I don't think it's good, but it's something.
Yeah, you could.
It's not nothing. All right. The Chief.
But yeah, I like Atrocitus for that. That's what I was going to say. So the Chief, the keyword cheater.
Pseudo keyword. Like, he is a cheater, but it's not like old cheating.
All right, he's 40 points. He has a trait. When establishing team, choose a character with a celebrity keyword, a character with a robot keyword, and or a character with a soldier keyword. So you can use 1, 2, or 3. The chosen characters gain the Doom Patrol keyword and have Outsiders this game. He also has Outsiders, so you're getting 4 Outsiders if you play with him.
Right. So, like, I don't know, Scarlet Witch, Sicarian, Iron Man, and Fulcrum Abominus are now the Doom Patrol. That,
yeah,
I mean, that doesn't seem like a bad team to me. And then you throw on old Crazy Jane, and you're pew 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 pew.
He has power. Choose an adjacent friendly character with a Doom Patrol keyword and move them 5 squares. That's not good. It's 5. You have to be adjacent to him as a power.
You know what?
Basically,
when I was initially saw it, I missed that word adjacent.
Yeah, then it would be way better. Yeah, and then he also has Mastermind. When he uses it, you may choose a friendly character with 4 squares and line of fire, which is a keyword, kind of meh. Then he has Leadership. This one is when the Chief uses and succeeds this turn when a friendly character uses Outsiders to target themselves, which you can do. They have Safeguard Outwit until your next turn. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you know.
There's some cases that could work. Like,
yeah, the Scarlet Witch can just use that on herself, and you can outwit her rollouts. That's really good.
Yeah, and it's not limited to one person. Like,
yeah, it's everybody can use it. He can use it himself, and he has an outwittable Mastermind.
And
but that is only if it succeeds on Leadership, though.
And I would like to just point out so far about how exciting these pieces actually are.
Okay.
Is so far as Jason has had no opinion on any of them.
I mean, we've been zooming through. We're not really giving him a lot of time to talk.
I know, but we've said at the beginning of this, right? If you have something to say, speak up. And Jason is not shy of speaking up. So
here's my hot take on the set right here. They didn't make a Scooby snack object, so the set sucks. It's okay.
Have you seen the release day Scooby?
I did, but I understand that, but I wanted a Scooby snack object. I've said this for however long, and they didn't make one. So
that is true. I share your disappointment. That is fair. Yeah. Next guy's Batman Beyond. Oh, Chief's unique, if that matters.
I will say real quick, round out the Chief talk. Just keep in mind, once again, he is keyword cheating, but it is very limited. There's only 3 that are really cheating. They're like 3 characters, and they've got to be kind of worth some points.
Yeah, you're not. You probably like a +5 theme is like the most you can do.
Because Doom Patrol is kind of lacking outside of that. Like, there's some decent pieces. Crazy Jane. There's some okay Doom Patrol pieces.
Yeah, we'll talk about them. Yeah.
But keep in mind, like, if you're like, oh, I'll bring in the 3 50-point pieces, that's only 150 points. Like, plus him 190. That means 110 or 100 points is all Doom Patrol. Like, pure Doom Patrol. So just keep in mind, it's a little trickier to work than normal. Still good.
And I did say Commissioner Gordon was great.
Also, he did.
So.
He did.
Yeah. Oops. I clicked off.
Batman Beyond.
Okay.
So, meh.
Wasn't he kind of good? He gets the belt. That's, worth mentioning. For free.
He can be assigned the belt. Yes.
Sure. What is this thing? Oh, super senses. When he uses it, increase the result by +1 if the attacker was started by outwit until last turn. It's kind of mad, but it's a trait. And then precision strike, free, make an attack, but only to target an opposing character that has been targeted by outwit this turn. Hit characters dealt maximum of 1 damage, and then he has a special damage power outwit when Batman uses it. If he occupies hindering terrain, he may use it regardless of line of fire. I guess it's kind of meh. You're right.
It's very reliant on outwit, like severely.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, but yeah. All right,
Hal Jordan,
big boys. Hal Jordan and Sinestro. I love that they did all of the duo figures. Not all of them, but like the big ones, you know.
Right.
So cool.
And to piggyback off this, because we're going through a couple of them. Well, there's a Batman in between. They all have the same kind of beginning trait, just the names are changed. For Hal Jordan and Sinestro, it's when Hal Jordan and Sinestro is KO'd by an attack. Before removing them from the game, you may generate a character named Hal Jordan and/or a character named Sinestro from your sideline on their last non-KO clicks, then heal them each 2 clicks. The total points of the generated characters must be equal to or less than Hal Jordan and Sinestro's point value. If Hal Jordan or Sinestro is 75 points, only generate 1 of the 2 characters instead. Protective Pulse Wave. And so basically all of these duo figures, that's how they're kind of doing the old merge and split thing, is basically all of them have this kind of trait where it's like, okay, either Hal Jordan or Sinestro or both Superman, Batman.
Yeah,
they
also gave them all like the ability to attack twice. So like duo attack. It's really cool. These are all really great.
Yeah, it's a way to circumvent bringing back that kind of mechanic or something. I do like that cleverness to it. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, this guy is cool. So he has, do I constantly have to watch over you? That's a trait. It's willpower. So that makes sense. Oh, we should talk about the ring. I'll just read that now. So the ring is... what the ring does. Yep, the ring is willpower. Finally, green ring gives you willpower. And then it's a +1 if you already have it. So that's its effect, and then it can make all the constructs, so this guy can
It gave you willpower before.
No, it gave you... No, it didn't. It like gave you pseudo-protected outwit and perplex, right?
Like old Green Lantern ring?
No, yeah. That's right. The aura, the aura of the battery gave it to you.
The emotional spectrum?
Yes.
Its emotional spectrum was the free action thing. I don't think it gave you willpower.
It definitely gave you willpower.
Green Lantern ring. Otherwise, this the typical old one is Green Lantern Core modified blah 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 blah. Otherwise, this character has a Green Lantern Core keyword, can use willpower, and when an opposing character targets it with outwit or perplex, roll a d6 and ignore it on a 4 through 6. So it's kind of a combo of both, but
yeah. But this guy's a trait like that, like the old one, which is cool. So he has traded willpower. When an opposing character would use outwit, perplex, or probability control to target Hal Jordan and Sinestro or an adjacent friendly character, roll a d6, and it's a 3 through 6. The use of that power has no effect. Outwit, perplex, prob on him and everybody's adjacent fails most of the time, and he has that on his 75-point line too. Like that's very strong. Like crazy strong. And then he has 2 special powers only on his top click. The first one is hypersonic speed. When he uses it after resolutions, they just get to make an attack, which is great. He's got 10 movement and 10 range, which is a lot. And then he has limitless imagination on his attack. Hal Jordan and Sinestro can use the displayed standard attack and displayed standard damage powers of adjacent characters, not friendly characters. So he'll have access. He starts with perplex. He'll have access to all the support powers. He can get range combat expert, close combat expert, shape change. Really good powers. Somebody, just really quickly, I want to call this out. There was a comment somewhere where it said the power is called limitless imagination, and all he does is copy other people. I thought that was really funny.
Another thing to piggyback off of this, he also has Sinestro core.
Oh, true. So you get to pick the ring. So Sinestro core is perplex, and if you can already use it, it's -2 to the opposing character if you use it on an opposing character.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. Yeah, you get to pick which ring you get to use. That's awesome.
So can I just point out something quickly?
No.
Of course. Go ahead.
It's just a 19 defense with impervious, so you have to like stack him up with like somebody that's got like printed shape change.
That's true. It is that.
Question. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean,
Question makes some shape change, but yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to have somebody with shape change next to him, because he he can't reduce penetrating damage, and you hit him like he's kind of a glass jaw, but he can do a lot of damage, and he has a lot going for him.
Yeah, but his glass jaw is pretty glassy.
It gets glassier if you take him to 75, to be honest. I mean, 75, I don't think he sees play at that.
Well, 75, I think you're more paying for the util. You're paying for like the ring effect. You're paying for the ring free constructs, and that trait is so good. Like, it affects your whole team, basically. He's got good keywords. His police, and then the 2 cores and the herald.
I mean, you could argue... if I was to compare his price to Faust, I think that's the easiest comparison to what his power does. Felix does kind of, makes it where do I want to spend the prob or outwit or
his
perplex.
power is better than Faust by a lot.
Oh, no, because Faust can damage you. I don't think that's a...
Faust can damage you, but Faust is 50-50 for one of the powers, and as a downside, this guy's is 67% on all 3 powers. They most of the time they won't be able to prob you. Like, they can't perplex you, they can't outwit. It's really good.
This was super annoying originally. I just have to say.
With the ring, and this is even better.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, he also has Green Lantern team ability, which is the best one. Even at low dial, he's 11 for 4, but Dan's right. The big thing is he's pretty squishy.
I think the other problem is we don't. The problem is I think we don't have a lot of options for splits. Like, we're getting a Sinestro in the set. We'll get to that. We don't have a Hal Jordan.
We do. It's just the chase from Wonder Woman, so it's not good.
Yeah, because they didn't count a real name. They didn't bother to go into any of that.
If they did, it'd be a lot better.
But when rotation comes, you won't have a Hal Jordan to go to. It's just, I've got Sinestro, which luckily it's a good Sinestro. But
it's almost like we need more than one DC set a year.
We actually, when is this set legal?
Not until January.
Get a DC set this year.
We didn't get one. Now, I understand that this is not WizKid's fault necessarily. I get that.
Yeah.
It's almost like we need that.
I feel like this guy's a lot of value that's just not obvious. I feel like I want to look at it.
It's I feel like it's very risky value.
Yeah.
You have to risk everything going poorly because he's so many points, and he could just be pew down.
Mm-hmm.
But if it works in your favor, it's great. Anyway, Batman.
Batman is this. Which Batman is this?
This is the strangling a dude.
Is this the first image of Batman? Is that what this
is?
Is
the DC 75 one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So free if Batman has no action tokens and occupies elevated terrain, move him up to a speed value. That's cool. If Batman has stealth displayed on his dial and occupies elevated terrain, opposing characters can't draw lines of fire to him.
Even better.
But he's a smoke cloud, perplex, 50-point PC. You're not going to play this guy.
This is the first bad Batman. This one, their first bad legacy card. This is not good.
Yeah, I think any power that has had to rely on elevated is just not playable. AKA like Lady Roma and stuff. It's always cool, but the fact that you could just lose map and go to a map without elevated.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Spider-Man could change that based on.
Even if I could guarantee playing on a map that has all elevated, I would not play this guy.
Yeah, because that Batman's just not chewing through anything, right?
No, he's a 50 points, 11 for 2.
I mean, you face random invulnerability sentinels. Oh no, Batman is now useless.
Yep.
You got to put a sword on him, Daniel.
No, because you're playing the utility belt.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
he would.
you play the utility
No,
He'll get
You
RCE.
get range combat expert.
You get range combat expert. Yeah, there you go.
You play a sword on him. That way he has damage potential.
Yeah.
Like that. I don't know where you're going with that.
I don't think that convinces me, Jason. I'm
Me
sorry.
This one's the bad. This is the bad legacy card. It's fine.
No, he does.
There's a
He
lot
sucks.
to be won.
He sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. All right, so this.
I appreciate
Harley and
I
Ivy?
appreciate your optimism, though, Jason. You tried.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there as an option
Yeah.
for people. You know,
I would play this Harley.
trying to be
and-
inclusive.
I would play
Yeah.
this Harley and Ivy at 50.
Okay.
They're 75 though, right?
I think that's the point.
I know, but in case we didn't say the point value yet, so I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
someone wasn't confused.
So the 75 points, they have charge, flurry, stealth. That's great. Damage is poison, smoke cloud. Smoke cloud is free, but only generate 2 markers. Friendly characters within range of safeguard poison. Whoop-de-doo. Special damage power they don't start with, so it is irrelevant. So they're just kind of, they're kind of meh. There's a charge, flurry piece. They have perplex.
They are 50 points cheaper than they were before, but that's because they lose the free in cap that they got before, right? Because they don't have the. Yeah, they used to have free smoke cloud, and then they got the free in cap you if you were in the smoke cloud.
Yeah, it's a fine Harley Ivy piece. It's a fine piece. They're just not mad.
They look cool.
Yeah, it's a cool day. We got them again.
Yeah, if there was better, I mean, once again, fully depends on what Harleys and Ivies we get. Like, them KO'd, and then you get potentially 2 figures worth
I don't
up to
think you're paying
75.
for it either.
Sure
But
not.
one thing that we did forget to mention is when they die and split, you do score them. That's very important. You score the figure and they come out. It's not like you don't have to score the people that pop out to get the points.
Yeah.
Point them out. You don't, but it's not like some of the like recruiter or whatever where
You don't immediately score 'em.
yeah, you don't immediately score. They still have to KO the ones brought out. But yes, you're right. You still
Which
score
is
the
very
ones that were
relevant with this next figure.
Right.
Wait a minute.
So
wait.
Oh.
So you get you KO them and you get the 75, and then you get the points for the other 2 figures too if you can.
No,
Only if you
them.
KO them, you do. Yeah, so you could get up to 150 points from just this figure. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, well, that seems like a bunch of crap. Okay.
Now you don't have to bring in 75 though. Like,
Yeah.
you bring equal to or less. So if you're playing this and you're like, man, and it's a choice, you get to choose. I think. Well, is it? Yeah, you may generate.
Yeah.
So it could be a situation where, I'm going to bring in a 25-point Harley to at least give me a shot, where it's like maybe I have a chance to score points on my own. So
Look, you're already losing at that point. It seems like. Yeah.
but there's situations I think it's kind of useful. Like it's kind of like where you use a
No, I think
secret identity.
it's really good. Like the figure dying is just like any other figure dying. This just comes with an added benefit of you get something else.
I mean,
It's
I
not
do
like
like they're coming back to the split merge mechanic a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty
Like,
cool.
all right.
Alright,
So
but this
Lex
next year's-
Luthor Joker at 150. Are we buying this? Are we playing this?
I think we could. I think so. It has the same trait that it did before, the split and merge. It has you won't lay a finger on me, which is traded mastermind, and if there are no opposing characters within range and line of fire that have Batman or Superman, Lex Luthor and the Joker has safeguard outwit. So I read this opposite when I first read it, and it seems better now. Like it's very common for them not to be there, right? Most of the time, this guy has safeguard outwit,
Correct.
Well,
right?
after rotation, yes.
Even before rotation, what?
Commish.
Commissioner.
Commish.
Yeah, but he sees
Okay,
a lot
but
of
my
play.
statement is still most of the time they are unoutwittable. That is true.
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm
And
just
it's
saying it
very
gets
important
better.
because they're
It
pretty
gets
messy.
better after rotation.
Well, I don't know because we'll talk about some other figures that are pretty good with that power.
True.
And then the big thing with their high dial is money talk. Sidestep. When an adjacent friendly character is given a move or power action, after resolutions, you may place them next to the adjacent character. If you did, once per turn, after resolutions, they may make an attack. So,
Ooh.
yeah, this guy, so Flash goes across the board. This guy now places over there, and he gets to make a free attack, and he gets to make a costed action. He starts with 11 for 4. It is not base stats, so you can pump him up. He also has a damage power, which is Perplex, but may instead modify a combat value of +2 or -2. And it's also adjacent. Friendly characters have Superman enemy team ability, so you're going to have some outwits and I don't know. Moving across the board and attacking twice, 11 for 4 base, pen psych. It's not bad.
Seems pretty good.
Right?
Yep. It's just
traded mostly unavoidable mastermind. It's pretty good.
It's the frail dial to me, but I know the mastermind, but still.
Yeah, mostly unavoidable is way worse than not unavoidable.
Right. So probably not at 150, right? I think it falls into the category of you need to know how to fight this guy at 150.
I would not be surprised if anybody built with him. I think he that is a very powerful effect.
Yeah, he's not S though. I don't think he's S.
Yeah, that's probably true. But the big thing, well, we can talk. His lower dial's not as good. He doesn't have any special powers. He just sidestep poison prob piece, so it's meh. But the big thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I say it? Can I say it?
Go ahead.
All right, 50 points. You can when it gets KO'd, you can bring in Red Sun Lex Luthor, and you kill it up onto its top click thingies, and you get to generate all the pogs, and they're immune. Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, so the things that trigger is Outwit. When this click is first revealed, which are all revealed, choose an opposing character for the rest of the game. That character can't attack Lex Luthor unless it's the only character on your force. And then, he also generates all 3? Yeah, all 3 of his bystanders, and they're all immune, and he has Mastermind. So what you could do if you're playing about 150 is you could, they die for however. Then you pop this guy out. He heals past his stop clicks. You get 3 pogs. They're immune. He can Mastermind to them.
Okay.
And you can pop out the Joker from this set, who also has Mastermind that you can outwit, and he's Mastermind to immune targets. So
let me get this straight. So you're gonna pay an extra 50 points. You're gonna give up this character to play a character that nobody's already playing now.
Well, it's different because all of his power. The bad thing with Lex, and the reason it sucked for Isaac is because he was designed to push, so you could use his powers. He's useless on top dial. But with this, all of his powers trigger all at once. You get 3 great pogs. That Lex Luthor's never dying. He still has 2 stop clicks that he can Mastermind. So it's I don't know how good it is, but it's not nothing.
Didn't we always say that relying on somebody killing something is a bad thing?
No. I think Jason, what I would say, it makes the 50-point Lex Luthor Joker playable because you're okay if it gets KO'd.
Dude, he's gonna retire 3 months or 4 months after this comes out. It's fucking irrelevant.
6 months from this recording.
Sure.
But,
well, I guess, yeah.
But
okay, that's probably so. But you're gonna probably have one event if you're lucky. So
yeah, I mean the disappointing reality is that at the moment, right, at least in the Midwest, we only have PJ's event announced, right? I mean the Pacific Northwest guys have some more events. I know scheduled.
Scott's
throughout.
Louisville thing, or not Louisville,
Louisiana
States. Yeah, that's gonna have this legal. I like him a lot better. Oh, good.
I was going to say the biggest detriment for this guy is he's got garbage keywords. He's got 4 named keywords. The biggest difference, the turret, though, in his plus column is, yes, he's 50 points, so he's kind of like the Lex in the sense that you want someone to kill him. But Lex doesn't do anything. This guy is still a 7 range, 11 for 3. So you can't just ignore this guy and say, I'm just not going to attack him. I don't want to kill him. I don't want to spawn those things out.
He dies very easily. I know, but
what I'm saying is, when you were playing, if anybody, the reason Lex, the Red Sun Lex wasn't played is because he literally is ignorable. You could just say, he's not doing anything to me. I could just...
Yeah.
I could just completely ignore him. Whereas this one is I can't completely ignore him because he still does 11 for 3. Like, he's not a 9 for 2 like that Lex was with no move and attack powers.
Okay.
So that's why this guy's better than... like, he's a more reliable, you gotta kill... Like, you want him to kill him, and they can't just ignore him. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't just ignore
We're just arguing about something that doesn't matter. Like,
no, I think
it's not going to be around long enough to matter. Like,
I like High Point like Sugar. I think it's good. I think it's good. All right. World's finest last duo figure: Superman, Batman, awesome, iconic. They are 3-point values: 175, 125, and 60 at their low. They have Batman and Superman team ability, 7 range. They have same trait, and then they also have the Dark Knight and the Big Blue Boy Scout. 3, make an attack, but only to target an opposing character that since your last turn made an attack or used Outwit. So that is a trait.
Which is relevant because...
it's unruneable.
That I do like that, but it is a big deal because those guys aren't protected Outwit.
Yes, they are not protected Outwit. That is true.
So they're going to be getting outwitted a lot.
Yeah, but they're going to make you pay for it. They have another trait that is when this is why it's a little okay that they have that. When the world's finest would take damage from an effect of an opposing character of equal or less points than them, which concludes just attacking them. Roll a d6, and on a 4 through 6, so half the time, they take a maximum of 1 damage from that effect. So that's kind of why, even if their Invincible's outwitted on their top dial, half the time they're taking 1 damage. So I don't know if it's okay, but it mitigates it. And then on their low dial...
and it's unruneable.
Unruneable, yes. So that I was going to talk about it. But they have a defense power only on their low dial of 60, which is combat reflexes, invincible, super senses, but you increase the result by +1 for each action token on them. So if they're double tokened, it's a 3 through 6 super senses, and that power is protected Outwit. So yeah, like this guy, even if he's in the rune, he's maybe taking no damage or 1 damage, and he's attacking you for I don't know. Do you like him? I like him.
60 points is awesome.
Yeah, I feel like people are talking about the 60-point line the most, and that makes sense. So he looks kind of hard or easy to kill, but he's not really, because he has the trait. So if you're attacking him with a 50-point character, which is a lot of, 50% of the time you're taking no damage. He has stealth from Batman, and he has combat reflexes, so he's a 20 from close, and he has that super senses. And you don't really need to have him in the fray because you just stay back until they attack, and then you either move or carry him up, and he's punching someone 12 for 5. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he has 7 range. He just sit there and shoot you. Right.
It's again, I feel like it's a theme in the set. The keywords are not great, but maybe they work within the set. But he has detective and reporter as his only non-named theme teams for keywords.
He also gets the utility belt. Did we mention that?
Oh, we did not. I forgot about that. Yeah, he gets utility belt, so you can have close and range combat expert at his low dial. Yeah, I think he's great. I think he's good.
And we mentioned this before. Tylor's alluded to it. It's detective, which detective is kind of a coveted keyword at this point, which we'll get to later in this set review. But that's big. Detective is good to have.
Yep. I think he's good. He might be good enough to be played top dial, maybe.
Top dial, I don't know if I see it.
That's fair. But do you like him at 60?
I do. I like him at 60 a lot.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to like 125 knowing you have 60, and for twice that you get 4 clicks and less. Less attack.
Yeah.
It's still 12 for 5.
125 not on the table.
Yeah. The 60-point line, you look at it as like 3 clicks, but it's very annoying to kill that 60-point piece.
Yeah, the problem is
a lot of damage.
The problem is that if only it was down 25 points. I hate saying wishing the points were less, but so you can like give them Galactus or something, like give them protected outwit somehow. it's really hard to play a piece over 100 points that can just be outwitted, and then I know we went through certain things with outwits, but
I do like the design of it, where like they obviously they're like, this guy, you want him to be at protect outwit, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna like design around it where like you can outwit him, but you're gonna pay for it, and he still has some protection even if you outwit him. He also has stealth, so it's not a free outwit by any means. So yeah, it's pretty good, I think.
Now, and also keep in mind, we're getting multiple Batman and a Superman that has multiple points. We're going to talk about them soon. So if you pay a 175, you can pop out
a lot.
Like even if you dare prime Batman and like a 75 point common Superman, like it's not the worst.
And at 60 point, you can bring out the Batman Chase, which is really good. We'll talk about him later.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for them. Well, not the Superman. There's like one Superman, but
yep. And then there's two, but one of them's rotating.
Well, no, we got the L. Isn't there an LE Superman? Or no?
I don't think so.
I thought there was
that new one. That new one that came out of WKO when they came out with the Gen Con.
Yeah, but didn't that retire?
No, that one's gonna last longer, I think.
Okay.
Like, because it didn't come out until Gen Con.
Right, we were probably not playing them anymore.
It's like 150 points, so probably not happening. So.
All right, and then the last dude, the big boy, the $300 piece.
It's 100. I sold one for 100. I sold my extra for 100.
Kingdom Come Green Lantern.
Yeah, I don't think he's $300. Yeah.
No.
I like him here's what I like. I like the fact that the 20-point dial is more than one click. It is not isolated from this cruel world or whatever.
Kind of has hints of that though.
It does, and but it's a defend.
Just haven't seen defend.
It's fine. I mean, that helps. Better than
you
a
give
16.
them the Captain Carter's thing if you really wanted to make it an 18 for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What does Kingdom Come do? 2% is on range.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's 10 range. The big thing for him is the once per turn when a friendly character within range, which is 10, is targeted by an attack, you may roll a d6. If you do, the character is positively modifies their defense value by half of the result. So he can give you up to +3 defense, which is not nothing from 10 range. And he's 20 points.
And he gets the Green Lantern ring for free, so make some constructs for 20 points. Cheapest.
Man, I keep forgetting about that.
The cheapest construct maker.
The free one, yeah, for sure.
And it's really hard for us older players, like you were mentioning Isolated World. It's really hard to imagine this dude gets to run around and do stuff. Like in my head, it's like, yeah, this guy's just gonna be sitting somewhere immobile.
And this guy has okay keywords. He's got armor, he's got futures, he's got mystical. Politician's not really anything, but yeah, you can play him even just like on an alpha team, right? At 20 points, you get to generate a hydrant or a blades chainsaw. That's good.
Yeah.
Top dial, he's probably not great. They gave him invincible and super senses, but he is outwittable. Very outwittable. So probably not. And as middle dial, they didn't give him any stat increases. So you'll be an 8 for 2 running shot at one point. So
because they don't change dials, so whatever dial you have, you're stuck with.
Yeah, they could have given him like free increased stats by 2 or some shit.
Yeah, something. Well, that's what they do normally to
14 for 6. Oh, you mean
down the.
Yeah, so yeah.
He has no special powers.
15,
maybe it's like
15 for 7 top dial. I'm in, right?
Maybe if it's like trait, he can't use TK modify his stats +2 or something.
I like it. I like where you're going with it.
Yeah, something, right? But 20-point dial, I think, is extremely playable for all of the reasons what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's it. That's it, right? That was all 16 legacy cards.
And we only really pointed out 2. Really, it was just the Batman that was bad, right?
And the Nightwing is not great.
But it not great's way different than bad. Like Batman is just real bad, like not playable in any sense. But if you got outwit and you were able to get through that, Nightwing's not terrible if you can mitigate the.
No, he's not. But he's a charge, flurry, close combat.
Oh no, I'm thinking of
piece.
Batman Beyond. Yeah, Nightwing's still not bad at 50, but not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, here we go. Now, maybe for some speed running, a tad bit, maybe a little dash.
Hopefully. Yep.
Robin.
He gets the utility belt for 25 points. But no, even on Teen Titans, he's not great.
He's a common that has a special power, so yay for him.
Yeah, that's about it.
And this will real quick, a quick caveat before we rush through everything else. You could definitely see through these commons and uncommons. It's like a completely different mindset. I feel like we had so many Marvel commons and uncommons that just felt kind of bad.
Right. You know what? I'm not seeing a bunch of fucking blanks.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's some every once in a while, but no,
not nearly as many as like War of the Realms. God.
Yeah,
these guys have moving attack up top.
I do. I like the dial design in this set. You'll see. I think, and in the last set, like we talked about the last set, the dial design was good, but it wasn't like super meta. I feel like they pushed this one a little bit more, but the dial design is still really good on a lot of these figures.
Because they're like, we've got one set to make DC work, guys.
Yeah, and they did it, and people are excited. That's why there's a lot of 8s. Yeah. All right, Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
He's a good common. He's charge, quake, super senses the whole dial, traded shape change. He's probability control the whole dial. It's not meta, but it's a great common piece.
That's right.
Yep.
Just think if you got a free Scooby Snack object, like that would have been great.
That would have been cool.
And they're all detective.
Plus one to all stats.
Yeah, they are all detective. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and because Brett Mann, and I like this one. Brett Mann, he's a player from the Northeast. I saw this comment on Facebook. He says, "I've been out of HeroClix for a while, but in what world does Daphne have a 12 attack?"
Yeah, that's true.
And so same thing here. Scooby-Doo in the middle of his dial has a 12 attack. Shaggy has a 12 attack.
They all do.
I mean, are they just like, we're hitting, right? Mystery.
They run into people and cause some damage. I mean,
these figures require some suspension of belief or whatever you want to call it. But it's a fun piece. I don't mind it. But yeah, there's in no world. Why does Shaggy have running shot? Like, what's he doing there?
Right. Shaggy's got the Glock, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, he did run a lot.
He did run. He didn't do much shooting. Maybe he's throwing a sandwich or something. I don't know. But
he could throw a Scooby snack if it existed.
True.
Yeah, right.
True.
But Shaggy's great. Full dial perplex. He's a running shot, 11 for 3-piece. Traded super senses. It's pretty much like Scooby. Fine common. Really good common.
Yeah.
Fred
is baller.
Fred. People talk. Why does he have his hand in his pants?
That's his pocket.
Weird, Fred.
And well, Fred's a little bit sus, anyways.
Look at his eyebrow.
Check out that ass, Scott.
Fred's got a baller dial though.
50 point TK, 18 defend, leadership, sidestep, passenger 4 traded. Like, that's all solid. 50 points.
No restrictions on the passenger 4.
No restrictions. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, a little pricey at 50, and the movement's a little low. But
I don't think he's meta. But the fact that I have to say I don't think a common is meta means he's a really good common.
Yeah, his keywords are a little lacking. Detective, Mystery, Inc. But I mean, if he had celebrity, then.
But sidestep passenger 4 is crazy. Yeah.
Raven.
And then he has defend 18, so you just put the shield on him, and everybody's like a 19.
Yeah, right? And Scooby and Shaggy are only 17, so there you go.
Yeah, I mean, you put the shield on him, and he's driving the mystery van around full of his 19 defense buddies.
I mean, yeah.
Raven. No.
Yeah, this Raven's kind of bad. It should be 50 points. I would rather play Shaggy than this Raven, even if she was 50 points.
Starfire.
Kind of
Not
bad.
as good as the old ones.
Not as good as Shaggy.
Nope.
If her second click was on her first click, that would be good. That'd be a 13 for 4.
Right.
But it's not.
And even so, like the 50-point dial is not nearly as good as the Rebirth dial from like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I
4 years ago.
Keep in mind, I understand that was a super rare, but
Remember how great the old LE was? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Coriander, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. Moss.
This ain't that.
Moss is super solid for 25 points.
Yeah, it's a 25-point power hypersonic piece that can carry with hypersonic. It's not
That
bad.
can only carry someone that has hypersonic.
That's true.
Which is to carry Manos, which we'll get to. Like that's the key.
He can carry another one of himself, right?
But
Yeah,
the
you can play 2 Mosses.
And he's got 2 units of power, each one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and power's pretty big. Like this is a very, very solid 25 points. Like
yeah,
hypersonic for 25 points is kind of very solid. So
I don't know.
Harley.
I think I'd rather have double charge for 30.
okay,
Harley.
from a common. All right, Harley Quinn.
Yes.
Probably not
yes.
50,
Yeah.
but-
Alex, hold on. Yes. From
Okay.
a common. Yes.
Okay, good. 25 points is where she might see play. Because Perplex, Batman Enemy, gives Suicide Squad, whatever. Like that's the only time I think she's getting played. But even then, it's
Even so, like the Wonder Woman 80 Harley Quinn were like, oh, you either take a token or you don't take it, and we talked about how great she was, and nobody has played.
What
her.
is Suicide Squad is like?
I'm looking it up
Fantastic
again.
4?
Yeah,
I'm
it's the KO, and you heal.
Okay, Alex will look that up for us. I don't think it matters, but Batman.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh wait, no, Harley has a thing. So
When
Harley
it
Quinn's
takes-
part of. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say unless I don't think it's changed. You go ahead. I want to double check.
If Harley Quinn is part of a list, this is her team up card. Part of a listed team, team, which is Arkham Asylum, Suicide Squad. Friendly characters that share a keyword within range have Suicide Squad and are considered adjacent to each other when using it. If they can already use it when they roll a d6, add 1 to the result. Okay, what does it do?
So it is similar to Fantastic Four, but slightly better, arguably. When an adjacent friendly character, so it's not by keyword, is KO'd after resolutions, you may roll a d6. If you do, heal this character equal to the result -2, minimum 1.
Man, what
So
percentage of HeroClix players do you think knows what that team ability is?
I mean, it's on the card, so.
It's gotta be like 5%.
But
been a while,
it's,
though.
the problem is like there hasn't been a lot of Suicide Squad
And there
viable
will be.
teams. But it's a good, like, if you could keep them together, it's not a bad keyword, right? Like,
Team ability, yeah, that's true.
it's good team ability. So anyway,
Batgirl. She is really good at 20 points. She's a 20-point perplex piece. She gets the the freaking utility belt. That's already enough. Friendly characters with Titans team ability have Batman team ability, which is great. Giving stealth is great. Teen Titans might be something. Flash is Teen Titans, so. But yeah, it's a great 20-point dial. Like, really, really good, especially when you consider the utility belt. Right?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
so.
Cool.
She's 19 up close. We try to hit her.
Yeah, and she has stealth.
Yeah.
I think she might see some play. There's a possibility.
well, it's how popular is Titans. I think for me is the big question. But yeah,
That's true. But there's some building options later. Daphne.
so go ahead with Daphne. I have a recollection. It's occurred to me why certain things are. Go ahead.
Daphne with the 12 attack, baby.
12
So
attack.
it makes sense now. It makes sense.
What?
So the damage is what symbolizes they have super strength. The attack symbolizes how likely it is for them to hit you. The Mystery Inc. people have uncanny, crazy luck to solve things and hit people and hurt people, right? Like, you watch the shows.
I think it's because, her in cap and stuff, it's because she's, like, distracting people.
Right.
And she just has so much Riz that it's a 12. You can't resist it.
She's got that
Right, but that's what I'm
Riz,
saying. They have
baby.
that luck factor of. That's why, like, to me, a high attack symbolizes they are either very skilled or just have uncanny luck that they're going to hit you. So that's
why can Shaggy do 15 damage?
Because they run through doors, multiple doors in a hallway, and wind up hitting someone with a wheelbarrow.
Okay, that's fair.
Not
Daphne's.
Yeah, I mean,
Daphne's a fine common. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kid Flash kind of bad. It's like it's an okay dial, I guess. Like he has like a kind of worse leadership because it's only the second part of leadership, but it's a free action, so he can like hypersonic and then use it mid-turn. That's kind of cool, but kind of meh.
Velma.
Kind of meh.
A 50-point outwit piece. She's very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her thing is opposing probs. You could potentially heal a Mystery Inc. character. That is okay.
She's very bad. What is that last click?
She hulks out.
3 with Battle Fury.
She hulks out.
Oh my god! I think on the card it's something about she dropped her glasses or something.
I was about to say that. Yeah, he's like, "Yes, you broke her glasses."
Oh my god!
She does snap at some people sometimes, right? Like if they don't listen to rational thinking.
I don't know. Maybe that's like multiverses Velma.
That's the inspiration.
That's where they come from. That's why they have 12 attack.
Wait, is there something besides multiverse that they're from? I'm confused. Clayface.
I'm for a common Clayface. I could not ask for more than this piece.
It generates a dog.
Yeah,
I kind of like
11
this
for 4.
Yeah, I like this Clayface.
7 clicks long. Like that's a Clayface for sure. It's a solid common.
I would say this. I could definitely ask for more.
I mean, the Pog is 10 for 3. I mean, that's super
really
solid too, and you can't outwit the damage power.
Mm-hmm.
So,
7 clicks of involvement shapeshift to burn through. Really
like,
cool.
he actually is somewhat playable if you're playing like Gotham City Underworld or something. Not on Celebrity, but he can also get the utility belt. No, he doesn't have Batman Family, right? That's
yes, he does.
Everything I'm showing, yeah. Look at that sculpt too for a common.
Yeah,
doesn't make sense. He's Batman Family when he has Batman Enemy.
So it does.
Juggernaut has X-Men, and he has the other team ability.
Where did we see Clayface? I want to look at this card now. But go ahead.
So you got to remember, Clayface is often misunderstood. I mean, he was in the Batman animated series, I do believe. My recollection tells me that he's not necessarily a villain. He's misunderstood.
I don't know. It's gonna.
Depending on the comic.
Yeah,
I'm not a huge DC guy, but that's just my recollection of Clayface over the years. That he's kind of like, leave me alone, smash you.
He's an actor in some versions.
Yeah,
that's probably why he's a celebrity, because he does shows. Batman
looks like a good Batman. Doesn't look like he's
these ones. This is like the Trinity. They have all of there's 3 of them, the Trinity, and they all have like he has Metropolis and Amazon keywords, so that's what this is. Then they all have team player.
Which is Amazon's important.
Yeah, it is.
Wonder Woman.
Superman. This one might be popping out from the dual figure. It's pretty good. He has his rally dies. He gets to remove a token for somebody, kind of meh. When Superman hits with a ranged attack, choose one. His targets can't use stop or gain a mobile. It's a great effect. He starts with, but it's only ranged attacks, and he starts with charge, close combat expert on his top dial.
You're running shot at 50.
Yeah, 75 points and 50 points. But then at that point, he's 50 point. He dies in 3 clicks, and he has no rollouts and 17 involved.
Also, keep in mind his Arctic breath does happen on the attack he hits. So, because it's when he hits, it's not after resolution. So, when he hits,
It works with his attack. Yeah. but you're really only probably playing him if he gets popped out of the duo figure.
He does get utility belt, so also
all three of these figures. Get utility
just saying, a utility belt Superman might be just fun to just say you out.
All right, Wonder Woman, all the same keywords and stuff. Her thing is Giant Reach 3 and Quake. When Wonder Woman hits after resolutions, hit characters can't use damage powers. Kind of cool. But she's a charge piece.
Yeah, and they do have team up cards, but I don't think I see anything that necessarily makes them over the top.
Can you use all three? Is that something you can do?
Yeah, you can play all three of them with their team up cards.
The chosen character removes all action tokens instead.
So I mean, like your Trinity team is like Superman at 150, Batman at 75, and Wonder Woman at 75, and you all play their team up cards.
That is a fine kitchen table.
That is your kitchen table casual night team all day.
Yeah.
And then your Wonder Woman goes up for a charge, and the Joker shape changes out of it, and somebody else outwits your Wonder Woman.
Bumblebee.
Is that what happened, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. I got it. There's a reference in there. Uncommons, Bumblebee. She's 40 points. I think this is a good piece. It's hypersonic. Incapacitate, precision strike. When she's incapacitated, she also deals damage. So she's like hypersonic again.
She has stunning blow.
Only each 1 damage.
Stunning blow. The old stunning blow.
She only has 2 damage. She's tiny. It's fine. It's a B. Makes sense.
It's a Bumblebee.
It is.
Robot Man. No.
This one's kind of. He's got outsiders. He's got the cool thing where he can, when he uses willpower, he gets to move up to the result. So that's kind of cool. But probably not there. Like at 50 points, he's not awful. But if you want to build Doom Patrol, and then he has the team up for Doom Patrol, which is
decent, right?
Yeah. If he's part of a theme team for Doom Patrol. At the beginning of your turn, roll d6, 3 to 5 until your next turn characters can only move in a direct path, and a 6 is enemies can only move in a direct path. So if you want to Doom Patrol, that's kind of good at 50 points. Red Raven.
Red Raven, no.
I mean, you need one. Right?
Yeah.
Sideline active. When a friendly character of 40 points or more with the Titans keyword is KO'd after resolutions. Oh, wait, maybe you don't need one. It's only Titans keyword.
Yeah, it's an uncommon, so you're going to end up with one anyway. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, don't worry about it. If something down the line, there's not a lot of Teen Titans, spoiler, that is going to create like a Teen Titans team in here. And maybe not even any that make a normal team that just happens to have the keyword. So,
sure.
But yeah, meh for 75 points.
Blackfire.
Hypersonic 12 for 4 from range. She has like a pseudo outsiders thing.
That's just worse. I don't.
Yes.
Well, she's got cosmic energy. She can't be outwitted. That's probably why she's so expensive.
Okay, that's something. Yeah. Okay, then it's a fine. Piece.
It's okay.
It's alright. Manos.
He's like a reverse style of Moss. This one is worse, I think, because it doesn't start with Empower. But it
has Precision Strike and arguably more sustainability because he actually has a rollout.
Yeah,
arguably.
Sure.
But 25 points.
Yep. Poison Ivy. Firstly, anybody with Batman enemy can use Stealth. So that's great if you're doing something with that. She has Perplexed on her top dial. Her big thing is, or on her top dial, she has Poison, but she can do it after being move or place.
Man,
so
it's not on.
Almost really good.
It's not on 25.
Thankfully, it is not on 25.
Really, really good.
So you can't carry up 8 of them and sidestep and poison 8 damage.
No, I mean that's what we want.
Yeah, we wanted that, Tyler.
I will say,
yeah, Tyler, why would you not want that?
Health of the game comes to mind.
Nope. Says the player that plays maggots. That is not a valid argument.
Okay.
She is solid though for the split. Like if you're having to bring them out.
Mm-hmm. And if you're playing a Gotham Underground team, which there's a lot in this set, like having it be stealth is solid.
I mean, yeah, too bad she doesn't like theme with Lockjaw.
Wait, she doesn't, does she? No. She's a scientist.
I said too bad.
I know. I thought it was okay. Beast Boy at 30 is good though. I think he's pretty solid. So he has free turn Beast Boy's dial, so the same click number of a different color. So he's like three click styles at 30 points. His first one, he has his Dolphin and Passenger 4. So that's Passenger 4 for 30 points, and then he has Shape Change and stuff. The mid dials and Flight.
Yeah.
The mid dial is like tie up, plasticity, poison, shape change. He has shape change on all of his clicks, and then the other one, the last one's flurry, smoke cloud. I don't know how, and defend. I don't know what he is on that. Is he an octopus? I guess
that makes sense.
That'd be my guess.
It's probably on his card. Like the smoke cloud probably has like inky something.
Yeah. Yeah, he's solid. I like him at 30 points, mainly for the carry, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, because go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say you could play like 4 Poison Ivies and like Fred and just carry him up and poison everybody.
Okay, we're on.
And then he has like a 19, and she has like a 19 defense and combat reflex.
But he is relevant. He has Doom Patrol.
He does have Doom Patrol and Celebrity.
Like that is relevant, and carrying people up only 8 squares, which is a bummer.
Oh, he has Animal. That keyword really needed a good taxi.
Well, I mean, come rotation, sure. But
that's about it.
Even moving up 8 and then switching over to the defend for 18, I mean that's solid for 30 points.
Right, it's not bad.
Yeah, at all. Yeah, that's real good.
Jinx. She gives Teen Titans Mystics.
And she is very great in sealed. 6 clicks for 40 points with prob and super senses. She was definitely the MVP of my sealed team last night.
Yeah, I don't think you can look at this and say it's a bad 40-point dial. Like it does a lot. If Teen Titans becomes a thing, you might look at her, but that's about it.
I agree. Power Girl. Why are we both umming at the same time, Tyler?
Power Girl's just a very generic beat stick, just like every time they ever print her. She gives Teen Titans Superman ally. Whoop-de-doo.
Yep.
Kind of meh.
Gizmo.
This is sad because this is a bad. I don't like this. This is a bad dial, and I love Gizmo. He was one of my favorite characters in this.
So they don't have a picture of him. Who is Gizmo?
He's like a 5-year-old super genius with like tentacle arms. He's like a Doc Ock kind of. He makes little gadgets and stuff. He's a Teen Titans enemy from the show.
Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, he doesn't do enough for 50 points.
No,
that's uncommon. You're still in the uncommon ridge, so
that's true. Elastigirl. She's got Outsiders. She's got Doom Patrol.
Got that Incredibles time in. Very nice.
Yeah. It's not a bad 60-point charge dial. That's all I can say.
Yep. The Penguin.
Pingu.
So Penguin actually is great with his team up, but his team up requires you to do the Gotham City Underworld at 25 points. Mm-hmm. Giving Batman Enemy Underworld that's sweet. His team up
is
once again
very good.
Yeah, is very good, but requires you to play a Gotham City Underworld theme team, which is not great right now.
Right.
Silver Age, awesome though. If the Penguin is part of the listed theme team, at the beginning of your turn, roll a d6. The Penguin can use the resulting effect until your next turn. 3 through 5, characters without the Underworld team ability can't carry more than 1 character. 6, characters without the Underworld team ability can't carry. So just having and now that does limit your own people.
He gives it to everybody with.
That's true. Your people have Underworld, but if you're counting on carrying, well, I guess as long as they have the team ability, it's not saying they have to use
Right.
Underworld. Yeah. So a global effect that could, a lot of people carry. Like
Carry is very important in today's meta. Like insanely important if you can't carry.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's
probably the keyword's rough.
Yeah. Silver Age, it's probably got a lot more play because Gotham City Underworld's not bad in Silver Age. But right now we've got with one DC set, you're not getting much. So
Cat Woman, charge into the charge piece. At 25 points, okay, so her big thing is her trait. She's traded precision strike when Catwoman hits, roll d6, 3-6, unequipped a hit character. She's never hitting in the meta. If you're playing her in meta, she's never hitting. She's just dying.
Yep.
So that's it. It's a very thematic Catwoman.
I think she could see play at 25 because once again, her team up card is pretty legit. If Catwoman is part of the listed theme team, which is Batman family, friendly characters that share a keyword with her have team player, wild card, basically, right?
She can be equipped with the belt.
Yeah, so for 25 point, you give your whole team being able to be a wild card, that's, and with Green Lantern out there, that's pretty solid dishing out team player. So.
Yeah, I don't see it with the Catwoman. Probably not.
At 25 points, it's like stealth, blades, flurry, precision strike. Sounds great, but you're never. I don't think she's ever hidden.
Right, you're playing her at 25 to play the team ability. That's the only time, right? To give your people the team ability. So being able to dish out Underworld, so everyone carries everybody.
All right.
Team ability manipulation is still strong.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Joker is friendly characters with the Batman enemy have Mystics, Joy Buzzer. Kind of a generic poison, shape change, super sense style. It's not bad. And then he has a team card, which is if he's part of Arkham Asylum or Injustice League, friendly characters that have a team ability that the Joker has can use toughness. Kind of meh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meh.
Not great.
All right. Rares.
Right?
Yep. Rares.
Monsieur Mala?
No.
Yeah, no. He's not great. Charged Luke Cameron, no. Meh.
Beast Boy? No.
He's got some interesting build options because
now this is Prime Beast Boy, to clarify.
Prime Beast Boy. He's got Outsiders. His 30-point line lets him. You get to build with both Animal and Teen Titans.
Oh, there's your Red Raven thing.
Right, that's true. It gives the there are some good team ability or Flash is the main one that you can add to animals and you can add chips. So it's Green Lantern, and then you can start adding things from this set that give them all Batgirl gives your whole team stealth then, or Jinx would give them all mystics. So there's some interesting stuff with Beast Boy build wise. He's not bad. His leap climb thing is almost irrelevant, but
it's your standard gorilla leap climb basically.
His thing is if other people on his team use leap climb, but no.
That's fair.
Negative Man. Outsiders TA. He can make a little pog with the power action, and it has hypersonic. It's the negative spirit, and when it uses hypersonic, it has exploit super senses. When it uses hypersonic, someone it passes through takes 1 damage. That's
solid.
It's really strong, solid. But he's it's a power action, and he's unique, and he's 40. I guess it's 45 points, not 50. The Outsiders.
The Negative Man definitely becomes better when he gets married and becomes Mr. Negative, because then he swaps all the power and cost of your deck.
Okay.
That's very true.
You know what? I waited an hour and 53 minutes before making a Marvel Snap reference. So
I'm not convinced you haven't been playing it secretly this whole time. So.
I just have not had a lot.
Now that you say that, I'm not either.
I am not convinced that I will ever see any of these commons or uncommons or rares on a table in competitive play.
All of them? That's a kind of a statement. Negative Man honestly isn't really that bad.
Sorry,
Someone that's able
I'll add a further, more accurate clarification. I don't ever foresee them winning a tournament of size.
You could probably say that for commons and uncommons. There are some good rares we're getting to.
Yeah.
Like Sportsmaster.
Well, I was going to say Negative Spirit is something that could just deal damage just from moving through somebody.
Yeah, every time I play, I practice against Nate White and use the stupid Fantastic Four 25-point piece that did this exact same thing. And it's super strong when it happens. It's just like it's free damage you don't have to roll for. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I
No.
mean,
That's not annoying, Tylor.
Yes. I see what you're saying. That's why I do it. So Negative Man is okay.
Oh.
But he's very conditional.
Sportsmaster.
It is fun, Tylor, that we can have our same running gags for 5 years now.
Yeah.
For years now. It just doesn't stop.
4 years, sure.
4. Yeah, that's right. 4 years. Yeah, that's right.
Why does Sportsmaster have the assassin keyword?
Oh,
Is there something I don't know about him?
He's an assassin?
Yeah, he's an assassin for one, and his sculpt is a baseball bat gun.
Clearly a good one because you didn't know he was an assassin. So
that's true.
60. He's
Go ahead.
So he has some wicked combos if you can pull them off. He has a rally die opposing attack. We don't need to go through it all. The main thing is for me in cap. When he uses it, he also deals normal damage to hit characters given an action.
That doesn't work, right? He will deal 1 to each character.
You could choose to target one person.
Well, yeah, but like he can't target 3 people and deal 3 damage to each of them.
Right.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is in combo of the in-cap tarot card, where it's basically you're doubling up, dealing 6 damage.
Right, he could deal 6 damage with an attack.
Now that requires the specific card, so it's not great, but it is something to note.
Yeah, that card makes you look at in-cap like pretty strongly. It's a very, very annoying.
And then in Golden Age, you play it with the Stunning Blow card, and somebody is now taking 9 damage.
Technically, I think they would take 3 and then 3 and then 3, but yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Now here's one of the ones I think that is potentially playable, right?
This guy's crazy good. I don't know why people aren't talking about this guy. He's the best 150. Well, maybe not anymore because some of those duo figures are good. This guy's nuts, right? So Deathstroke. It's annoying that they didn't call him Slade. Do they ever call him Deathstroke in the original Teen Titans? They don't, right? It's only Slade. Anyway, so
he's in Teen Titans. His reference is from the movie
Teen Titans Go somewhere.
Teen Titans Go to the movies.
Teen Titans Go somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Go Teen Titans, Go Teen Titans, Go Teen Titans, Go.
Yeah. But he has 3-point values 150, 50, and 150, 150. He's got improvement with characters. He has a trait. When establishing theme teams, you may choose up to 2 characters on your force with the Justice League or Teen Titans keyword that are each less than or equal to his point value. The chosen characters gain his keywords. His keyword is Celebrity, is the big one, and Soldier. He also brings another Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
So he fits on Celebrity keyword. He brings Flash to Celebrity. He brings
Plastic Man
to Celebrity. I'm sure there's other examples, but those are the
Prime Batman. We'll get to all Justice League.
A lot of stuff in this set, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he has a attack power. He starts with all his dials. He has it for most of his dial. It's Blaze Claw's Fangs, Knockback, Pulse Wave. When he uses Pulse Wave and hits 2 or more opposing characters, you may instead roll a d6 and divide the damage equally up to the result among all hit targets. So this guy's potentially... So if he Pulse Waves in the middle of 2 teams, he's potentially dealing 6 damage to 1 person. And none to you... he doesn't damage his own characters with Pulse Wave. As long as he's hitting 2 opponents. That's great. right? So like targeted pulse wave is always great. Increased damage pulse wave is always great. That's just great, right? That's an amazing power. And he has running shot with improvement with characters, so he can always get into position where you want to use it. And then he has a special stop click, which he has where you want it. Yeah, so he has it one click off of his top dial at 150, one click off of his top dial at 100, and then at the end. So really good placement, and it's Mastermind Toughness Regen. When Deathstroke uses Mastermind, he considers friendly characters within 4 squares adjacent. So no line of fire, just everybody within 4 he can Mastermind to, and it's, unwinnable because it's on stop click. He's crazy, right?
He seems pretty crazy.
Like that's the stop clicks is like almost apocalypse level of you can't hit me. It's an unoutwittable Mastermind that doesn't require adjacency. He's got great stats. He starts top dial with super sensitive shape change 12 for 4 with the pulse wave. He's got Injustice League and team player. He brings people onto celebrity.
You can theme him with Death Metal Wonder Woman and just bring him back if he dies.
Yep, you can do that.
You absolutely want one, especially like post rotation when we lose maybe some of the manip with keywords. Like Dan, when you were saying like none of these hit the table, Deathstroke is one of the ones I think could.
He probably hits the table, but he is not likely to win a tournament. And
why?
There's just one answer here, right? Switch.
Yeah, that's the PTSD coming out, Dan.
No, it's not.
Well,
it's just
Switch has been here, and things like Apocalypse have worked largely because of his Mastermind. There was other things, obviously, but having that Mastermind is huge.
But no,
I'm not considering playing him at 150 or 100 personally. Like he's a 50 point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
50 points. He gets someone devotes a switch to take out my 50 points. Like, okay, I think that's okay.
So just respectfully here, right? Like, when I look at these pieces, I'm not looking at them to try to top 8 with, or to top 4 with. I'm looking at what can potentially win a tournament. And, Jason did great with Apocalypses. But what did he end up losing to? Scarlet Witch.
Does that mean you're playing Scarlet Witch?
I'm giving it one more chance without it. And then if that fails, I'm probably playing Scarlet Witch. Yeah.
Are you saying that Apocalypse is bad?
So no. There's no. The difference. It's a difference of it's a difference of wording, right? Because bad is. Are
you saying Apocalypse can't win a tournament?
Yes.
That seems silly.
Because
that seems like a silly thing to say.
I think Tyler, I think I would say that.
Probably after the errata.
But I'm saying that independent of let me gather my thoughts there. Now, Apocalypse could win a tournament if the other part of the Apocalypse team includes a power eraser.
Dan, you're not playing a power eraser. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, and I'm
regretting it.
I'm probably regretting that I haven't practiced one. Yeah. Okay. No, you're correct.
I don't think it's just power erasers. This guy's he does everything you want him to do. He's got great powers. He's got great keywords. He's got keyword cheating. He has a great stop click right where you want it. He's got pulse wave that you can target, that you can deal 6 damage with a pulse wave. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm with you on this, Tyler. I don't buy into the Scarlet Witch as the be-all, end-all on whether any figure is meta-worthy or not.
So I would say based on my plan for Florida, right? I am not playing a Power Racer. But so we'll just see next week if I'm right or wrong.
No, I'm saying regardless of if a Power Racer wins, you're wrong. There can be good figures.
I mean, we're not even like the better comparison. We've been talking about X-Men being the main go-to team, so we should be comparing this to Beast. How does he stand up against Beast? Right? Like that's.
I mean, all figures are bad when they're standing in a rune.
But the rune isn't easy to pull off.
Yeah, it is.
The Superman, Batman can still do stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
not as much stuff. Anytime you erase somebody's dial, they suck. Like,
and the very low percentage chance that it happens it doesn't happen consistently.
Yeah.
That's the key thing. Either way, if you're not buying into this set for whatever reason, Deathstroke is one of those rares that you should be happy to get one. Also, he's not unique, by the way. So, I mean, if you really like him, you could play 3 of them at 100 for whatever reason. But he's one that you probably want to have, partially because of the team.
Just saying he's 50 points for the stop click and he brings Flash to Celebrity, like that's enough right there to consider. And then he does a bunch of other stuff after that.
I think I tend to agree with your 50-point assessment. I don't think your 150-point assessment. I don't think he's playable at 150.
Do you think anything is playable at 150?
No.
I mean, this follows the same category of 150. No protected outwit is spooky.
No, I mean, I would say 150 with Galactus. I mean, that's fine, right? I mean, it's just a good play. In theory, right? It's a good play in theory. But no, I mean, it's just.
He's not that susceptible to outwit just because, the most you're going to hit him for is 1, and then he has protected outwit on that stop click. So
the problem is it's a multi-tier. It's a 2-pronged, and I know Alex is just like, oh, you're wrong, Dan, but it's a 2-pronged assault. That's the problem. Is that the X-Men being a very good team? X-Men's a very good team. It's done very well. And the other half of that is that the things that protects you from Scarlet Witch, aka Barrier, Barrier, right? Barrier protects you from Scarlet Witch, which is the big power eraser. X-Men get rid of because they will typically have a higher theme, and they just take you and Jubilee erases it, and then Beast and Maggot come in and erase your dial. So the defense to the one thing is mitigated by the offense of the other.
I know that we all know what X-Men could do, but that doesn't erase every other figure, and it doesn't mean we can't talk about the strengths and weaknesses of every other figure, or that they are playable.
I agree.
Like, you are not playing any of the things you're complaining about. Your team's not bad.
I don't know. It might be.
It might be. Deathstroke's great. Deathstroke's a great figure. He's an amazing rare. I thought he was a super rare when I saw him. He does crazy things.
Yeah, definitely pick up one for sure.
6 damage pulse wave is awesome. Peacemaker.
People were hyped about this piece because
he's great. He is a huge buff to mission points. So he has a few traits for mission points. It's like all about the mission. When you gain 1 or more mission points after resolutions, heal him and adjacent friendly character 1 click. Then he has a sideline active trait. When a friendly character of 40 points or more is KO'd and you have 10 or more total mission points after resolutions, you may generate Peacemaker on his red starting line. If Peacemaker started the game via this trait, when he uses probability control after resolutions, gain a mission point. So when you bring him in, all he has to do is use prob. and he gets it. And then he has special damage power, probability control. When an opposing character within range uses probability control to target a friendly character of greater or equal points to themselves after the resolutions, give that character an action token. It's sort of like if you're really pushing for mission points, playing this guy on your sideline, and when you get to 10, you get a free figure. He starts generating more. As far as the actual dial, it's a running shot piece. He's fine. He's got team player.
Right? So real quick, he heals himself and a friendly character. It's not adjacent.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's whenever you gain 1 or more mission points. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it allows you to maybe be a little bit more aggressive with mission points, but mission points is still one of those things where, like, we have so many mission point pieces. Is there enough for someone to put together a relevant enough team? Yeah. Peacemaker might give you enough just because he has a sideline active to at least give you a little bit more firepower and to keep your mission point pieces alive.
Yeah.
So, plus he, adds more mission points, right? Like, if you could bring him in and you have 10 or more, and he just starts start probbing, and it could get a little crazy. So he's a piece you probably want to pick up because, once again, almost any sideline active that brings someone in, you probably want to get at some point just to be like, because it is a precious commodity of sideline actives that actually see the field that aren't, a separate sideline power or effect. So, but it's neat.
Martian Manhunter.
Yeah,
He's cool.
I don't care for Peacemaker at all, really.
Yeah, mission point reliable.
Yeah. Next would be Martian Manhunter. He's cool. I like Martian Manhunter.
Do you ever play him at? I mean, 40 points is kind of bogus, right? You never play him at.
All right, yeah, he's only played at his higher point value, I think. He's got Outsiders, which again is a huge deal. He's got Police, improve movement blocking that doesn't destroy blocking and characters. His big thing is, he's got 2. He's got a trait when he uses Outsiders to target an opposing character. The opposing character can't be given free actions until your next turn. That's huge, right? Sure. That's huge. If you've used this guy to target Sicarian Iron Man just he's a 10 for 2 piece that does nothing, right? It's crazy. Can't perplex, can't outwit, can't sidestep.
Now that is a trait, so he could technically use that at 40 points. So
yes, that is true, and that might be worth it at 40 points. Honestly, it might be. But his other big thing is he has kind of got an activation click where he sucks. He's a 9/9/17/1 with Perplex. But he's a speed power where opposing characters can't target Martian Manhunter unless he has made an attack this game. Then at the beginning of your turn, you can deal him 1 unavoidable damage, which activates him onto his big 11 for 4 charge thing. There's not many ways around that. Obviously, the big one being the rune marker or something similar to that, so where you can get rid of that power. But if they can't do that, usually, like, you're moving up to them, you're basing them because they can't do anything to you unless they have poison. Don't do it if they have poison. But if they don't, you move up to them, you base them, you Outsiders, like Sicarian Iron Man, you perplex them down. They can't do anything to you. Your next turn, you're Outsidering again, and then you're charging 11 for 4 at him.
Is there a potential team where you play like 2 of these? He's not unique. And you just kind of bring him up and be like, okay, you're just going to run away. I'm about to charge. Like, this is a charge piece that's like, hey, this might actually work as a charge piece.
Right, because you can just sit there.
Yeah. Does he destroy blocking, or he just move through blocking?
He just moves through it. So, probably better. It's situational. When I first saw... Oh, God.
No, go ahead.
When I first saw him, I thought it was Close Combat Expert instead of Shape Change, and I was like, what? 12 for 5? That's way better. But it's still fine to have Shape Change. It's hard to be worth 75 points.
You could theoretically equip him with the Red Lantern ring to give him poison, and that way he's actually doing more damage, running around chasing people as a detective.
Right, because this thing is just making attacks. There's shows a lot of stuff you can equip him with.
It's interesting.
Yeah, and it's super thematic, right? He's just like a dude until he's not a dude. Really cool. But I'm sure just recycling through Dan's mind is this guy's very weak to power erasers.
I mean, okay.
And that's a fair one. Like, if your whole point is to move across the map and do this, like, it's hard to ruin someone that you're trying not to get ruined. This guy has to just move out there. So he is very, very weak to it.
Well, at that point, you just go ahead and swap them over. Like, if you know the rune's happening and you need to get in there, you either dare them to come to you and ruin you, or you just go ahead and set them up to be like, all right, I'm swapping over to...
Oh, also, he has a very good team-up card. It's Detective theme, which is great on this set, and standard friendly characters that share a keyword with him are outsiders. So, it's a lot of outsiders.
Man.
Yeah, Detective is, like we were talking about, it's going to be pretty solid with some of those.
Especially if you have a whole detective team, you're getting some of them cards. What are they called? Mystery cards.
Yeah, that's what we're alluding to when we're talking about Detective being low-key good. So,
but there's just a lot of figures in the set that are really good with it.
So I would like to just add an anecdote there, and I appreciate you sharing my thoughts without me speaking, Tylor.
No problem.
So you just saved me my words for the day. But I would like to add for Florida, my goal is not necessarily to win. That's why I'm not playing the Power Eraser folks. So
seems unlike you.
It's a very Martian Manhunter related statement.
It is, but I mean, it's just the Power Erasers are there, right? So I just don't want to play it, right? That's
fair.
That's just where I'm at.
It'll be interesting to see how many are there and actually play.
Yeah, I would say Jason Allen is trying to get me to change my team at the last minute, so he has about 48 hours to convince me. So, so it might be a small change. So we'll see. All right. Well, then we will move on to Scarecrow. All right. Hey, everybody. So we're back to we're going to start at the Scarecrow, and if this is not the obvious, this is a break in between our two sessions of recording the set review. So
an entire year has passed,
and we're so more spunky now.
Right. So I am so spunky that I have something I want to say.
Oh my goodness!
At Scarecrow, or just in general?
No, just in general as we flow, and we ebb and flow through this set review. So. I mentioned about Florida, and earlier Tylor mentioned about that doesn't seem like your normal style, Dan. And I'm like, so my goal for Florida is to try to meet the intersection of my current figures I desire and want to play, my current skill, which limits some of the figures I want to play. Or can play, I think. So the intersection of what I want to play, what I think I can play, and all while making sure I maintain my level of fun. Now, since the first session and this session, I have changed my team for Florida a little bit, and I feel a lot better about it after practice. So I'm good to go there. So.
Cool.
So it's just one of those things. I know we mentioned the Power Erasers a lot, and we didn't. Jason's not with us on this second session, but I know we mentioned a lot about the Power Erasers and how much they suck, and and they do. Right? But I think that's just the thing that it is, right? It's these bigger figures, we talked about Deathstroke earlier, and if Deathstroke gets caught in a rune at 150, he's just gone, right? He's just delete.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, I feel like the argument we would have before is, well, then just don't get caught in the rune. Like, that's our arguments back with Unimind. It's like, well, he just dies to 7. Well, then just don't get shot for 7. Like, it's
so,
the same,
but that's like easier
said
said than done, right? Like, even back in the day, right? You know, there was a lot less movement. And I thought about you saying that, Alex. And it's like post-retirement, you know, even after this next 6 months, Venom Mag doesn't go away.
Angler does.
Huh?
Angler does.
Angler does, yeah, but whatever. So, I mean, you still have, like, you know,
it's the Chief. One World's saying.
It did. I mean, the Chief is still a thing.
You got Kazar.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're saying that facetiously.
Doesn't share a keyword, I don't think.
Mystical.
Yeah, Mystical.
Yeah.
Oh, they do have Mystical. Yeah, you're right.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, the ways to make Scarlet Witch mobile is crazy, right? And like, so the way like I would escape with Uni, oftentimes, right? Like you mentioned him, was like I would just phase. You know, I'd pick phasing off of Star Fox and move, I don't know, like 9 to 12 away. Well, if you get caught in a rune, you don't have phasing. But let's say I'm on the run, per se, right? If I'm on the run, then I'm still going to get caught. You know? Because they can move Scarlet Witch and redeploy the rune that far, right? So
maybe I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's okay to have answers and stuff.
I mean, I think it's fine, right? It's just when I look at these pieces, I'm like, well, like a regular outwit just yeets it.
That's different. That's different.
The special beast outwit yeets it.
That's obviously much smaller case than outwit, which is on a lot of figures.
Right. So like I see a lot of this stuff and with stuff that reviewed, and I'm like, it just doesn't hold up. It doesn't do anything. Some of the legacy cards do, but like as far as what we've gone through in the CUR so far, like it's just bleh.
Well,
right,
we're on commons and uncommons, and
we're in the rares now, right? So
yeah, we are, and
we don't expect commons and uncommons to be meta most of the time. That doesn't mean that they're bad, right? They're good commons.
I didn't know. So I think for the purposes of like how I review things, they are not competitive. None of these things are competitive.
But I think that. How can you think any piece is competitive if you say this figure is bad if all their powers are wiped? That's like every figure. Like, unless they have like a ton of powers traded.
Or
not powers, but things that can like...
Yeah, I can attack. I'm with you. So it's not so much that, or it's from a support perspective, right? They're just not as good as some of the other support pieces that we're using. Now I understand that some of those are retiring, right? So
even the ones that aren't, this set is beyond. Like we keep comparing to Venom Max, this set is going to live beyond Venom Max. There is a point in time this set lives beyond.
Yeah, a year and a half
again.
A year and a half.
Gone from commons and uncommon.
I know. We're just kind of resetting our standard, I guess, because we're fresh and.
I'm just.
Clearly,
well, because folks are going
to new year us, right? It's a new year.
No, not really. I mean, my point is, after I was thinking all this, right? Like, they're going to be like, man, Dan and Jason really dislike the set, and it's like, well, so far, yeah. Other than some of the legacy cards, but like at the end of the day, it's like, you know, this stuff is just not terribly exciting yet. So I just wanted to expound a little bit further on why, like, I'm like, bleh.
Can you name any set in the world where the commons and uncommons have been exciting in the last 4 years?
Well, I mean, not the commons and uncommons. Well, yes.
We're not even halfway through the rares.
I can.
Go ahead.
Spider-Man.
They had like 2 or 3. That's true.
They had more than 2 or 3 because you got all of the secret identities in your CE.
No, you did not have all the secret identities that were exciting. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, Marvella and all that were rares.
No, I mean,
Marvella's a rare. Mary Jane is the big one.
Mary Jane, and just to be fair, like exciting. You said exciting. You used the word exciting.
Well, I was repeating your word back to you, but sure, I did say that word.
Right. So I'm going with exciting because like all of like Mary Jane, Eddie Brock, Peter Parker, Norm, right? Like
that's
all
your bar of exciting.
All of those are exciting commons and uncommons.
All right, roll the tape. No,
yeah, right. There's no way you said those were exciting.
It's fine. Let's get through Scarecrow. We're stuck in the middle of rares. Let's just go forward to the more exciting pieces, and then we can say.
All right, so I'm saying like if you guys want to belabor them, you can, but like I'm just like.
Well, no, I think there's still plenty of rares to
talk about the figures.
All right, Scarecrow's boring.
37A. We're on 37A, the non-prime.
Scarecrow's great. Scarecrow is a 35-point piece with good stats. He's 5 clicks long. He's got shape change and mastermind for defense, and he can move, free smoke cloud, and then free mind control, for 35 points.
If he has the rally.
Yeah, he does need the rally.
He only has rally.
That is true, but it's a green 3. So green is anybody. So it's not super hard to get. He's really hard to kill for a 35-point piece. The only thing he's missing, I wish he had stealth, obviously, or some form of.
He does in a movement power.
Oh, does he? Oh, yeah, it's after mine. It's after. Yeah, so that's great. It's like almost not unoutwittable, but it's harder to outwit him. He has 2 defensive powers. He's 5 clicks long.
For 35 points, that's solid. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good figure. I like him better than the Prime.
He's great in Silver Age. No, we don't talk about it, but because you could give him the Nightbringer. Pull a Gardener type move where you come up, make.
Yeah, I was trying to think because you can do it with the utility belt, but it's like a 1 in 6, so it's probably not worth it.
Don't think I'd waste that on a 35-point Scarecrow.
I don't think there's another way to get free smoke.
No.
But yeah, it's a really good 35. Like. If you told me this was like a 50-point rare, I would not be surprised. So it seems undercosted to me. It seems good.
Yeah. Now whether it's playable, that's a different thing. It's just
it seems
costed correctly.
But I don't think that it's playable. I mean, the only keyword that it has is scientist.
Yeah, they're trying to push with this set. They're trying to push the Gotham City underworld and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's something there because it does theme with like the Lex Joker duo and things like that. Also Faust, Right.
Yeah, and I feel like anything that is under costed, because I feel like he's like borderline. He might be perfectly costed, or he might be a little under, considering all the stuff he does.
Yeah.
Those are things. It's like, let me store that in my mental base. For down the road, like, he may not be amazing in today's meta, but the meta changes like every 6 months, so he might be better come rotation or right before rotation. Who knows? So
yeah, and I would say just one last thing, right? I am probably potentially grading this set harder because it's the first DC set we've gotten in a long time, and.
That's fair.
And it probably feels like to me that some of the power isn't here.
Man, it's just crazy to me. This is the best set we've got in a year, in my opinion.
There's just a lot. There's not a lot of like even if you look at like Avengers Forever, right? And I know we're not to super rares yet, and
well, if you're going to talk about super rares, maybe it should wait.
Well, yeah, but so like, but just keep in mind, this is what's in my brain is like, there's not a Mission Point Thanos, there's not the Hulk clap, there's not.
I mean, there are those pieces later, like there are big chunky pieces later that we're getting to.
Also, I freaking loved almost all the duo figures. I love those pieces. I think they're really good.
Those are legacy cards. That's fine. I love the legacy cards, no doubt. No complaint.
What did you vote on my poll, Dan?
I didn't vote because.
What would you have voted on my poll, Dan?
As of my current level of excitement pre going through the set review.
Yeah.
Like a 4.
That's crazy. Okay, I mean it's fine to think that you are in the minority. You're in the bottom 10% of people on the set.
Right. See, where I thought you were going with you're judging it because it's a DC set was the fact that they're so infrequent. So when it comes to team building, it is difficult to think of Gotham City Underworld because. Who knows when we're getting another DC set? Are we limited to like one DC set per rotation? Like,
right?
Yeah, it'd be much better if it was as prevalent as X-Men or Avengers,
or even half as much. Like, if we got 2 sets a year, if that, like, then I'd be more excited about these name theme teams. But for now, yes, I'm looking at these like, okay, what are the generic keywords? Because that's kind of what you're limited to, unless you go non-theme.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. And just one more note, right? Like, and I know I don't want to be saying I'm skipping ahead, but like the DC sets in frequency has been bolstered by the fact that the chase themes have been astronomically good, right?
Like in general, like in Marvel sets?
No. The DC chase. The DC chases.
Yeah, so the last one was the death metal and the rings, which were great. Obviously, Skytailing thing.
Yeah. So it was the Secret Six,
and the lanterns,
and
which
the lanterns
weren't as good,
right? Which were good because they got. I mean, most of those were pretty dang good, like on their own. They were pretty good.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
JLU.
You got all of the sideline actives. Which was great. They were the
old Justice League, cartoon,
and then so Rebirth, you got Rebirth. You had the death metal pieces, right? So they were super popular.
They were popular.
Dark
they weren't
Knights,
super meta.
They weren't.
Yeah, super meta. No, there was like Murder Machine,
right? But they were super desirable,
kinda,
right?
Yeah.
For some people, yeah.
I mean,
that's the thing, though. Like.
And then before that, you had BTAS, right? I don't think I'm missing one.
No, that was BTAS.
BTAS, you had all of the sideline active pieces. So even if you weren't a DC fan, you were still drawn to the set because there were things that you needed to compete, aka the sideline active stuff.
I don't follow what you're going with, but that's fine.
Then I guess we'll see as we come up here on the chases, right? Like, are these chases must own given the infrequency of the DC set? And that leads back to my statement of maybe I'm judging it a little more harshly because of the infrequency, right? So like I want this to be a memorable thing 2 years from now.
To me, there was a comment that said if this set was released this year, it would be the best set of this year. I 100% agree with that. I think it's one of the best value sets that you can buy for bricks because you do get great team up cards, you get great legacy cards, and we complained about the -1 figure, but you get so much more value in your pack for having an object that's trading for $20 and having a common, and you need to buy a lot because you want all of those pieces. They're definitely trade bait.
So I know, what's his face mentioned that. Man, why am I blank? I'm bad with names. Sorry.
Alex hates this person.
No, it's one of our patrons. West Coast guy.
Jack.
Huh?
Jack.
Yes, Jackson. I think it was Jackson Smith, right? My thing with that though isn't the fact. Like I saw that and I was like, oh, you're right. But then my point was. No, it's the fact that we should be getting a figure and the object. Like, I know it might just be a common or an uncommon, sure, but we should be getting that with the object. I'm not saying the object should be that figure. We should be getting every pack with an object and that extra figure.
You could say that, and
that was my argument. That was my argument.
But of the three options, where one is you get a regular pack and then. Like every once in a while you'll get an object or it'll come with a figure, or the second option is what they've done, and then the third option is what they've done plus. right? Obviously, this is not as good, but it's better than normal. This is buying these packs is better than buying a normal pack.
So
because they made
at first glance,
until
we see how the market settles.
Because
first.
with a figure, because typically with there's an object in every pack, there's going to be something that's worth not very much at all. Now your objects that come with a figure typically go higher, especially if you need to complete a set. I don't think that was sustainable for a 70 object set, or how many ever there is.
There's like 60.
Yeah, the gajillion of them, right? 69 420. And so
we also don't know what rings are going to be like more playable than others, and that might bring some of the constructs down a bit. You know what I mean?
Right. And I would also
there's
say
one or two constructs that are bad. So,
and I would also say maybe I'm judging it a little more harshly, right? Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to like the DC set, it feels like I'm getting. It feels. Keep in mind, I'm very important highlight.
This is an I feel statement.
It feels like I'm getting less. Whenever I want the DC set to give me as much as possible.
Fair.
It's fair. You know, your feelings are valid, Daniel. Okay.
Okay. I mean, thank you. I'll go get my participation. I'll pick up my participation trophy next time I'm with you. But it does. It feels like I'm getting less whenever I expect more from the set.
Man, that one person who's really eager to hear our Prime Scarecrow review has been on the edge of their seat this whole time.
Right.
Which is we can talk about this later.
Which is odd enough, right? It's the sound on Prime Scarecrow as if it would be if I had a nickel for every time I had a Yellow Lantern Sinestro Corps Scarecrow. I would have
3 nickels.
I'd have 3 nickels.
Yeah, but this one gets the opportunity to actually equip the ring for free. So
yes, he does get the ring for free. That's always consideration because making free contracts is really good, like really, really good. So we got to consider
it's the only way to play it, I think.
I don't think so. I think that some of the rings are definitely worth the 10 points, even on non. But we can get to that later.
I mean, yeah, we've talked about that, and I've got a team build with that a little bit more, but that's just my initial take at it. But anyways,
sure. So Scarecrow, I think this is bad. I don't like this one. I like the non-prime better. So he gets the ring, so he can -2 people's stuff. He gets perplex when he uses perplex to target an opposing character after resolutions. You may generate a hindering terrain marker in that square. I wish the non-prime one had that. Remember, it's -2, and then he has Giant Reach 3, which poison and smoke cloud is free, but only generate 2 markers. And then he has free roll d6. This turn, Scarecrow can use the listed effect, and when he does, instead, targets all opposing characters that occupy one of his generated markers, regardless of range, adjacency, or line of fire. And on a 1 through 3, he can use Outwit, and on a 4 through 6, he can use Mind Control. So it's not Mind Control; it's free. It's just power Mind Control. And then he has a defense power that he doesn't start with, so it doesn't matter. So he can like make 3 squares of free hindering, and then he can either outwit 3 characters or he can mind control 3 characters as a power action. That's not good.
So
no, he can only do 2 characters, right? Oh no, because of the perplex. Because of the perplex. That's right. Yeah, my biggest if he had a stop click or something to protect him.
Yeah,
because that power is super good. That's awesome to be able to be I mind control regardless of range, adjacency, or whatever. So drop the smoke cloud and then carry him back into safety.
They say it's regardless of stuff, but you need to be within range of line of fire to perplex, and you need to be within range of line of fire to smoke cloud, except for the second one can be around a corner or something. So it doesn't really it sounds good when you say those words, but it's not really true.
Well,
2 of the 3 characters still have to be within range of line of fire.
Sure, but it's within his markers, right?
But Tylor, what it's there for is, I think, is if you, let's say that Batman's just sitting out there on a park bench, and then you perplex him, and then he becomes stealthed. You can then.
Oh, that's true.
You can then do the thing.
No. What I was going to say is there's no resolution for him generating a hindering terrain marker with his perplex.
That's true. It does stay. So if they were to stay there, then
you could. Well, not even if they stay there, the marker stays there. So
but
he can keep building them up, and then he's targeting more than 3. Potentially. So if you have him perplexing over subsequent turns, getting tie-up pieces in there, whoever, Clayface, whatever you want to get him tied up. He could be building that up to where he might be mind controlling multiple people, more than 3. Now, the problem is getting him to that point, because he is a little, flimsy. 75 points is a little much.
Really. Yeah. And no stop clicks, and they gave him a special power that's not on a stop click or a top click. If it's not on stop or top, it don't matter.
Yeah, and he does now. He'll be able to generate a thingy for free. So don't forget he can.
Yeah, that is true.
Make constructs to help protect a bit, but
he already has ESD.
I like that a lot, Tyler. If it's not on top or stop, it doesn't matter.
It's true.
Yeah. But he's not bad. He's just not meta. I
don't want to say he's bad. I just don't like the way he's designed or he works. It annoys me. Why does he have giant reach? I know later on he gets blades and stuff, but I don't know. It's just weird. I don't like him.
Sure. I think he's awful, but I love you know.
There you go.
It's just funny.
The
way you phrased that was was funny. So
the brain.
Another figure Tyler hates.
I don't hate it. I just think it's a little overhyped. It's good. All right, so this is the brain. He's 35 points. He's a tiny figure. He's got mind control, 11 attack, 1 damage without wit. Special defense power is invuln mind control. He is outwittable though. His improvement of characters with a 7 range, and then his big thing is trait leadership, and then once per turn for all characters with this trait. I'm glad they added that. The brain may be given a non-free action after being carried, but only if he shares a keyword with the character that carried him. He has animals and scientists are the big ones that he has. So, animal or scientists drop off teams. You move up, you outwit through characters, and then you get a free mind control or do something, another power action. But he's tiny, so you can't equip him.
Which is probably a good thing. He'd be crazy if he could.
The brain is amazing, right?
Better. For 35 points, yes, 100%.
I think he's okay. I don't think he's top of the top.
I think that it's really hard to not say something is good when it could be given a non-free action after being carried. That instantly puts it in my head in a higher, if we were doing the tier maker, a higher tier than a lot of other things. And the fact that he's only 35 points, he's not unique, right?
He's not, but his power is once per turn.
That's true. That's true. But he can outwit and target through people to do the outwit. A 7 range mind control. Keywords aren't bad. Animal and scientist.
Is there ways to give him additional bolts? That would be
no.
Okay.
Not in modern that I can think of.
Yeah. Okay.
But once again, it's 35. If we're talking 50, I'd be like, nah. With that, I'm out.
Right? No, I agree with you. This is probably my first, as far as the main set goes, probably my first A tier piece.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'm just kind of being maybe a little contrarian because I'm looking. I compare him to Scarecrow, and I was like, I like Scarecrow.
Tyler, you are. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why you're being contrarian?
I would love for you to tell me why.
Because earlier in the pot, you were sharing my thoughts for me. And I feel like maybe I can just do that once.
Okay.
Because everyone sees the word animal, the keyword animal, and they say, Tyler, this is obviously a piece that you can play, that you should play.
Is true.
And then you're like, no, I don't like being told what to do. So
there may be some truth to that.
I'm going to immediately say no and not like the brain.
Because every time a new animal comes out, it's like, Tyler, look at this animal. Like, yeah, I get it. But to that point, right, you are comparing this guy to Maggot, right? For 5 points less. Like, that's a big sell.
Oh, why would I compare this guy to Maggot?
Because he's animal on an animal drop-off team. That's like you're saying I could either get this guy on an animal drop-off team. But he has
a completely different function. I get you're saying like whether he fits on the team. Like you don't play this guy without maggots. That's so for me. It's like I don't.
Yeah, so you're saying
I don't like comparisons like that.
Well, that's the whole game of HeroClix is you have infinite numbers of things to do and you have to fit them onto the 300-point team. So you have to do, find what is your best return on the investment of points. So it's either 3 maggots or it's 2 maggots in this guy. And there's an argument for this guy because he adds new things, right? You can outwit through characters. You can mind control if they're susceptible to mind control, if they have like a Guy Gardner or something. So there is that, but you are comparing him directly to Maggot or to Chip on that team, but really not Chip because you're always playing Chip because he's the carry.
Yeah. I think the point is he complements Maggots too much to be like, oh, I'm going to play a third Maggot instead of the Brain. Well, the Brain
I don't think he
gives you the outwit.
Because you're playing like 2 Lockjaws, a Chip, and 3 Maggots, and the Brain. That's still
you could do that.
That's still like under that's still like under 300 points or something.
But no, stop. You could do what you said, Daniel, with 3 maggots in the Brain, or you could do 4 maggots, right? That's what you're comparing it.
I think I think by the time you reach 3, you can. Yes, I would agree that the Brain is way better than a 4th maggot.
Which is fine. You might be right because of the versatility, but you might be wrong. It's nice being able to deal 4 damage without rolling dice. That's pretty good. So
no, I get it.
He's definitely not bad.
But it's also nice. I think for the Brain, the reason why he complements so well is the outwit and the fact that he can mind control somebody to help get him in a better position for the maggots to drop maggots and do maggoty things. Like,
I think I might like him better on Scientists because they lack more drop off than Animals does. And I think Scientist is a great keyword, and like he's a good figure. Obviously, it's just the points are tight, and you do have to make that comparison. But he could be,
Yeah, I don't know. The problem with Scientists is like they have Wizard, so Wizard, like his improved targeting characters doesn't really do much.
Wizard. Oh yeah, but wait, you're talking about
Prime Wizard.
Prime, right?
Yeah, the one that makes it where they can't be blocked or hindered for lines of fire when they choose a character. Like I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's good on Scientist and Animal. Like I agree with Dan. This is one of the first. Like, yeah, I think this figure, because of his point cost, Animals and Scientist teams have to at least consider him strongly. Because
just real quick, you said, Dan, this is your first. You don't like Deathstroke at 50?
You're talking to me?
I'm talking to Dan.
At an A level?
I might put him at an S level.
Wow. Well, we'll get to that in the tier maker.
We will, but
Dan said this was the first figure he liked.
At an A level, yeah, and the main set. I would probably give Deathstroke a B currently based on this 10 attack.
That's crazy.
50 points for 10 attack is not up my alley.
But he gives you flashes on the celebrity. All
right.
We can move on.
I'm with you. Y'all said a lot about Deathstroke, and I do like
We
Deathstroke.
did.
I just not quite as high on Deathstroke as y'all are.
All right, Mr. Freeze.
So why does WizKids just have another figure that I feel like they struggle with is Mr. Freeze?
Really?
Yeah.
I think this is a great Mr. Freeze style. This is exactly what a Mr. Freeze style should look like.
Why is Mr. Freeze always so bulky?
Because he is. What do you mean?
He is bulky.
He's in an Iron Man suit that's less mobile.
I get that, but it's like he's always like big points, bigger things, but then he just freezes a little bit. You know what I mean? Like bigger dials seems to me like he should be doing more damage.
I feel like they're working with what they got. This is a Mr. Freeze dial through and through to me.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
100%.
This is Mr. Freeze, but he's...
I need better Mr. Freeze. This is not a good dial. But...
he shoots through blocking for what's that's worth. But, it's a Mr. Freeze. It's not a bad dial. For 60 points, he's 7 clicks long. He's got good stats the whole time. He's hard to chew through with the invuln. It's a fine Mr. Freeze, but it's not meta or anything.
Yeah, I agree.
Give me a meta Dr. Freeze. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Freeze.
Killer Croc.
That's a whole lot of orange.
Liking him. It is a whole lot of orange. 40 or 70. Free, so it's a rally die. Remove one of Killer Croc's rally die to generate a water terrain marker in his square. If you do at the end of the turn, generate one. And that's good because he's Dolphin. And he has Flurry, Charge, but do not have speed value if he occupies water terrain. And 8 movement. I don't really see it. It's
got a little bit of King Shark vibes.
Yeah.
Like don't have speed, so it's like a full
if you're in
movement.
water terrain, yeah.
But no, all that yellow's bad. For like 40 points, 10 for 3. Like no, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
No, we're still in rare, so that's okay.
Yep. It's a good
I'm
representation,
okay with that.
probably.
Yeah. Red X.
Red X. Man, all this figure does is make me sad that we got a Teen Titans Go set, not a Teen Titans set. Ugh. He's talking about a burning oven, a pizza oven. I don't want my Red X to do that. All right, but we got to talk about it. So he's a mission point character. The dial's okay for 60 points. It's similar to Mr. Freeze, where it's like, it's a 60 point for 7 clicks of good stuff. He's got good powers. But he has at the beginning of the game generated an evil pizza oven marker in a square within 3 squares of an opponent's starting area, so on their side. And then he has the pizza oven has characters within 2 squares have knockback at the beginning of your turn. If there are more friendly standard characters within 2 squares of the pizza oven, gain 3 mission points. It's like a King of the Hill type thing, but it starts on their side of the map. I don't really think there's a way to exploit this. Like, you could technically make some sort of move across the map.
Is the evil pizza oven marker indestructible?
It's a marker.
Oh, it's a marker, not an object.
Yeah,
okay.
not an object, yeah. Unless
but characters with 2 squares have knockbacks. That includes opposing.
Yeah, so it's like a king. It's really like a King of the Hill. You can knock people out of it.
Yeah. I guess at the end of the turn, if there are more friendly standard characters within 2 squares, gain 3 mission points.
Yeah. So you're basically giving your opponent 3 mission points at the start of the game, and then your goal is to go across and capture the pizza oven to get mission points.
Is that your marker? Do they?
Yeah, your opponent wouldn't get mission points.
It's your marker. Right? It's your marker from your character.
Yeah. So your opponent doesn't gain mission points. That's for sure.
Oh, is that true? Okay.
Yeah. So you got to get over there and hover around the mission point marker. Wait 7 turns with more friendly standard characters than your opponent within 2 squares.
He shares no keywords with any other mission point character.
Right.
Yeah.
So
not great. Cool, but not great.
All right.
Yeah.
Bane.
Always love a Bane. So he has 100 points and 40. No, 40? Yeah, yep, 40 points. 40 points. Okay, so he has a rally on rally 2. Free remove one of his rally tokens if you do. Modify combat values +1 until your next turn. That's one of the best rally ties we've seen, I think. Right, +1 stacks is great. Mm-hmm. He's got Stop Invincible halfway through the dial. He starts with Leadership and Outwit. I don't think he's better.
It's a running shot, Bane.
Yeah, it is weird because like they're trying to say like up top he's just like the criminal mastermind dude, and then the stop click is supposed to be where he turns on his venom, but like he shouldn't be dealing 4 damage up top dial. Then I would get the precision strike, but whatever. On his low dial, for what it's worth, he can with his rally die he can be a 13 for 5 on a 40-point piece. That's something, but man.
Let's not discredit the fact he does have Secret 6.
He does, and he also, if he's part of a Secret 6 team, the team up card is, if he's part of a team friendly characters have the wildcard team ability, something.
Yeah, because you could give stealth then, because you have commish, right?
Mm-hmm,
so you can. So this is a boon for the next 6 months, I guess, for Secret Six players if you want to try to play them at 40, maybe, just to kind of get that team up. Even though Secret Six, you usually play more than one figure, but
sure.
But to get that team up card's pretty good for certain teams. But adding any figure to Secret Six to help bolster that is something. So yeah. It's something.
Aquaman. So he can make 7 water train markers at the beginning of the game, and leadership when Aquaman uses like seeds, he can either generate a water train marker or a tentacle bystander within
his range, which is 4.
Range. Okay. And then if a 6 is rolled, he can do both. And then he has a trait, has a special damage power, which is close combat expert in power. When Aquaman uses Empower, he may treat friendly characters with Dolphin occupying water terrain as adjacent. So that is kind of cool because it's a global effect of Empower. So if they occupy water terrain, so people need 2 of them, it's just +2 damage if they're in the water. His tentacles are 10 for 2, and they also have Empower, so it can sort of stack up there.
Plasticity.
And Plasticity.
And Giant Reach 3 weight.
Yes. Yep. I do like sea monsters that can do that. He has a really good team up card, which is, I think it's a Ruler. Where'd it go? Aquaman.
If Aquaman is part of the Ruler theme team, standard friendly characters with the shared keyword with them have Dolphin.
Right, which is very
big. And that's huge.
Yeah, and there's a lot of rulers out there, so that could be something, but that's probably about it. But that is that's worth noting. Like that's a big deal to give your whole team Dolphin.
And that's especially
generate water.
And that's especially worth noting post Molecule Man world, because since Molecule Man could just change your markers from you, but being able to
Molecule Man ruler?
No, I don't think so.
That would have been great.
But the reason being is because 50 points to do all the Pog generation, but also to create 7 things of water, sit your rulers in there with Dolphin, because Dolphin is strong in water. Like, being able to not be, shot from 5 away?
4.
4?
Yeah.
Like, that's still strong. So, it is, like you said, it's definitely something to monitor.
Yeah, I think that, defense wins games, right? And I think that, you're not really defending. You're not, huh?
I disagree.
That's a fundamental difference between you two. So we could just move on after that statement.
So,
I'd say, I know what you're saying though. Yeah, he's very, very easy to kill.
And there's a lot of close combat stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't really have any defense from close. And, if things were different, right? And it was talking about, well, the big bad is shooting us from 13 away through everything with, 6 damage, then, maybe if that was still a concern, then maybe we'd be talking a little higher about Aquaman, but probably not.
Then again, I mean, giving rulers, which I don't know what the best, close range rulers are right off the top of my head.
Probably Wonder Woman.
but the fact that you're able to put those water markers anywhere on the map and help set her up a little bit to where she's also getting the Empower from Aquaman from anywhere on the map.
Susan of Atlantis is a ruler. She makes water train.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of setup here where, for 50 points, it could be a really good support piece. And you can also surround him with tentacles, essentially. I know that sounds weird, but
you can generate this guy with the Legacy Namor. That's kind of fun.
That is because of Atlantis. That's true.
Yeah,
that might.
He won't create
the biggest boon for him.
Yeah,
for that. But I don't hate it because the goal is you chill him in the back, and he puts out those 7. He made all of the ruler Dolphin. And you send out your ruler people to do ruler things. He's chilling in the back, surrounding himself with tentacles, which means it's going to be hard to get through him because they have to get up close. And by that point, they have Plasticity and Giant Reach and all that. I think he's not bad by any means.
Yeah, I agree.
200-point Wonder Woman, and then 75-point Wonder Woman.
Yeah, it's 200 or 75.
I will just say, starting here, you have to pay attention to every Wonder Woman because they have the equipment still work on them, and you can still switch them out because that just requires them to be named Wonder Woman. So just keep that in mind. So for instance, when Wonder Woman hits, she has a trait. When Wonder Woman hits after resolution, she means mind control is free, but only target a hit character. So that would work with the lasso, right? You get free action in cap and then free action mind control. So that's something there. Yeah, the problem is, I mean, she's not outwit protected. Is her biggest thing. You can fix that with the bracelets a little bit, and that's good, but it's probably not worth 75 points to do that. Definitely not worth.
You also fix that if you go deity theme team with your team up. If Wonder Woman is part of the listed theme team, which is deity, friendly characters have safeguard, outwit, and opposing prop control unless they are targeted by opposing character with a higher point value or that of the deity. So the higher point one probably isn't happening if you're playing her at 200. The deity one definitely more often, but even I don't think there's a ton of deity out there.
I think isn't what's his name? Scarab. Isn't Scarab deity? I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, he is.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean,
you can outwit across the board.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't mind her. I like that team up. It calls back to the deity trait that DC used to do. But yeah, probably not worth the points. But for meta, but it's a fine Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Her most playable is probably the 75 point if you're really trying to like get the team up, but also to do like you were talking with the lasso and the
best case is like
combos.
TK her out. She hypersonic. She hits somebody. She free in cap. She free mind controls. Then she switches to her bracelet so she can't outwit her super sense. That's not bad, but probably not worth 75 points.
Yeah.
Super rares.
First, John Stewart. I got to actually play him in Sealed. He was really nice to play in Sealed, but I do not see him playing him in meta.
That's probably true. I feel like there are better options for the Green Lantern, right? Because she gets a Green Lantern ring, and you're going to want to use that probably for something. But they're just better options between, you have Chip, you have the old Super Rare Green Lantern, you have the 20-point Green Lantern from the Legacy cards. So I don't think he ever makes the cut unless he has this key. He doesn't have any unique keywords. So yeah, probably not.
Right.
He makes the cut potentially in July.
Maybe there's a lot of good Green Lanterns in this set that he probably still doesn't, but he's there if you need it. Sinestro.
He can
actually pretty good, right?
He can perplex damage.
He can, So his thing is he has a trait that says perplex, and when he uses it, he can negatively modify damage values. And then the ring says you can modify -2 when you're modifying down. So he can perplex down people's damage values by 2. Is his big thing. He also has 75 points. He has Pulse Wave, but does 2 damage instead of 1. And then he has Leadership Outwit, so his Leadership Outwit Perplex. But it's super hard to be worth 75 points right now, and I don't think you can do it if you don't have a rollout or a stop click. Is his problem.
Right, but given that is so unique, I mean, it's got to be worth
keep it in the back of your mind.
Well, also don't forget if you're playing the Green Lantern Sinestro duo figure, this is the only Sinestro you're going to get, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you will break him out for sure if you're playing that figure, and that's a great figure to bring out. He doesn't come out on a great click though. The Charge Blades.
No, the Sinestro.
Yeah.
He comes out at Running Shot Pulse Wave.
No, you bring it back on their last click and then they heal 2.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's probably the worst click of his dial.
It is the worst.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's why does he have on 125 points he has Outwit, and at 75 points he has Leadership Outwit? Why why is he less points and he gets Leadership? Whatever.
I don't know.
It's good to keep in the back of your head. He can perplex damage -2. I don't think he's worth playing because he dies to EDC in today's meta.
And before we go further, just want to reiterate, John Stewart is going to be the closest non-prime lowest point non-prime Green Lantern will have.
Well, no, because we have a 20-point legacy card.
Oh, what 20-point legacy card do we have?
The Green Lantern, Kingdom Come Green Lantern.
He doesn't have the team up, does he? Or does he have
the keyword? He better.
No, the team ability. Team ability.
Oh, team ability. Oh, I'm
talking purely because Green Lantern Corps is arguably the best team ability in the game, right?
That's true. That's fair.
So I'm not talking about keyword. I'm talking purely Wonder Woman. We're used to Chip. We're used to Hal. Once those are gone,
we're used to Team Lantern. Yeah, that's true.
We're stuck with John Stewart. We're gonna get to Prime Batman, Joe Mullen, and then the duo figure. And so John is the 50-point non-prime. He's really so. Don't listen to us and say, "Oh, I don't need to get John." You probably want to get a John Stewart for future because he's going to be like the only access to Green Lantern until we get another set with Green Lanterns outside of a prime. That's really good. Yeah. So just keep that in mind.
All right.
The non-prime Batman, though.
Non-prime Batman.
It's a fine representation of Batman. He doesn't do anything good or unique enough to be meta, but he starts with the cloak. He has a Into the Shadows type charge thing.
You mean the utility belt, right?
What'd I say?
The cloak.
Oh, he does technically have a cloak. I think it's a cowl, technically. So, never mind. Yeah. He starts the utility belt.
Edna Mode would be very disappointed in Batman.
He's got Outwit, Perplex, Empower his whole dial. Like it's a good 60-point dial. It's just not meta.
Right.
Yeah.
Prime Batman. Why have I heard a lot about? Why have I been heard a lot about people being very excited about Prime Batman?
Oh, because he's good. He's real good.
Tell me why.
Let's go through. So he has a trait. He gets to equip both the utility boat and Green Lantern at the same time, and they're both free on him. He has the Batman Ally and Green Lantern Corps team ability, two of the best team abilities. He's 100 points and 25 points. He has an attack power, Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud is free, but only to generate one miss marker or one marker. So he can always be in stealth if he wants to be. That's great. Opposing characters occupying or adjacent to Batman's Smoke Cloud markers can't use improved abilities and must break away as if they are adjacent to Batman.
Improved movement. You said improved abilities.
Improved movement abilities, yeah. So that's obviously great. People are playing the objects, the Plastic Man objects for that. You can block up doors, things like that, stop people from breaking away. And then he has, only on his top dial, he has defense power, invincible, willpower, and remember his willpower is +1, so it's a 4 through 6. When he succeeds, after resolutions modifies combat values by +1. So 50% of the time he has +1 combat value, so it'd be a 13, 19, 5 up top. That's pretty good. Gets to make constructs, all that. People are probably talking about him most for his low dial. He's going to be a really good support piece.
So at 100, right? What am I missing here that just stops an regular old Outwit from taking this guy?
I mean, he's going to be stealthed, so you got to, I know, once again, Scarlet Witch could see through that, but a majority of the time he's going to be stealthed. He's going to have...
So stealth is the only thing that we're...
Yeah, stealth is his only defense, and I agree with you, Dan. It's not enough to make him worth it at 100 points.
Okay.
Because he's outwittable. Even if he wasn't, it might not be enough because, again, you really want either stop clicks or rollouts. Those are the two big things. If you look across the meta, almost everybody has them. Like Saki doesn't have a stop click, but he basically has 15 of them. So those are probably the things you're looking for. But talking about 25 points, he get 25 points. He has a Batman Ally team ability, Green Lantern team ability. Those are probably the two most copyable team abilities you want. And he gets the Green Lantern ring, and he gets the utility belt. That probably alone, those four things are probably worth 25 points at least. Then he's a phasing taxi. Then he has a wit. Then he still has his special smoke marker, which can help tie up pieces and things like that.
Yeah, I definitely like him at 25. I think he's fine. There's a lot of competition though for primes.
There is.
It's just I don't know. He's really solid, but it's like, is he solid enough? And I don't know.
There's only 2. Like, if we're being honest, like, there's a lot of competition at primes, but really we're like, oh, he's a prime. How does he compare to Mad Jim and Destroyer, right? Like, that's the first cut.
The third best prime in Modern is
irrelevant.
Yeah, no one knows. Everyone's like, it's subjective. Right. It's like, those are the top 2.
It has to be very keyword dependent. Like, you're playing high evolutionary animals as an example. And I agree with you, Dan. I don't know if he makes it. Like, he has Cosmic, which is okay, and maybe play him on a detective team. Having the ability to copy those 2 team abilities is really, really valuable, especially if you're playing him with, obviously, people who can copy them. Like, he teams with the Flashes, right? Having the Flashes of Green Lantern and Batman are amazing.
Yeah.
Being able to make his constructs is amazing. Shout out to Jason Allen. He pointed out that the utility belt, I don't know why I can't remember that word. The utility belt can give him plasticity, and so then his smoke cloud becomes very good. You might want to power action smoke cloud with him, because they have to break away as if they are adjacent to Batman, and they can't use improved abilities. So if you smoke cloud their team, they have to roll a 6 to break out, essentially, or be TK'd or something. But that's very valuable for 25 points. He also, we didn't say it, but he has barrier for 25 points. So there's a lot that he can do for 25 points. But Dan's right that it's a very competitive prime marker right now.
Yeah.
He can also roll on shape change. Don't forget that too. I mean, so
yeah, he can get on shape change.
But he also does have access to all those constructs, even the old Wonder Woman ones. So he could get the old catcher's mitt to be able to do the autonomous one. So that could put him at a 20. I mean, so I don't. 100 points is kind of the threshold for me.
At a 20?
No. Look, he'd be at a. Sorry. So I'm about to have my discussion real quick about 100 real quick, because you guys have already thrown him off of that.
We have. Okay, go ahead.
100 points is kind of my threshold of, does it have outwit protection? Because I'm playing Scarlet Witch at 75 and she absolutely does not. She has a stop click, I get it, but she doesn't have stealth and all that. I wish she did. I wish she had some of these things that Batman has. Being able to, like, 50% of the time have a 13 for 5.
And he can get range combat expert, so he can be a 14 for 6.
And so he'd be 19 defense, probably throwing out the catcher's mitt at some point. Yeah, so 21, and in stealth. Like, there's something there. I'm not saying it's, like, amazing. Like, oh, this is like a world beater. Everyone, it's Gladdy Daddy all over again. But 100 points to get really high stats, potentially, and have all the usefulness of the Green Lantern Corps constructs and the utility belt, like, that's not something for me to say, he could be outwitted. Well, just don't let him get outwitted. Like, just in my head, I'm like, he protects himself from stealth. They got to get up close. If they're getting up close to outwit me, I should have other things in place to either make sure that doesn't happen, or they're going to pay the penalty of getting that close to outwit them. So I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying I think there's potential there to not.
I'm thinking that if he had cosmic energy at 125.
Yeah, a whole other story.
Yeah.
The outwit, there are ways to mitigate that for sure. There are multiple things they would want to outwit, like ESD, shape change, the defense power, right? But my bigger thing is he doesn't have rollouts. He has access to 1, and he doesn't have a stop click. Those are what I look for like the 75 to 100 range. Or on Outwittable Mastermind always puts you over the top, just because there's very few ways around that. And he doesn't have either of those. And I think there's too many holes in his defenses to rely on him at that point value. Like, there are good stuff. I'm not saying he's bad, but I don't think it's good enough to be. I think he's worse than Gladiator, and he's not played really. Like, he's played a little bit, but so he's not bad. He's just not He's not enough for the meta, I don't think.
Yeah.
Fair.
But he's not bad. And he's awesome. Like, he's Green Lantern Batman. His sculpt's amazing.
Saint Walker, which is our first blue.
Our first blue, yes. So the blue ring is Empower. And when they use Empower, also modify, if they can already use it, when they use it, also modify attack by +1, which is great. That's great. I think that this ring might be worth equipping without, because like I'm just thinking of animals. Jason Allen said it before earlier today in our chat, and it gives you access to Empower for 10 points. That's I miss Grodd. It's not Grodd, but having an Empower is good on a drop-off team. It's probably worth 10 points if you don't have access to it.
Yeah.
That's just a general good view of the rings in general.
Well, so I think the blue ring is the first one that just like grants something universally useful.
Well, Sinestro, right? Like Perplex. Like I know we have the Darkhold, but this Perplex also
isn't the Perplex that just negative?
No, Perplex. If this character can use Perplex when they use it,
gotcha.
Negative. No, it's just normal Perplex.
Yeah, I agree that one's good enough too.
And you get the constructs. Don't forget the constructs had a power. It's still something.
Oh man, I'm still just hard pressed to believe that the power actioning a construct once per game is worth it. But
it's not worth it on its own, but it's worth it. I think it is. I think
right. I just think in a world of the Darkhold, right? Like Yellow Lantern Ring doesn't compete with Darkhold. But
really,
Blue Lantern Ring competes with Darkhold.
I think it does because of the construct.
I do too. I agree with that.
Plus, they're unique. They're so you can only have one Darkhold. So I mean, have the Sinestro.
Except for the fact that like you could play Scarlet Witch and a Darkhold on your team.
Okay.
Can you? Does that still work?
Yep.
So I mean, that's fine. The remote cases you're doing that, but equipable Perplex is still good, even though we have the Darkhold.
Wait.
Yes.
Does that mean you could play like a Wonder Woman from the Wonder Woman set with the lasso, and then you can play Wonder Woman from this set and equip her with the lasso?
You'd have to pay for the second one. Yes.
Well, no, because it's. Oh yeah, you would have to pay for the second. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that gives me ideas. Never mind.
But no, Sinestro. Like, if we're talking about the rings that do like grant powers, Perplex and the Empower.
I would say Sinestro Ring is better than Darkhold on its own. I don't think many people are playing Darkhold on its own, but I think it's better, and I think they're both will see play with the new equipment.
Yeah, that's fun.
Saint Walker. He's pretty cool. When I first saw him, I thought that his 40-point or his 30-point line was on click 4, and I was like, "This guy, this guy is great." But it's not. So he has Empower, and when he uses it, he may treat other friendly characters within range and line of fire as adjacent. His range is 5, so that's kind of cool. He gets the +1 attack as well. And then on his top dial, he has another trait.
Sorry, real quick. So the blue gives you Empower, and if you can already use Empower, it does what?
It gives you +1 attack on close attacks.
Oh, okay, so like the tarot card does.
Yes, like the tarot card. If you have the tarot card, it'd be +2 attack.
Yeah.
And then he has another trait. Attack rolls of 11 made by friendly characters within his range of 5 are critical hits. And then if Saint Walker is 60 points, it's 10 or 11 is also critical hits. It's not like super significant, but it's nice to have. And then top dial, he has a enhancement Perplex as a special power. So top dial, he's a decent running shot piece for 60, and he also gets you Perplex, special enhancement, and or special power and enhancement. And then at 30 points, he gets you TK enhancement and his special empower. So
I like the way they've split that dial to where it's like he's an attacker here with some support, and then he's lower dial, now he's like full support.
I would have really liked the 30-point line to
I'm
be
not so sure
that
the blue core is known for their attacking, though, to be honest.
Yeah,
they're not. They're the hope, right? They give people hope. They empower others.
I don't think he sees play at 60, but I think he sees play at 30.
Right. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Like a 30-point TK with enhancement is pretty good on its own, but add in all the other stuff he does with the empower and blah 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 blah. Like that's all good. Like
I really like him at 30 as a support piece.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So Larfleeze.
Larfleeze.
Um,
is super good.
We'll get into it.
I mean, we're here.
All right. So so traits. He has a. So firstly, the ring. The ring gives you plasticity. It's okay. And then if you can already use plasticity, when you hit with a close attack, if they are equipped with something, you become equipped with it. So normally what that means is you would unequip the orange ring, you would drop it, and then you would be equipped with a new thing. But Larfleeze, his second trait, his first trait is plasticity. Opposing characters within range can't automatically break away. That's also very important because you automatically break away from constructs, and you cannot automatically break away from his constructs if you are within range, which is 6. So that's useful. And then his second trait is Larfleeze can be equipped with any number of equipment at the same time. So that's a big thing. You can punch people, you still keep your other stuff, you equip theirs. You can do swap outs and equip him with multiple things in your starting area. And then he also has, when a non-standard character within range and line of fire is KO'd, after resolutions, you may roll a d6 and heal him equal to half the result. So that non-standard characters includes his constructs. So if they die by moving 5 or more away from him, which is still within his range, he gets to roll the heal. So those are 2 big things. Then he has top dial is charge mind control. Mind control is free, but only to target non.
He has that also the first click of his lower dial too.
Okay. Non-standard characters. I don't think that is basically.
It's just charge at mind control. Yeah, charge at mind control. That's what that is.
And then he has a defense power that's not on stop or top, so it doesn't matter.
Right, you're unlikely to get there.
So he's got cosmic energy. So
he has invincible top dial.
That helps.
So he checks that mark. He's got Orange Lantern, Cosmic, Herald, and Monster. So Cosmic Monster, great keyword.
He's an X-Man.
Yep, he could be. Yeah, sure. So you could essentially get him without doing X-Men swaps and all that. Start with Orange Lantern, assign him something, right? Can't you just assign him? Or no? No, you can't, because that would take the ring. So you would need Mad Jim, who's also Cosmic.
Yep, you could do
that. To just give him another object.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you wanted to go to X-Men route and break theme because you're playing Mad Jim, then you could drop a bunch of things or whatever, right?
Yeah, you could swap and drop, right? I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of options with him, sure. But I know the first thing that Tylor would say was he's a charge piece.
Yeah, and I did. I said that when he came. He's a charge piece.
So, all right. So, I think I tend to agree with Tylor, right? If we just jump straight to the point. He's a charge piece with only 6 range. So, let's ignore the... So, like, I think the fact that he can be on Cosmic or he could be on X-Men, gives him enough defensive mobility, right? Like, getting him out of runes or getting him away from Beast, right? With Venom Magneto, or like Star Sapphire or barriering up, maybe, right? Like I'm going to give him. I'm trying to give him a pass to be fair here, okay? It's just, what's he going to do?
He's great for the next 6 months for sure.
Let's just stay away. Let's just stay 7 squares away from this guy. And we should be okay for a minute.
No, he's great for the next 6 months. Absolutely.
Why?
Like, he will see play. Silver Surfboard exists.
Gives him hypersonic.
And he doesn't lose it because he has Cosmic.
Yeah.
So, like, giving him hypersonic makes him a completely different character. Because he can boop in, hit you, steal your object, run away. And he's got whatever object you got. And hypersonic is what he needs, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, so once Silver Surfer goes away, and if he doesn't have it at that point, sure, he might take a hit. He definitely takes a hit. But with Silver Surfboard, like, turn 1, have Mad Jim just, here's the Silver Surfboard. You now have hypersonic. equip them out, hypersonic for 10, 3 range, popping out constructs, hitting people, 12 for 4, 13 for 4, whatever you want to do. Like, that sounds to me, oh yeah, that's good.
If
like
you equip him with a surfboard, he doesn't have a rollout.
Okay.
He just dies, I feel like. 19 invincible is not enough for a tent pole. Or if you're playing him lower, 18 in invuln is definitely not enough.
I mean, you can get a sword in there if you really want to give him this shape change sword. If you desperately got to have a rollout.
You do.
But I don't think so, but okay. I don't live by the sort of you have to have a rollout because I also play Sarkir and Iron Man who has no rollouts. I know he's way different, but
he has stop clicks. Rollouts are stop clicks.
So Sakari and Iron Man might be harder to KO than Larfleeze.
Okay, you guys have so much high standards.
Oh no, he might be harder to KO.
So figures are bad if they don't have rollouts. If they get runes, that's not
if
true.
If they don't have rollouts or stop clicks, and they're in a main attacker on your team. No, I amend that. Rollouts, stop clicks, unoutwittable mastermind. Can you name a figure without one or multiple of those things that is good as a primary attacker?
I mean, that's probably fair. I can't write at the same time. That's asking me in the middle of an argument.
Yeah, that's
a very specific thing. But
it's the same amount.
Well, depending on the damage. Obviously, if they have 3 damage figures, this guy's hard.
Well, I mean, that's kind of hard because, you can kind of predict that. Let's just assume that you're getting 3 attacks with 5 damage. It's the same amount of damage. Assuming that it's penetrating. I know we're making 2 big assumptions here, but most damage is penetrating these days.
I don't agree with that. I don't think most damage is penetrating. I don't think you can rely on impervious, but I don't think most damage.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's because Saki's 5/5 is object, 5 is KO. 5 to Larfleeze, 5 penetrating, 5 penetrating, and he's dead.
I think you're just saying 5. Most teams I don't think can do 5.
4 is probably more reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You send it to the center of Sarkir and Iron Man, which we all agree is just garbage now because of this set. So
I don't think I was
outsiders.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Oh my god, he's garbage now.
I think Sakari and Iron Man would be so good, right? Like if you tell me
it would be, man.
Sakari and Iron Man with just with 2 powers, and he's 10 for 2. Like I still think that's.
I agree with that. If you just remove the pluses, he's still a great piece. I agree with that. I thought about that. I'm like, even if you remove that clause in his trait, he's still played. So,
yeah.
But anyway, I like Larfleeze. It's a really cool Larfleeze style. I like that he really works with his constructs, which makes sense because he's the only Orange Lantern, and they're that's cool. He does heal. He can heal pretty consistently because of the things dying.
Basically 6 times because there's 6 constructs.
You would like to have 7 those on the board at some point, but
I know, but who cares if the spotlight goes away or something? The ones that no one cares about, and there's no orange is the one that was missing from Wonder Woman 80, by the way. So
he just has the standard ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary of Larfleeze.
Yeah, I think for me, the thing for me is I give more, I guess, to the whole non-standard getting KO'd, the fact that he could just kind of do that for free. He's got to survive, but I feel like it's difficult to just take him out in a turn if I'm playing correctly. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but I feel like that's difficult.
You're talking about him at 175, right? As a tent pole.
Probably, but 100 points still isn't terrible. That's a decent 100-point dial, but he dies a lot faster. So
sure.
I don't know. The fact that he could just kind of heal at will, because it is a free action to bring out the thing, and it is an action though for it to move.
Right. Yeah. That's
why. Or you bring it out for freeze and he runs and attacks, right? So he moves out of the range and it goes away. And it's just still in his range and line of fire. Like, he could just heal.
Man,
So,
imagine they give him Mastermind, so he can mastermind his construct. That would be cool.
wow. Sure.
Where's the equivalent of Master?
Anyway,
Tylor, I'm convinced.
I like him.
Tylor, attaboy. Attaboy.
Okay.
Good answer.
All right, we can move on.
Dexstar. Man.
Dexstar. Yeah.
I almost forgot Dexstar existed because he was like previewed so
a
early.
year and a half ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh yeah, Dexstar.
I would actually consider him for animals if he didn't have Battle Fury, but you can't carry him up and do anything. His big thing is like he can hypersonic blades with precision strike Battle Fury, so no rollouts really, and then he gets to make a chainsaw, and then that chainsaw can flurry 11 for blades. So it does a lot of damage, but I don't think it's there. The red ring, we've already talked about it. It gives poison if they can already use it. It's penetrating, so he's penetrating poison, but I don't think you're really using it with him. It's a
Yeah, it's not great.
I don't like Dexstar as a character. It's just a cat.
Tylor's a cat hater. He's a dog person.
Well, it's just like
that's
dumb.
literally how Dexstar's story starts.
This is the angriest cat in existence, and then all the rings, they gotta go to like sentient creatures. This is not a smart cat. It can't talk. It's just a cat. There's never been any animal. There's never been a shark that's angrier than this cat. I don't get it.
So it's not. You got to remember, I think you're using the wrong adjective. To be honest, Dexstar is not angry. He's vengeful.
Rage specifically.
Rage. Yeah. So
they vomit lava.
They vomit acid blood, right?
I don't know what it is. It's some liquid that melts people.
Right. So, it's fine. I like Dexstar as a character, but
cool.
Yep. Indigo 1.
Indigo 1 is bad.
Well,
awful.
Indigo. This is the first Indigo, right?
Oh yeah. I don't even know what the ring does, to be honest with you.
Indigo Tribe Ring. It gives you support, and if this character can already use support, when they use it, increase the number of clicks healed by 1.
Whoop-de-frickin' do.
Now, there are teams that can use support.
No. I stand by this statement. Ever since I've been playing HeroClix, support has never been good. There has never been a character that works with that is just support character that is good. It will never be good. Until I'm proven otherwise, I believe that.
Okay. All right. I got one. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
I do too.
You go first then, Alex.
No, you go, because I've got 2, potentially.
Do you want to guess my answer? Anybody?
Jane Foster.
Oh, yeah. Jane Foster from TMT healing Mangog. Yeah.
30 points, support even if her target is adjacent to an opposing character.
So? You're not using her.
That was
she saw a lot of play.
Not for support.
Yes, that's all she does.
There's no way. Let me look her up.
Yes.
Jane Foster.
She also could have been shot or something. She was good on Avengers.
Yeah.
Yeah, she saw play for sure.
No, she did not.
Yep.
And you're not allowed to say this doesn't count, just by the way.
I'm going to.
But Lockjaw picking support for Uni happened a lot.
I'm going to say that doesn't count. The fuzzy characters, Jason. Jane Foster never saw play.
Yeah, Sam played her, I think, at one point. On the Hawkeye team, wasn't Jane Foster on there?
I would like to.
Are you supporting?
I would like to just say. I would like to. I specifically had to beat a Jane Foster based team to win my first world champion.
Jane Foster based team. Mm-hmm. Those are the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, because they were using Mangog was carrying Jane Foster around.
Why?
To not to get healed, because it was 150 point Mangog.
To be healed is what he means.
To heal Mangog.
I don't care. It's bad.
Just because you don't like a power doesn't mean it's bad.
It's bad.
Now, the Indigo Tribe ring giving support as a power.
Yeah, you never use that ring.
Well, it's not that I wouldn't say you never use it. There are instances where if you're playing more of a tentpole, like a Thanos team, something with long range, where you like to sit in the back and you're worried about taking damage or something, it's not bad. It's just in a world where pushing damage is gone, support is not as good as it used to be. Because you used to be like, oh, I'm pushing to do cool things, and now I'm down a bit. Okay, support yourself back up.
Yeah, and then specifically, I did have to kill that Jane Foster to win that top 32 round. So, like, I'm with Alex on this one. That Jane Foster was...
Jane Foster, isn't that the one that also turns into, like, thunder or something?
Yeah, like it turns into one of the Jane Thors.
Yeah. Like, so she saw a point. It was her and Eric Masterson or something that was like...
I remember Eric Masterson. He was good.
Yeah. Also, another good support back in the day for a hot second was Night Nurse, because she was only 20 points and had defend and support, so 16 defend. The problem is when you have support and you don't have a defend to bring them down to like a reasonable. So I'm rocking a 20 defense in prep, and it's like, all right, I got a 10 attack support. Hope I can hit. Like,
fine, you guys are allowed to be wrong about support.
No, I agree with you about like support in today's meta isn't as good unless they already have like a low defend, which only happens on people that already have support. So, which is not like any. I can't think of any off the top of my head in currently modern legal that have that kind of thing. So,
all right.
But what about Indigo One? It's herself. Like, is she just bad?
Yes. She can use support for characters within range and line of fire, so she can range support from 6 squares away. Then after resolutions, gain mission points equal to the number of clicks that were healed. I don't think that is relevant. And then she has friendly bystanders within range can use support, so her constructs can use support. That's cool. But she's bad. She is phasing in-cap ESD leadership 10 for 3. She is not a good figure.
Yeah, if she had a low point dial.
Yeah, maybe
30 or something.
Maybe if she had a 30-point dial on click 4.
Oh gosh, that 50, like that 50-point dial, give it to me at 25.
That 50-point dial?
Well, she's only
dial
60.
You want it at 25?
Yeah, she's only 60.
Wait a minute. Sorry, never mind. I'm looking at Fatality.
Okay.
Oh, he's jumping ahead.
Yeah,
Indigo 1.
I had clicked the wrong piece.
If Indigo 1 was like 30 points and you got her on click 4, then I might consider playing her.
Yeah. I would say if Indigo 1 was 30 and you just got clicks 1 through 4.
Yeah, one of those, like, she passes this line and she's KO'd.
I am not paying any points for that starting click.
30-point leadership, yeah, probably.
Well, she can make constructs. You know, you always have to consider that. It's really good. It is really good. I think people are selling that short. It's going to be like a staple, I feel like, for a while.
Fatality.
This one's kind of bad, I remember. So she has the violet ring. Is that right?
Star Sapphire.
Yeah, that's a violet, right?
Right, but it would be
Star Sapphire.
It'd be Star Sapphire when you're looking up to tell us what
if I remember right, it's Mystics, and if they can already use it, it's unavoidable Mystics, I believe.
Yeah.
Cool Mystics, I don't know, that might be good on somebody that, like, I don't know, like Stakarian Iron Man or something. But no, his doesn't work because he deals damage to himself. Something like that. But when she uses Mystics, after resolutions, modifier attack and defense by +1 until the end of your next turn. Kind of cool. She has traded Mind Control, and when she uses it after resolutions, deal 1 penetrating damage to each target missed by Mind Control. She only has 1 target, and she's a charge piece. And then she has Place Called Fangs, Precision Strike, Giant Reach 2. She's like a close combat blades piece. Which is almost never good.
Well, she can also go Sinestro or Star Sapphires, too.
Why does she have Sinestro? I don't know this figure.
Part of Sinestro, I guess, at some point. The problem with Sapphires ring is that we already have really good Mystics related.
That's true.
I like the Soul Sword. If that didn't exist, it's like, oh yeah, I'd put this on a Mystics character. Like not Scarlet Witch because she needs a Darkhold. Blackheart, yeah, I'll put him. Well,
Yep.
Soul Sword's obviously way better. So
does Soul Sword give Mystics? It does, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this one's hard. Like it would be better if this was on like a tanky, non-attacking figure or like a support Mystics person. Then maybe
some sort of like support piece that's hard to kill. Like a haha Joker type figure, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like
but even then, you'd rather have blades on him, probably. But you can make the chainsaw, so probably this sword.
Yeah, you probably aren't equipping this ring on someone. You're not equipping this ring on someone with Mystics. Like,
yes,
9 times out of 10,
true.
You're equipping it to give Mystics, which at that point you cannot equip the Soul Sword, which is why you would probably want Mystics. So it's kind
probably on your second character that you want Mystics on, because the first character gets the Soul Sword.
Yeah, it really depends. Like
if you wanted to play 2 Blackhearts,
maybe.
What about something what about Venom Magneto? Ugh. Like if you were in a position to where you wanted to assign this, give him Mystics to be a bigger deterrent, because it's already kind of hard to kill him at times. But if they do kill him, they're at least taking some damage for it, and he gets to make constructs. So he's already doing like free TKing, and then he makes a construct. Like,
I get it. I don't want a Mystics character. Like, he's 2 clicks long. That's like the least value Mystics in the world.
Yeah, but there's been a couple times I've been sitting there team building, and I've got like 10 points left, 15 points, and all my people have already been assigned.
Did you just punch the shit out of your desk, Alex?
I put my arm down pretty hard because I'm angry at the discussion.
I can tell. Right? I am. I'm just. It jolted.
I was doing this from across the room, though.
It jolted me through my headphones. I was like, "What the fuck?" God.
Yeah, I threw something near the mic on the other side.
We better move on to Wonder Woman here before Alex gets like.
Yeah, I think Vitality's bad. I think we moved to Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
All right, Wonder Woman. Super Rare Wonder Woman, Mission Point Wonder Woman. She's 100 points or 45.
Mm-hmm.
She has a few traits. She's like an in-cap mission point piece. You know what's also dumb? She doesn't share any keywords with Malekith. She doesn't have deity. She has deity. He doesn't. He has mystical. She doesn't for some reason. She has warrior. He doesn't. It's so dumb. Sorry, I got upset about that.
I could tell.
Yes.
Would you like to punch your desk?
Well,
you want to punch your desk real quick?
They're like 2 in-cap mission point pieces, and they
non-themed.
They routinely share keywords. She normally has mystical. He can have warrior or deity, whatever. She has 2 traits. Emissary of Peace, super senses. When Wonder Woman uses it and succeeds, she can't be targeted by range attacks this turn. You have to consider that she can have the bracelets equipped, so that could be unavoidable. She has in-cap as a trait. When an opposing character within range, which the range is 6, within range with 2 action tokens, would be given an action token. After resolutions, gain 1 mission point. Then she has a speed power on both lines, which is charge, and friendly characters that can use in-cap can use charge. Shout out to Paparazzi. And
shout out to all the mystical Mad Jim molecule. You can charge now, baby.
True. And then she has a damage power only in her top click. She doesn't start within our lower points, but she gets
I don't mind that.
The charge? It's not nothing. It's definitely not nothing.
Granting a movement power globally is,
I agree.
As 45, like especially at 45, right? Like that's a big ups.
Yeah, you can pick Flurry in cap with Sicari and Iron Man instead of charge. Boom.
Or there's is there a sword that gives in cap?
The last
you know what?
Does, right?
Flash has in cap. She can give flash charge.
Oh, what? You know you're being facetious when you say that.
I do indeed know that. But real quick, your damage power, just to get it out. Once per turn, when an opposing character within range and line of fire attacks a character of equal or more points than themselves, after resolutions, you may give the attacker an action token. So, real quick, before we move on, I have a rules question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So she says, when an opposing character within range
and line of fire.
What?
Yeah.
For the second trait.
Okay.
When an opposing character within range with 2 action tokens would be given an action token after resolutions gain 1 mission point. Now, there are some people that say give that character an action token. If they cannot, then do 1 penetrating damage. Would that trigger this?
I think so.
You think so? I'm not sure, because in that
situation... I mean, they worded it very specifically. They didn't say when the opposing character within range with 2 action tokens would be given an action token from NCAP.
Well, I know, but my question is because you're not giving them action. It would say it's hard to explain. It's like, give them an action token. If you can't, then do something else. So, you're never actually attempting to give them the action token.
I think I would say that it is worded poorly.
I mean,
it is worded poorly from my understanding. Now, there's probably people that'll be like, well, it's worded fine, and it works just like that. I'm probably going to go with, it does work like you said.
Like it would still count for her trait.
Right.
Yeah, because the problem is you can't be given a 3rd action token. So it's anything that would give it. So that means you're trying to give it, and then you just can't. Okay. So I think anything that tries. So I think that triggers for anything that gives an action token when they are
to. Yeah, for sure.
Period.
Yeah. I would like to share a short, quick list of things that would enjoy having charge.
Okay, I'm excited.
That have capabilities of having income.
Nope, just in general, people who want charge.
Right,
okay.
From her
list.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Mad Jim, Merlin,
okay,
Chronal Echo bystanders,
Uh-huh.
Immortus.
Oh boy.
I know, nothing over the top yet. Collector. Miss Minutes.
Are you just going through the list of people with NCAP?
No.
You are not selling me on this.
I'm probably not, but that's what I got so far.
My big one's Paparazzis. Paparazzis with charge is great.
Yeah.
They get a sidestep and then charge. That's awesome.
For 0 damage? Yeah.
Well, they get NCAP. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but I think the point of this is someone who has NCAP and can still at least do something with the charge.
I don't know. I think it's really good for Paparazzi. Yeah, her thing, it's kind of cool. She's the emissary of peace, so her mission is to just win through non-violence. You gotta NCAP the team until you win. That's kind of cool. I already built the team with her that you guys saw, so I think it's pretty cool. So best case scenario.
Okay, I'm done.
So her best case, right? The dream scenario with her is that she obviously, you can play her with the Wonder Woman equipment, so you get the lasso, and she has triple targets, so she gets to do that. So the team that I built and I showed earlier in the group chat is you play her with another shifting focus Wonder Woman, so you have access to the double NCAP that they used to do. So that's 2 AoE NCAPs. Then you can retail with Giganta, which is another AoE thing that gives out action tokens. And then you can have access to 2 Green Lantern constructs, popping them out through either playing 2 different lanterns, or you can play 2 Green Lanterns, one of the old ones that can just make constructs without the ring, and then one of the new ones that needs the ring. You can do it twice. So that's 4 free AoE NCAPs through the lassos and the Wonder Woman lassos, and then 1 because of the retail. So if they're all grouped and there's 7 people next to each other and you hit all those things, you get 21 mission points that turn. That's pretty cool. Like it's not. They're hopefully they don't group up like that. They're probably not going to. But that's kind of cool. And I think there could be some viable mission point team like as a secondary option here.
I think another piece to consider is that theme or non-theme? That's
Justice. You can do it with Justice League theme.
Okay. If you're going non-theme to play with like Malekith or something, Legacy Iceman isn't a bad choice either.
Yes. So I built something with that because you can do Legacy Iceman, and then you can do her because you also play with Genesis because she's warrior, and then you get access to both famines. So one famine is if they have an action token, they modify their stats by -1, and then the other famine is you can only clear tokens by clearing tokens. So both of those are kind of cool.
Leaderships, yeah.
Right, and they're both Araco, so you can do some of that, but the points didn't really work when I was doing it. But that's something else you could do on theme or non-theme, like you had mentioned.
Because Malekith is kind of loves Wonder Woman because he actually gets a move and attack at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he starts with stealth with nothing
Malekith
else.
needs a move and attack. Y'all didn't even let me get that far.
He does. He's stealth. He's a stealth with Blade's exploit.
What is his thing? It's like if they use in-cap and it gives them a token, you get a mission point?
For 1 mission point, after Resolutions came 1 mission point for each hit character that was given a second action token.
A second token. So
that's map wide.
Yeah. So that's something. The problem, he's 100 points, so it's rough.
Yeah, but I mean, if you were going to try to make him work, I mean, she would be necessary because that at least gets him a move and attack. Because he was just a stealthy dude, just
stealthy boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
See,
yep.
It's racking up. Prime Wonder Woman.
Prime Wonder. I think Alex, you said you like this piece a lot, right?
I can read it for you if that's what you want. Sure. Prime Wonder Woman. She's got Cosmic Energy, Wonder Woman team abilities, 6 range, 70 points, decent keywords. Amazon, Batman Family, Green Lantern. Like all of these are viable.
Yeah.
Actually. Amazon, Batman Family, Green Lantern, Justice League, Deity, Future, Soldier, Warrior.
Great.
She has 2 traits for her pass. Wonder Woman may have both the Utility Belt and the Green Lantern Ring assigned and equipped at the same time. Other trait for the Fallen: when a friendly standard character would be KO'd by opposing effect, after Resolution's turn, Wonder Woman to click 1. Wonder Woman can use the printed team abilities for friendly characters in your KO area. And then she's got a defensive power, defend, invincible super senses, and that's unoutwittable because she has cosmic energy. I don't remember if I said I liked her. I do think she's probably pretty difficult to kill because, the super senses, it's
a 4 through 6 senses. That's unoutwittable.
Yeah, because she's got the Wonder Woman team ability. And she has utility belts.
Does the utility belt give you stealth? It doesn't give you Bat TA?
No.
Okay.
No. I can't.
It assumes you have it already.
Yeah.
Bad assumption.
Which is
bad assumption on that belt's part.
Why doesn't she have either of those team abilities? That's annoying. I know she can get them with her trait. Maybe that's what they were going for.
But yeah.
So let me ask this question while you're thinking about her. Is there a friendly standard character that we could yeet out there to get KO'd that has a team ability that Wonder Woman would super duper like?
Flash.
Ooh, so then she could become a wild card?
Wild card and police, for whatever that matters,
yeah.
Prime Green Lantern Batman.
Yeah, that works with her being a prime, sure. We can't pull a Jalen, so.
Yeah. I think I like her better than 100-point Prime Batman.
I agree with that statement.
I don't. Not at all.
She has unoutwittable, invincible 50-50 shape or super senses.
Yeah, but only 5 clicks. I mean, she's got a. No.
What
50% of the time? Or
does she pair with old Saturn? With old Saturnine?
Probably somehow with Deity, Future, Soldier, Warrior. I mean,
no. Does she have Ruler?
Get on
Did you say Ruler?
No.
Did you say Mystical?
No.
That's another thing Malekith and Wonder Woman don't share is ruler. Why?
Okay, never
Wonder
mind.
Woman's
So,
not
like,
a ruler, right?
So, like,
Who?
if Wonder Woman... Yeah, if
Wonder Woman doesn't rule anything. Hera
She
does,
has
right?
ruler keyword. Yeah, no, hepzibala. Hepatitis.
Hippolyta? Hippolyta?
Yeah, Hippolyta.
Sorry,
But she
you're
died.
Right.
Some of them have ruler. Maybe I'm misremembering. I think some would have run over. Anyway.
But the question really comes down to is how reliable do we think the utility belt is going to be? For a lot of these that can equip the utility belt, it's like, it's good, but is it just too risky? Like, is it, or not risky? Is it just not, do we just not really give it as a super bonus? It's like, well, who knows what you're going to get.
If you have to pay for it, I don't. But if you're getting it with the bonuses, I think it adds a lot of value. I do. Because you can get, range combat expert. There's like 3 or 4 that are good. Like, she loves the range combat expert one. She loves improvement characters. That's great. She loves improvement characters on the Disguise kit, which she loves. She loves having that because that's another rollout and it's improvement characters. She loves, what's the other good one? Now I'm misremembering. Smoke Cloud is free is okay on her, I guess, because you're supposed to have stealth, and she doesn't.
Improved character, movement characters, and
that's the shape change one. Those two, range combat expert, the disguise kit, and the batarang she loves. What else is there? Hold on.
There's regen support. There's force blast, leap climb.
Nope.
There's incapacitate plasticity. Stop now.
Those
Hold on, she can have charge.
She can have charge. Anybody can have charge.
Smoke Cloud
that is true.
Smoke Cloud is free.
You could equip the Wonder Woman lasso to anyone, and now they have charge with that piece. That's something.
Yeah, it's like a roundabout equipable charge.
Yeah.
And then Smoke Cloud is free.
Okay, that's normally better because they have stealth. True. Okay, so it's probably okay.
And she gets the constructs, and
constructs are great
for free once again. So it's like she gets things that are bonuses but not defining. You know what I mean? It's like utility belt, that's a bonus. The ring with constructs for free, that's a bonus, but we don't consider them like to be defining. Like, oh, that sets her like way up a higher tier. It's like that's good. Like that's great that she could do that.
I set that as high. That's really good.
Right, but Batman could do both of those. So
you're not going to sway me. I like her better than 100-point Batman.
Well, no, I'm not talking 100. I'm talking like 20. The lower point Batman, I think, is way better than this Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, I thought you were trying to say like she's better than the low point Batman, and I was like, no, I'm not at 70.
No,
so
she's cool. I don't think she's.
Is Joe Mullen a new Green Lantern Corps member?
I don't know. She's a politician keyword. I have no idea.
I guess we're done with the Wonder Woman discussion. We're just moving on.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Joe Mullion.
Yeah, her first appearance was January of 2020.
Joe Mullet.
Sojourner Mullen. I'm not going to read too much because I typically find the wrong side of the internet to look up comic book characters, but I do trust the Google summary of Joe Mullen. So
her trait is 1 year and a ring like no other. So yeah, it sounds like she's had it for a year. So when she uses the willpower and succeeds on a roll of 6, heal her 1 click. That's nice. She has that on her 2 stop clicks. We'll just talk about. She starts with charge, flurry, plasticity, 10 movement, 11 attack, 18 super senses, 3 outwit, and then she has 2 stop clicks. Like I said, 7 clicks long, 2 stop clicks. She has invincible and colossal on those stop clicks. She also has great stats, hypersonic, close combat expert.
Just a charge piece, though. So
is just a charge piece.
She is though, right? I mean, and so that means that like those stop clicks are really nice, but she's kind of ignorable at 75 to never want to hit her to those.
Yeah, so you never really want to be. You want to be front loaded, right? With HeroClix and probably most everything else.
Or if she pairs with like a really good mastermind, like Franklin Chase from Fantastic Four, right? Like that guy could heal up off his stop click with the minions team ability, and then get remasterminded to, and had some good shit going on there. This not so much.
It's hard to call it ignorable because it is charge flurry. It's outwit. It's not improved characters, but it's plasticity. So you know it's kind of that. But it's not ignorable. She also does make constructs. She has stop clicks and rollouts, which I demand of my 75-point pieces. I don't know.
She's just not healing consistently, though. I mean,
No,
a 6
she's
on willpower, and she doesn't get the bonus willpower, right? Like, because she doesn't have willpower. She gets it from the ring, so she doesn't have it on her dial.
Well, she doesn't have traded willpower. Oh, she doesn't. You're right. Weird.
Yeah, and then when she's colossal, right? I mean, she can take tokens off, right? But it's still the same thing, right? Like,
yeah, it's not.
She's gonna be colossal with the ring, so she's gonna get 2 through 6 willpower.
Right, but she still only heals on a 6.
I know, but it's just like that's pretty crazy.
But Colossal Police isn't bad either. I mean, being able to.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we're talking about how great she is on her stop click. So.
Yeah, so she's probably just not that good.
Man,
she's good. She's just not great, and the meta is dictated on greatness, not goodness.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm keeping her in the back of my mind. She does a lot of stuff I like, but that's fun. Yeah, I kind of agree.
Cyborg.
Lower.
Victor Stone.
Is it 50 or 40? They don't have it on
50.
realms.
50.
75 and 50. Yep. Starts on his perplex clicks.
So definitely playable at 50. That attack power.
I know it's good, but
pretty beefy.
He's
pretty
bad.
Good.
he is not good.
Wait, yeah. If y'all were trying to convince me of Deathstroke, you're definitely not going to convince me of Cyborg.
Well,
I mean, look at his power. All right, so his trait is willpower, but succeeds on 4 through 6. When Cyborg uses it and succeeds, choose a standard attack power. You may choose an adjacent friendly character. Cyborg and the chosen character can use the chosen power. That's solid. 4 through 6. Cool.
Yeah, not bad.
And you can also, if you wanted to assign him the ring.
3 through 6.
That's way better. But then Meatball Party. When an opposing character is generated within range or placed within range, this turn, they immediately gain immobile and modify attack -1. And his range is 6.
Okay.
That's a very unique effect. It's better. It's better than Unis the Untouchable, who was also 50.
Yeah, but it's so.
I wouldn't say better.
So
it's different.
It's same realm.
It is definitely
terrible.
Unique. I will give it that it is unique and is kind of cool, but I probably really don't care if Maggot becomes immobile because he's just going to pop out a Pog anyways.
No, you do care. It would definitely mess up animals because they do a lot of sidestepping after they get within 6 of him or whatever it is, and they can't do that anymore. Can't sidestep with chips. They can't sidestep with the maggots.
Can they suck up the maggot if it's got
immobile? Yeah.
Okay.
But the maggot can't charge. It definitely affects animals. It would be very annoying to play against. You can get the poison off probably, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah.
And they're attacking with a 9 attack. It also affects anything else that is made, right? Any other drop off piece, anything else that happens a decent amount.
TK too,
TK. But I kind of agree. It's too expensive. I think even the dial, it's not that bad. You get perplex.
So could you imagine
the
this,
power
right?
clicker.
Here's what's missing from the set. And I know I'm gonna be ready to have your groaning. Swap.
Wait. I mean, yeah, I could see that. A Justice League swap.
I could see the disappointment that Teen Titans or Justice League do not have a swap.
Right. Could you imagine just being...
I don't mind it.
Well, yeah, I mean, but, we'd be saying, oh, yeah, keep this in mind. It'd be really cool. You just, whatever, you just play the teleporter or that Martian Manhunter that teleports them in and out and shit. Because if you face that one team, have an old Teen Titan here, Cyborg, Teen Titan Go Cyborg, boy, he'd be a badass if you faced animals.
It's not a fun game to just sit here and wish things were a certain way, though. Just gonna set you up for disappointment when it doesn't ultimately happen.
But I feel like that's where we're at, though, as like content creators. Like we talk about lots of things that can be or could be, because otherwise, I would have already moved us on to Darkseid because the Cyborg's not playable.
Yeah, no, let's talk about freaking Darkseid, Mr. Complaining. Oh, there's no Thanos with mission points.
Yeah,
and there is a Thanos with mission point. It's called Darkseid.
Absolutely true.
But this is the first. This is the first beefy figure in the super rares, and it's the first beefy figure in the whole set, pretty much, other than Deathstroke.
We had two Wonder Womans that were beefy.
Like I'm just comparing it to like the set that was not great this year, like Avengers Forever, or even
Avengers Forever was not the bad set. War of the Realms was a bad set,
right? So like even if I compare it to War of the Realms, like, and you look at the super rares, right? Like you have 175 point Thor that was beefy. You had the 150 point Thanos in that set with a stop click. You had Iron Allfather. You had Crusader.
I don't think high point clicks make a set good.
I mean, the Cyborg we were just talking about had 8 clicks. I mean, they weren't amazing defensive power clicks, but I'm not
saying that high point figures make a set good either. I'm just saying that these low point figures aren't like blowing me out of the water either, blowing us out of the water, and it's just there's not.
I mean, Larfleeze was 175 and had 11 clicks, like
right, and he had charge
more than the Thanos of before. I'm just saying, like, and we have this Darkseid. Like,
yeah, we have.
I just thought that was funny because I think you correctly pointed out Thanos with mission points.
And he's like exactly Thanos.
It's literally you could just remove Darkseid, put the name Thanos, and it would be the same thing. So
Darkseid has 250 point, 125 point, 75 point dials. He has improved targeting, elevated in characters. He has a trait: children should not meddle in the affairs of adults. Knockback: when an opposing character knocks back. When a friendly character knocks back one or more opposing characters, if at least one character they knocked back hasn't been knocked back this turn, gain 1 mission point. And then, if Darkseid is 250 points, and when he knocks back one or more opposing characters, gain 2 mission points. So that's the mission point trait. Then he has a movement power that he has on his first 3 on top dial, and then at the end on his stop click, which is phasing teleport. When he uses it after resolutions, he may make an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Then he has a stop click, which is stop invincible super senses. He has that on click 3 top dial and then on the end of his dial. And then he has on top dial, he has outwit perplex range combat expert as just a damage power.
It's just a solid piece. That's about it.
Yeah.
I would equate it to
how does he compare to Thanos?
Yeah, it's about the same. Like, very similar.
Right.
I don't know what I think. Offensively, he's way better, right? Because he's phasing and then he's shooting you 13 for 6.
He's 13-6. Single bolt hurts.
Right. He's got perplex and outwit, though, up there, too.
Right.
Which Thanos are we talking about here?
The
good
mission
one?
point one.
Mission point one, okay.
He's got one more click. The good one is a undefined. The good Thanos is undefined currently.
Correct.
So he has one more click, but one less stop click.
Right.
His middle dial. Well, he actually has multiple clicks, multiple point lines.
He can't heal himself that well, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, his stop click, it's nice that he can phase and then attack with steal energy, but it's not. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's the same with other Thanos, right? Like, he couldn't really heal himself, could he?
The other Thanos
has imperv, right? He had regen on his stop clicks.
Regen is free.
Regen is free, yeah.
Okay. Did he have imperv? Am I misremembering?
Yes, imperv and super senses, yes.
Imperv is not great, right? This guy's invincible, which is better.
You know what? I'm almost to the point where I think at 250, they're equals. Like, they each do something slightly better than the other. Like, Darkseid is better offensively, for sure. Like,
Yeah.
Thanos was 12 for 5. Darkseid is 13 for 6.
I think that makes him better. I think he's more active. He
can
still
move
gets
more.
mission points. Yeah, he's harder to lock down. You know, perplexing his defense is fine. His stop click sends a 21 with super senses.
He's definitely more playable than Thanos is because you can potentially play him without the mission point gag.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if after that improved targeting, there was like blocking and characters blocking and hindering?
That would be pretty good. Oh my god!
No,
man.
I don't imagine. No.
I dream about it every day, Alex.
That's some though. You need to put that on our Patreon tier though. Some
ASMR.
Dan ASMR talking about crazy hero abilities.
I like this guy. I think I like him better than Thanos. He can do cool things. You're probably equipping him with like a shape change sword. Probably. I don't think anything else really fits.
Carnage symbiote for a while.
Yeah, probably just Carnage symbiote.
So he can heal.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I like him. I do think he's slightly better than Thanos, which means he's pretty good. He could even see some play. Is he good at all low? Do you think? Probably not, right?
No.
Dial
75 only if you were trying to build a knockback
mission point team.
Yeah, that would be the only instance. Like, I would not play him at 250 for mission points because you're just
There's quite a few, like Deity, Cosmic Ruler. There's a lot of mission points with those keywords. So yeah, that's true.
Including a Watu.
Including a Watu.
Is he unique? Is Darkseid unique?
Yeah, he's super unique.
Okay, I assumed so, but I wasn't. It's not marked as such yet.
All right, boys, it's time. We are at the chases.
Right.
Yay.
Dan, you sound so excited.
Oh my gosh, I've been looking. I've clicked on Fred like 4 times already. I'm just like,
all right.
This is like a super rare. Fred's a super rare.
So we should preface all of this by saying all of the Mystery Inc. characters have 2 traits that are very similar. One is the same on every single one of them, I believe, and it's Sidestep, Force Blast, Perplex.
Wait, you got to read the name.
Oh, Elaborate Trap.
Yeah.
Sidestep, Force Blast, Perplex, but only to target an opposing character who has been knocked back this turn, which is very clever. Very clever.
Great with Darkseid.
Yeah, there you go. And then all of them have another mystery to solve, and then they have their own version of it. Unique modifier. When a clue token is placed on a friendly mystery card, friendly characters with the mystery and keyword modify, and it's basically blank, +1 until your next turn, and each one of them has defense or attack, damage, blah, 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 blah.
All right, and the clue tokens are the things from the cards. Right?
Mystery.
Yeah, we'll get to those probably after the chases. Yeah. Fred's specifically is modified defense +1. And then he has a damage power. He's 60 points, and what's the other one? 40.
Yep.
Leadership support is free, but only if an opposing character with the monster or mystical keyword is on the map. That's another thing that almost all of them have.
Yeah, monster.
It's something to do with monster or mystical. Yeah,
which is pretty common. That's, I would say, like 75% of teams right now has a monster or mystical on them.
Yeah. If only Blade was still around.
MJJ is mystical. Venom Magneto is monster. That's 60% of the team.
So 60 and 40.
Are we playing this?
40 points?
Fred probably not.
No.
Maybe if you're playing a team with like specifically mystery point, like these figures.
Team player also.
I wanted to say something real quick. Mm-hmm. I wanted to say that I love the Scooby-Dooby-Doo stuff as a
mystery
cartoon.
gang.
The Mystery Gang. I absolutely love them. I love the show. I grew up watching the show. The reruns, right, kept me entertained while I was a child on Cartoon Network.
Sensing a butt.
So please don't take my harsh judgment of the chase design, the figures designed here, as not a loving Scooby-Doo, because this chase set of the Mystery Gang all together plays really, really well together. And I think they are well-designed chases as a team. But I don't think that they are competitive in the least bit.
I think there's a couple of them that are.
Fred hates Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Right.
Fred is probably the worst one in like every version of the Scooby Gang. I feel like Fred is the worst one.
Yeah. So I mean, just just keep that in mind, right? So I would like to be proven wrong that any of these are super duper duper good figures.
Sure. They all also, I think, are charge pieces. No, Velma's not. So keep that in mind. Okay, so yeah, Fred's probably not good. He's a 19 defend. He's TK. Port is an alpha power, so it doesn't matter. Daphne. Oh, they all also have team player, I believe.
We giving him Carter Shield.
I actually was going to mention that's not terrible at 60, but that's only if you have a Green Lantern, I think. Like, if you could give him Green Lantern team ability, too, and it's like, he's got the 19 defend Captain Shield, Captain Carter Shield. Is
he the cheapest 19 defend, or no?
No.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of 51. Never mind. There's a 41, I think.
He's not great, but, like, that's the only way you could probably play him, is in that role. But Daphne.
Daphne. Daphne is the charge piece. She has all the same stuff, team player, the same 2 traits. Hers is +1 attack when you add a power.
Mm-hmm.
She's 8, 12, 18, 3. And then her special attack power is in-cap precision strike with triple bolts. Free, make an attack, but only to target opposing characters with a monster or mystical keyword. Free attack is always nice. She has prob or whole dial. I'm sorry. She gets some power. I'm colorblind.
Yep.
She gets some power later. She's probably not playable either. Free attack is always nice, but I don't think you're relying on it, and she doesn't do enough other than that.
I mean, triple target, precision strike.
Why is she a martial artist? Am I missing something? Was there an arc in the show that I missed?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know.
That's weird. All right, she's a martial artist.
I don't hate it. Like, I don't
hate it either. It's 60 points for 7 clicks of good stats. And powers, you get prob, you get super senses, you get precision strike, free attack on relevant
She doesn't have any range.
That is true.
But I don't guess that really any of them should have any range. I mean, they're not getting out their gas. I don't know.
I saw a running shot Saggy the other day.
We haven't gotten to that. We haven't gotten to that yet.
No, the common running shot Shaggy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the.
No, that's right. Yeah, because we were talking about him getting his gat out.
Yeah. Daphne's just not. She's okay, but probably you never playing her.
The Batman. Free make an attack is cool, but yeah, I agree.
So
Batman though,
I tell you what, this Batman is awfully super duper hyped, right?
I don't know. Is he? I haven't seen too much.
Sorta, yeah.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, he's very good for 50 points.
He gets the utility belt. He has 50 points for as far as charge dials go for 50 points, that's very good. Right? You got 12 attack, precision strike, you got perplex, 6 clicks long. He's got stealth. He's got combat reflexes. His big thing though is trait. It's Batman family training. Batman takes a maximum of 1 damage from close attacks, and he has stealth, so that's something to consider. And he's 20 up close. And then adjacent friendly characters on their starting clicks take a maximum of 1 damage from close attacks. Right, that is very relevant. Right, if they're coming across with a Sky Tyrant or with a Sakaran Iron Man, Charge Flurry, Hypersonic, whatever, or they're coming across with a Flash or umpteen other things, you're taking 1 damage up close if you're adjacent to them.
Yep, that's true.
He has good keywords. It's celebrity and detective are pretty okay. Batman family's okay. He's got police and Batman ally team ability. This guy's a good piece.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I've read a lot of hype about Batman, right? He's just really good, that's a trait, right? Can't be ruined. But then I was like, wait a minute. Poison still exists.
Okay, sure.
I don't know how much that matters.
Yeah, it doesn't, but it matters. But it's a thing. Sure.
Well, this guy's poison is as good against this guy as every other character in existence. He has no special interaction with poison.
He means that poison him and take him off the starting click, and then you can do damage.
Well, not to Batman, but to the friendly adjacent to friendlies. Well, that was just my one point. That was my first one. And then I did some thinking, and then I realized that Scarlet Witch has the Avengers Initiative TA, and she can just blast Batman for 3.
And he's still fine. He's alive, and
I'm not saying.
And she can. So okay.
That's all.
Scarlet Witch can do that to a lot of people that are good.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean he's bad.
You just play him differently if you're going Scarlet Witch. Yeah, I mean.
That's all.
Real quick. And people might be annoyed at us like they do with some set reviews because we always say, "Oh, it's a charge piece." You just named off 3 very meta pieces that are all charge pieces.
No, they're not.
Sky Tyrant, Sarkarian Iron Man, and Flash are predominantly used as charge pieces.
I can kind of give you Iron Man.
I understand that they do a lot of other things. I'm wondering if we need to rename as like, oh, it's a basic charge piece. Because Sky Tyrant is a charge piece, 100%.
No, he's not.
He uses charge. And that's like his main thing is he can full move charge.
No, because the problem is yours being technical with it. When I say this figure is bad because he's a charge piece, no one in the world extrapolates that to me meaning Flash, Sky Tyrant, and Iron Man are bad.
But you literally just said with Batman, when someone charges in, like Sky Tyrant, Sarkarian Iron Man, and Flash, all pieces that can charge in. I agree with the way you say, like, and we all say it, right? Like, this is just a charge piece. But maybe we should, like...
No.
Maybe this needs to be added to our beginning of set review. Listen, when we say in the set review it's just a charge piece, we mean that it only charges and doesn't really have enough extra to make it great. Because Sarkarian Iron Man, Sky Tyrant...
gets that one.
I don't think so.
You think that when I say it's a charge piece, so it's bad, there are people out there that think Sky Tyrant, the Flash, and Iron Man are bad?
No, I think I could see why they're confused. If we're saying, those 3 pieces are charge pieces and they're amazing meta pieces, and then we say every other piece is a charge piece, so instantly we see charge and we're like, it's bad. Like,
I refuse on principle to make this concession.
That's okay. That's fine. But this is for everyone out there that's like, they're saying it's another charge piece. Like, I'm almost getting to the point where I get annoyed when we say, it's a charge piece, as if we don't have Venom Magneto to make charge pieces good. Like, charge is not bad.
I think I would like to add that we're not the first person to say it's just a charge piece.
But we're the ones keep going on, and like 50% of this set, we were like, it's a charge piece. Boo. Anyway, Robin, another charge piece.
I like, just to be clear, I like Batman a lot. I think he is a good figure. He can see play on celebrity teams. It is very easy to fit him on. I think he's really good.
Too bad he only charges. Robin.
True. Robin is bad.
Why? 25 points, 12 for 3.
That's true. Maybe he's not bad. Hold on.
Batman Alley also 5 clicks.
And he gets the utility belt.
That's true.
Yeah, like fundamentally for 25 points, that's not bad.
That's true. His dial, objectively, that's a pretty crazy 25-point dial, right?
Yeah, he's not rocking the world, though. I think that's the problem. We're like, it's a chase. He's rocking the world. And it's like, no, that's really solid 25
I don't like him because his trait, I don't think, is useful. His trait is once per turn for all characters. Win this trait when an adjacent friendly character named Batman is given a move, close range, or power action. After resolutions, you may give Robin the same type of action as free. I don't think that happens that much, or is that useful. the best case for it is they are adjacent. The Batman moves up 8, so this guy gets to move up 8 for free, and then he gets to charge. So I mean that's kind of good. But I don't know. I don't think it's enough. But the dial is really good for 25 points. So maybe I'm discounting that.
I think it's just we really have to. We're still determining whether any of the Batmen, outside of ones like the previous one, which is less of an attacker, more of a protecting everybody kind of Batman. Same with the Prime one. Wasn't really a super big attacker. You guys were thinking more 20.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a lot of Batman we're looking at saying, oh yeah, big attacker, going out there, like power actioning, and then Robin will follow right up. But he does have the capabilities of being carried by Green Lantern Batman, and you only can use one of them, obviously, and he can make an action after he's been carried.
Well, he would make a move action because the Batman made a move action.
Unless Batman is like running shot, shoot, and then Robin gets to running shot, shoot afterwards. Also,
if you can carry him.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have running shot. Robin doesn't. But like you charge, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you would give him a power action.
Well, that's why I'm saying the Green Lantern Batman is what I was saying.
Yeah, so what you could do is running shot with a 100-point Green Lantern Batman, place this guy down, then running shot's a power action, so you give him a power action to charge. Right. You can do that. That's
not bad for 25 points. So I think there are definitely
points.
Say what?
The dial's not bad for 25 points.
Yeah, I think it on its own 25 points, it's not bad as like a fluff or something, but I think it's even better if someone can make it work. It's just dependent on someone making it work.
Yeah, I don't think you can, and that's why I don't think it's good enough. But I'm happy to be proven wrong.
I ditto Velma.
Velma is the modified range +1 for the Mystery Inc. thing.
Yeah, but she has a special. So her damage power is Outwit. When Velma uses it, choose a keyword or team ability, and until your next turn, opposing characters adjacent to the target that have the chosen keyword or team ability can't use the chosen power. So the big thing is it's not Outwit that gets around protected. So like you would choose Power Cosmic, outwit somebody next to them, say they can't use Invincible, and then the person they can't use Invincible, like the Power Cosmic piece.
It's a really kind of weird.
It is.
It's really weird. It works. It works really well, but it's kind of weird to be able to pull it off.
Similar to Beast's thing, right? Because Beast has that thing where like he outwits a power, and then the people, I think it's adjacent, can't use the power, so it's very similar to that. But she's only 40 points. So if you're doing some sort of Alpha Strike team, maybe she fits there. Just because the power is very good. Also, she has Perplex sometimes.
Velma's power is very good. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's an outwit that gets through protected outwit. That's why it's good.
Yeah, you're probably not ever playing her at 60. It's just 20 points for an extra 2 clicks.
Yeah, no.
Not worth it. 40 points, sure. Team player, all that stuff. Maybe. It's not a... She also just gets, yeeted because she's got just willpower.
Yes, that is true. You got stealth.
Sure. All right. And don't forget sidestep. It's hard to forget she has traded sidestep.
Oh, true. That is true.
Yeah.
So maybe if she copies Green Lantern or something, that would be good.
Yeah, she can move around a little bit, but she's probably the first.
I forgot they all have traded sidestep. That is relevant.
Yeah. So for her, she's probably the most playable Mystery Inc. we've looked at yet. So
yes. Scrappy Doo.
So you're instantly putting him on your animal teams, right? Like
I don't know. Just because
you are on the sideline 100%.
Yeah, I might not put him on the main force just because he's unique. If he wasn't unique, I would do main force and sideline. So I'm wondering which is better. Scrappy Doo is great.
Yes.
He's got 2 traits. He is let me at him. Sideline active. When a friendly character with a shared keyword of 60 points or less is KO'd, his keywords are amazing: animal, celebrity, detective, mystical, or mystery Inc. So if one of them is KO'd of 60 points or less, that's a lot of people. After resolutions, you may generate Scrappy-Doo from your sideline on click number 3 in that character square. If the KO character is Mystery Inc., he generates from click number 1. Then he has a trait, Flim Flams, Scams, and Van Ghoul's Advice. When Scrappy-Doo hits, choose one to last until your next turn. Hit characters can't be given free actions, or hit characters gain a mobile. That's great. So then he is 25 points. He's 4 clicks long, starts with charge and super strength, and he has a special defensive hold dial. Toughness, Scrappy-Doo takes a maximum of 1 damage from characters with the monster or mystical keyword. Protected Outwit. And then he has a damage power on his top click and click number 3, which is Close Combat Expert and Outwit.
Yeah, I didn't see that damage power for some reason.
Yes, it's unoutwittable. This guy can't be one shot. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see the damage power.
Yeah, I was saying I didn't see the Outwit and Close Combat Expert.
Yeah, so 25 points. He just starts out at 12 for 3 charge piece with that special defense power. He's tiny, so he's 19 range. If you bring him in, not normally, he's 11 for 3 charging in. He's a 25 point outwit piece for animals. That's crazy good.
Do you not see yourself potentially playing him with like Lasso?
When Scrappy-Doo hits, choose one. Ooh, that's good. Character. Wait, I think this is a type on Clicks Next. It says hit character can't be given free actions, and
it's hit characters on realms. Yeah, it's probably hit characters.
Hit characters. Oh, but he can't do the AOE. So it'll just be 1, but still.
And he outwits. So I mean, so
do you ever see yourself playing this Scrappy Die on your main force?
Yes. I think it could be main forceable on animals, like just for being an outwit piece.
I think so. Also on celebrity, like to be honest, like 25 points.
That's a very good 25 point dial. The only reason that you wouldn't play him on main force is because you can play him on your sideline without paying for him, right?
Yeah,
and you're bringing him in
on a good click. 11 for 3. I mean, that's without wit.
So I think maybe if he didn't have the sideline active piece, I think he would be good enough to be played. But because he has that, you probably don't pay points for him, unless maybe you're doing a Lasso, which sounds good.
Yeah, like he is by far, as we've gone through thus far,
the best chase.
The best chase. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. He's head and above the best chase. Which Jason would be here. He would love us to say that. He would love to hear it.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, even if we weren't trying to promote Jason being able to trade away the chase, he is by far. Like, just because of the sideline active, that's great. Because Animal and Celebrity right now, Celebrity takes a hit a little bit when Marvella retires, but still, Animal and Celebrity.
Not really. You're still playing Celebrity. There's still.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Yeah, he's great. He's unique, which is sad, but probably good thing.
Yeah, very good reason. Otherwise, I'm loading up my side line with 3 or 4 of these. Yeah, keep killing them, please. Well, yeah, because you kill him, and then when they kill him, he would bring in another one.
He would trigger it. Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Okay, fine. He should be unique.
Yeah. But hey, guys, could you imagine if he wasn't?
All right. Shaggy.
Chase Shaggy.
Chase Shaggy. He has improvement in destroy blocking. He has all the same stuff, including team player and sidestep. His thing is damage, though. So whenever you add a mystery token, you get +1 damage to all mystery carries, including himself. And then he has a crazy speed power. He has charge. When he uses it and hits, if a hit character has the monster or mystical keyword, after resolutions, he can use flurry as free. Otherwise, after resolutions, he may make an attack.
So he's basically got flurry, or If it's monster mystical, he has regular charge and then flurry.
Yeah, he's also a charge. He's a 12 attack precision strike, and he has shape change super senses. He does have sidestep. You got to remember that for breaking through walls. He has improvement with characters. He is 7 clicks long for 60 points. He has a wild card. I do think he is good. I think he is good.
Now, keep in mind, if you're playing him at 40, keep in mind though with that trait. Or not trait, the speed power, that second attack, whether it's a flurry or after resolutions, you're going to have the +1 damage. Like, just period. Because if he hits and you've got a mystery card.
Well, it depends on the mystery card. Some of them are like use perplex.
Yeah, most of the mystery, right. But there are mystery cards where it's just like a detective hits or something.
Right, that is true.
So if that's the case, you could probably make it where, okay, he hits once for 2, and then he flurries for 3, and that's from a 40-point figure, which I know sounds terrible next to Sarkarian Iron Man at 50. But
no, there's value there for sure.
2 rollouts, sure, he could be outwitted, but he's a team player, 40 points.
And you're outwitting a 40-point figure.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, and destroy blocking and characters for movement purposes. Like,
yep. Gotta remember his sidestep too. That's always great for the reach.
Yeah, like I love all of that.
Yeah, I like Shaggy. I think he's really good.
And because they have Force Blast, they all have knockback. So when he hits, not that you would knock back with the hit.
And then he perplexes him down.
Yeah, Shaggy is probably number 2 on my list with, well, no, with Batman, maybe 3. But.
Probably 3, but yeah, I think he's really good. It's a lot of offense for a cheap figure.
Yeah,
I agree.
Dan,
I don't. Yeah, I just. I'll be honest. I don't think anybody's actually going to play him and do well with him.
Okay, that's fair.
There's pessimism over there.
Yeah, I guess it's just call me pessimist, whatever. Just.
There's some truth in what you're talking about, though. Like, so that's fair.
Yeah,
I'm big dog himself.
Not seeing it. Scooby Dooby Doo.
He does speed for his mystery power.
Yep, he does speed, and then he has a special speed power, hypersonic speed. Friendly characters with a mystery and keyword automatically break away if an opposing character with mystery or monster mystical is on the map. That's kind of
not great
about that. Like, why? He's got power for his buddy Shaggy. Is making 3 attacks a turn. Then he gets an enhancement.
Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of bad.
Which is a shame. That's like 2 maybes out of the 5, or I guess 6. I guess that's 3 because I guess I'm not counting Scrappy. But
yeah, Scrappy, Batman,
it's 3 out of 6. 3 out of the 6 Mystery Inc. people. I guess Batman and Robin do have Mystery Inc., but I'm not counting them in the Scooby-Doo thing. So, but half of the chases, I guess you could say, are solid or good. That's better than some of the other sets we've had.
That I'll give you.
Prize OPK?
The Scooby Snacks.
Yeah, there it is. Jason.
So he has at the beginning of the game, give each other friendly character with a mystery and keyword a Scooby Snack token. Characters with Scooby Snack tokens have perplex, but only target friendly characters with mystery and keyword. When this character uses it, modify the chosen combat value +2 instead, and after resolution, remove the Scooby Snack token. That's a fun little thing. Nobody's playing this piece.
You can play him with the Manhunter that has those cuckoo things. What was it? Choco?
The Oreo,
cookies,
right?
Yeah, Choco cookies or something. That would be fun. That crazy Manhunter. Yeah, you could skip. But don't skip the play-at-home kit, though.
Yeah, Shaggy. The big Shaggy. The
Super Saiyan Shaggy.
Don't underestimate my power, Shaggy. So he is 150, 100, or 50. Really leaning into the Shaggy memes here. He has a lot. So his attack power he gets later on is Steel Energy. If he KOs 2 or more opposing characters with 1 attack, he heals 3. That's nice. He's just a big old beat stick. He's got Cosmic Energy. He's got Hypersonic, 9 attack, 9 movement, 12 attack, 19 defense, 4 damage. He has Hypersonic, the whole dial, which is 10 clicks. He has Invincible the whole dial. He had Ghost Combat Expert the whole dial. Just a big old beat stick.
Yep.
And it's fine. He's just better. It's fine. Nothing special here, right?
No, it's a big old beat stick. That's it.
Yeah, he's probably 100 is maybe his most playable if you're actually going to try to play him. 50 is probably too short, and he's only 17s. But 100 at least gives you a little bit of longevity to try to steal energy your way back up.
Mm-hmm.
And 50 points for just 3 clicks is not a good trade-off, even though 50 to 100, sure. But
yeah,
at 100, that's not terrible. And you can equip them. So
I quickly went through all of the other, like the play-at-home kit or the starter kit or whatever it's called. I didn't see anything in there that was like worth anything. It's just like your standard play-at-home stuff, nothing meta, unless you guys saw something different.
The maps, there was one map, wasn't there, that was really good? It was like a wide open map.
Oh yeah, there's a new park map, right?
Yeah, there's a map that like once our current wide open map is gone, it is worth picking up, I believe, because it is a wide open flat map. It's not out anywhere. I remember seeing it on Scott's video when he opened it, Scott Porter's video, and he held it up. Yeah. It's an older map. You know, all of them are copies of the old maps, I believe. But unfortunately, I can't remember which set it was. The Play at Home or the Prize OP. I think it was the Play at Home because Prize OP didn't have maps, right? Or did it?
I don't remember.
He didn't show the Scooby-Doo. He showed the Shaggy. So it's the Play at Home kit that has the map that you want.
Yeah.
We can go through the cards real quick though. The mystery cards, they're pretty quick to go through. So the mystery cards.
So the general concept of mystery cards is think of it like a title character that's just on your sideline and doesn't have anything to really like free action to activate. It's kind of like a title character on your sideline that grants a title power when you hit certain thresholds of having tokens on it.
And there is no prerequisite to play them, right? You don't need to have a theme team or anything. You really just need somebody with the keyword, right?
It says you may include any number of mystery cards on your sideline. All mystery cards are unique.
Yeah, so you can use them. You don't need to have a theme team or anything like that. You just use them.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but you need the
keywords,
right,
to get the tokens. Yeah. So like the first one here is Clue Effect Gotham Knights.
We're talking about the string of cat burglaries, right?
String of cat burglaries. Yes. Burglaries.
Got it.
So to get a clue token is when a friendly character with a listed keyword, which is Batman, Family, or Detective. So that's all you need. Somebody with Batman, Family, or Detective. When one of those listed keyword occupying hidden terrain hits one or more characters, you get a clue token. So that's not hard to do. If you have anybody with Batman, Family, or Detective, you should be playing this card.
Hold on, wait. Are we talking about a string of cat burglaries?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
It's the same for the man who
Sorry, I am...
Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, keep going, because I was struggling to put it all together there.
Okay. All right.
Because I kept reading Clue Effect Gotham Knights, and I'm like, oh, you got to have the Gotham Knight keyword, which is...
Yeah, that's just what it's called for some reason.
There's just not that keyword in the game at all, so...
Yeah, so they have Suspect 3, so whenever you get 3 tokens, you get this effect. When a friendly character attacks one or more equipped opposing characters, modify their attack and damage by +1. So if you get 3 tokens, you just have that. And that's all friendly characters. It's not friendly characters with Batman, Family, or Detective. Just all your friendly characters get this effect. That's great. That is great to have. It's not too hard to get because there's a lot of people with those keywords. And then if you get 9, friendly characters have power. Choose an adjacent equipped opposing character, unequip that character, and this character may immediately equip that equipment. That's great. That's all friendly characters.
Yeah, it remains to be seen if 9, like we don't have a basis of, okay, what's an obtainable number? In this case, probably more likely than not, just because
you have to hit multiple.
Yeah. Like you could probably mitigate it, but 9 is probably kind of like with title characters, right? Like the end title power, some of them were just not obtainable.
Right, but 3 is super easy to get. Not super easy, but it's very doable, and that's a really powerful effect for your whole team to have. That's
these cards cost nothing.
Right.
They go on your sideline. A sideline which unless you're playing swap out, is kind of empty.
Yep, and you're gonna want. Do they take a sideline spot?
Yes,
they
are considered sideline because they have sideline active abilities, so they go on your sideline.
Yep. All right, and the second one is the Man Who Laughs. It has the same. When a friendly character with a list of keyword occupied by human terrain hits one or more opposing characters, so the same thing. It's got the same Batman Family Detective. This one is when a friendly character attacks opposing characters, can't use mind control.
Mastermind.
And then if you get 9,
and that's suspect 3, so 3 tokens.
That's only 3. Your whole team gets it. So if you get 3 tokens, they can no longer. Their whole team just can no longer use Mastermind. That's crazy. 9, when a friendly character would take damage, if it's not from an attack, roll a d6, 4 to 6. They take no damage instead. I don't know how much that comes up. But this one is the same keyword requisites and the same clue requisites as the other one. So if you're playing one, you should play both.
It should be said, all of these have detective. That's why we mentioned before, detective keyword is on the monitor. All 10 of these mystery cards have detective listed as a keyword. It's the other one that kind of just changes.
Yep. So this one is Detective Mystery Inc.
Which is which?
When a friendly character with the listed keyword, which is Detective or Mystery Inc., uses Perplex to target an opposing character, that's not hard to do. After resolutions, gain 1 clue token. If you get 3, once per turn, when an opposing character uses shape change, you may re-roll the result. And then on a 9, when an opposing character is knocked back after resolutions, deal that character 1 penetrating damage.
So this one's definitely geared towards the chases. Because they all have Perplex. You knock them back and they have Perplex.
But there's tons of detectives with Perplex. That's going to come up. A lot of Batman. There's some Martian Manhunter from this set. There's a lot. Then we have.
I think we're probably the closest one to being playable so far.
Well, they're all playable because it's free.
I think the first 2 are
okay. That's fair, but the one.
Wait, no. What? The first one is if you get 3 tokens, your whole team gets +1 attack and damage when attacking an equipped character. Yeah, that's crazy good.
Yeah, but it's so.
I'm thinking more.
It's so conditional.
To get the tokens?
No, yeah, but I'm looking more at keywords that determine playability for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just assuming that there are playable bat families or detectives, right? But just being able to hit from hindering terrain seems to be so hard.
It could be, but then you consider a lot of them are gonna have the bat belt. A lot of Batman characters play around or have stealth. So you want to be hindering terrain anyway.
And you only need to hit 3 times.
Right.
And it could be with in cap. You don't have to deal damage. You just got to hit.
I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying that hitting from hindering terrain is the hardest part.
That's true.
I will say Batman Family, I feel is way more playable than Detective.
Really?
Because I feel there's more Batman people in Wonder Woman.
I feel all Batman Family have Detective.
No, because there's some pieces in Wonder Woman, I think, that have Batman that may not be Detective. But I may be wrong. Wrong. So.
Next one is Scooby Gang. It's the Detective Mystery Inc. again. When a friendly character listed keyword uses Perplex to target an opposing character, so the same thing. 3, friendly characters can use shape change, but only succeed on a 6. That's great. Your whole team gets your whole team ability. And then on this one only needs 6 for its final one. So it's perplex them 6 times with one of these keywords. When a friendly character uses shape change and succeeds after resolutions, heal them 1 click. Great. It's super easy to perplex their characters. That will come up. Chest of Demons. This one is Detective or Mr. Inc. again. When a friendly character with the listed keyword uses Perplex, just use the Perplex, not on an opposing character.
No, it does say to target an opposing character.
Okay, then Clixed is wrong. Target an opposing, so the same thing. Friendly characters can use Plasticity on 3. That's great, your whole team. I think this would include any bystanders or anything like that as well. And then 6 friendly characters have protected or have safeguard, mystics, and mind control. And then on 9, friendly characters have mystics, but if they have the Mystery Inc. keyword, when they use it, the damage dealt is unavoidable. Again, you're probably not getting to 9, but this one's super easy, and all of these have the same keywords. They have the same condition. So if you're using one of these, you're using all of them, right?
If you can put them on the sideline.
I mean, yeah, you probably have to give up one to play Destroyer.
Well, so I'm talking about these last three. So the next one is Murder in the City Enduring, which is Detective and Green Lantern Corps. During your turn, when a friendly character with a listed keyword has one or more action tokens removed, after resolutions gain a clue token. During your turn, when a friendly character... So this would count willpower, obviously. Is clearing removing a token? Would that count?
Yeah.
It happens at the end of your turn. So
during your turn.
I don't know if that matters during your turn and at the end of your turn.
No,
I think that's still during it.
When a friendly character lists a keyword as one.
I'd have to look into what the wording of clearing tokens is, but
that this is super easy to do then. And if you get 6, it's not a 3-1, it's a 6-1. Friendly characters have safeguard, opposing, perplexed, and probability control. That's really good. And then a 9, when this effect first becomes active, choose a friendly character with a listed keyword, Detective Green Lantern Corps. This game, the chosen character modifies combat values by +1 and has Cosmic Energy team ability.
Okay, so the clear phase
Holy shit.
No, the clear phase happens after the end of turn.
Oh, okay.
So it's a separate. It's like your turn is over.
So it'll have to be willpower or leadership.
Yeah. So clearing tokens is after your turn. Believe it or not.
Okay.
And one other thing I want to add in there: if you can't just play all three, like all these mystery cards, and get a ton of tokens, it does specifically state if you have multiple mystery cards, you only place a clue token on one of those cards.
So you really got to pick one. Okay, that's fine.
When that named clue effect is triggered. So if you got 3 with the same effect, now if you have different clue effects, yeah, and they all trigger in the turn, that's different. That's different times. It's just
makes sense.
You can't rally die it or something.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next one is Stakeout, which is Detective Mystery Inc. or Teen Titans. When a friendly character with a listed keyword hits one or more opposing characters, gain a clue token. So they just have to hit, and it's those 3. Friendly characters. So at 3, friendly characters, you can use stealth and can't be knocked back if they occupy hindering terrain. Your whole team gets stealth at 3. You get to hit 3 times. That's great. And at 6, at the beginning of your turn, choose a friendly character occupying hindering terrain. This turn, the chosen character can use support and regen. I don't care about that. That one doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, unlocking Raven's spellbook.
Yep. This one is Teen Titans Detective. When a friendly character lists the keyword hits one or more opposing characters, this one only has a 9, and it is each opposing character can only be given 1 free action during their turn. Oh, excuse me. That's crazy. Probably hard to get though, but maybe not if you're playing Teen Titans or something. And then the last one is Scooby Gang. When a friendly character... Oh, this is Detective Mr. Inc. When a friendly character with a listed keyword uses perplex to target an opposing character, gain clue token. On 3, friendly characters can use improved movement elevated. That's okay. And then 6 is at the beginning of your turn, you may choose a friendly character and roll d6, move the chosen character up to the results. That's kind of good, but yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of these that are pretty easy to do, and you definitely want these. Those are other things that adds value to the booster.
I think we're missing one, and I'm trying to find it. We're missing number 8.
1, 2.
Clix Nexus is missing MC008, as is.
Oh, okay. So maybe we're missing one of those.
No, I think we've seen them all. It's just they don't put them out here.
I'm looking in the
evidence thread.
If I can find it there fast enough.
But all of these are incredibly solid. Like if you're trying to, if you're considering getting them, and that's the added thing that we're still not fully clear on is the rarity.
Jason said he got 2 per brick, right?
So we got 2 team up. We opened up a case during pre-release, and we got no utility belt, no rings, and 2 mystery cards per
brick.
Yeah.
So 4. Okay.
But
That's crazy. You didn't get.
Yeah, we were not terribly pleased about that.
Sure.
So your mileage may vary on getting rings.
Yeah, I wonder what the rarity is.
What's interesting is I'm not seeing this 008 out there very much.
Yeah, I don't
know. This mystery one.
That's fine. We can miss one.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna go over the rings just one more time, just so what they're. So, Green Lantern ring is willpower. If they can already use it, then it is +1 to the roll. Sinestro Core is perplex. If they target a opposing character, modify -2. Blue Lantern ring is a power, +1 to attack on close. Orange Lantern is plasticity. If they can already use it, steal the object. Red Lantern is poison. If they can already use it, deal penetrating. Indigo is support. If they can already use it, increase the number by 1. So Sapphire is mystics. If they already use it, unavoidable. I think that is it.
Yeah.
It's kind of odd that no one's found this card yet. You would think with everything out there.
Maybe. I mean, sure they have. They just haven't posted it.
Well, I know I was concerned when Scott Porter did his unboxing. He didn't get a mystery card. Now, keep in mind, everybody, outside of the Shaggy, mystery card 9 and 10, which is Unlocking Raven Spellbook and the Planispheric Disc, are in the play-at-home kit.
Right.
It's not listed on the solicits, but Scott pulled it out of his. So I don't think they, when they made his package, stuck it in there. That's where you get 2 of them, is from that. So just something to keep in mind. You could get those for free, not free, but you can. Those are easy to get out of the Super Shaggy play-at-home kit. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't have MC008. But what is your general opinion on the mystery cards?
Well, the first and foremost is that they are free, so you are going to need them. Because you're going to play characters with detective or one of the other keywords. You just are. So you're going to need them. Outside of that, they're obviously very powerful effects, so you want to add them. I generally am not a big fan of adding free elements to the game, because again, it's in my opinion, the funnest part about team building is you're trying to fit in the best return on the points that you can get, and making things free just takes away that decision a little bit for me. So I'm not a huge fan design wise, but they're obviously powerful effects that are going to come into play a lot.
Yeah, I like that they are not as conditional and random as the tarot cards. Even though tarot cards don't go on your sideline, I like that they're an added thing on the sideline, because there's been a lot of teams I build where I'm I just don't have anything to put on my sideline. That feels bad for some reason, even though
I agree with that.
Yeah,
just feels bad. I can't. Now, obviously, it's still limited, right? Very limited to Detective, Mr. Inc, Batman, and Teen Titans or Green Lantern Corps. It's just not everyone. And you can't just, if the Green Lantern ring gave the keyword, then we'd be in business. But otherwise, it's still very limited and Detective is honestly not that big of a thing. But even if you just have one Detective, it's still not necessarily a bad idea to be hey, if I've got an extra space on my sideline, why not? Maybe it's the one time this one Detective is able to do things. Because detectives outside of the quite a few that we have in Batman Team Up, Plastic Man is one, Invincible Ant-Man, Prodigy, the free TK Polaris is a detective, Jimmy Woo was a...
Ooh, that's perplex.
Venom Wolverine is probably one of the bigger ones, is that she actually is a detective, believe it or not.
I kind of like Jimmy Woo, honestly. That's pretty good.
Well, she's great for the in hindering attacking, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Multiple Man, obviously.
So you are answering Oscar Galindo's question of detective keyword instant new meta.
Commissioner is another one, by the way, is detective.
Yeah, so detective is
I think
strong, Oscar.
there can be, for sure, there's a good detective team out there.
And you know what?
What?
These cards also make me consider, like, we have the Sinestro ring. So for once with Perplex, maybe I equip Commissioner with the Sinestro ring now.
Yeah, that's true. That sounds good, actually.
Like, he's not doing anything else after he brings in Rookie, right? Like, he's just being carried around everywhere. And he's like, all right, I'm outwitting.
He does a power action thing sometimes. But yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But, like, that gives me even though I have to pay 10 points for it, if that means I'm playing, Chest of Demons or something where it's like, oh, I'm perplexing you down now, and I've done that at 3 turns, and now I got Shape Change that succeeds on a 6 for everybody, like, yeah. That's reasonable in 3 turns to make that happen. Like,
I agree.
I don't mind that at all, and that makes Sinestro Ring much more playable. So that's why I definitely want to go out and get these. Just keep in mind, 2 of them are in the Play at Home kit. Do we need to talk at all about the miniature game? Like, we didn't talk about those.
I mentioned it. I was just like, I went through it. I didn't really see anything that was meta.
Right.
Okay, just making sure I didn't miss it. I was looking for the thing.
Tylor did say that.
Yeah, I missed it because I was trying to find the stupid thing.
Right.
All right. So let's just run through our questions real quick, and then we'll wrap up. Amato, we talked about how Nestro and World's Finest. And
they're great. I really like them.
Yes, and then how long will it take for everyone to get sick of seeing Scrappy Doo? I love that everybody should be seeing Scrappy Doo on their celebrity team.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, because old Scrappy Doo comes out when Saki dies, right?
Yeah, you kill an Iron Man, Scrappy Doo pops out of the suit.
That's funny. Yeah, I just put that 2 and 2 together. If y'all said that earlier, I was thinking about how just bad the chases was. Because I will go ahead and jump down to after reading it over again. Matt Demand's biggest disappointment of the set for me is the chases.
I can understand it. Kind of like what you were saying, Dan, earlier. Like, the expectation of DC chase sets, and we've got like big. Well, no, I guess not, because JLU and Batman were literally cartoon versions of superheroes, and that's what we have with Scooby Doo. It's essentially like it's the cartoon versions of Batman and Robin and the Mystery Inc. people. Like, I know there's not real versions of the Mystery Inc. people, but like Wonder Woman 80 was kind of the anomaly where it's like, yeah, Dark Knight, death metal, whatever.
So to answer the question, what is y'all's biggest disappointment of the set?
I'd probably agree with you that it is a chases, but mine is more like I love the rest of the set so much that even though I like some of the chases, and it's better than some of the chase sets we've got, it's probably the weakest part of the set.
Right. Alex?
I don't really have anything to add to that. That's probably true. I don't think it's weak. It's because we have some chase sets from other sets that are definitely weaker than this. Like, I feel like I have way worse figures overall, like as far as playability goes. So I'm not going to complain about the chases. It's just, what else are you expecting Scooby-Doo characters to do, right?
Yeah, that's where I was at.
So Johnny, we did talk about potential X-Men in the set as we went through. Scott Crampton, is the object better than an extra common or uncommon figure?
I say yes, 100%.
So I say you should have had both.
If you could say that, but if answering his question, I think it's yes.
The answer is question. The object is better than an extra common or uncommon figure, but it's worse because I'd rather have better. I'd rather have both, like Alex said.
And it's arguably worse for sealed. Like, it's definitely way worse for sealed than.
Yeah, they did.
And I would even say, because I like to buy sealed product. It is worse for sealed, and I would say it is in general worse for a casual player.
I disagree, 100%.
Because, well, if you pick up a couple of boosters, right, or you're trying to get into the game and you just buy, say, 4 boosters, and you get a bunch of constructs, but not a ring and not an orange figure, like say, just using Orange Lantern Corps as an example, you got stuff that you can't use.
That's true, but you can trade it. I mean, these are going to be things people
casual players aren't.
Casual players aren't on Facebook, aren't on Clixed Facebook.
Casual players absolutely trade.
I actually, excuse me, I completely agree with that statement. If the constructs weren't tied to the rings, and then the rings being like you're significantly more likely to get a construct than a ring, right? Because there's so many more constructs. But you also have the likelihood of getting a bunch of constructs and not getting the color ring that you need. Like, I almost wish that they had like a separate purchasable and be like, here's all the rings. We're having all the constructs in the set. Like, and that way anything I pull is not useless. A construct is useless without a ring. Like, you can't, unless you play it different rules at home. I could pull all these different constructs and they mean jack squat if I don't have the ring. And that's like bad. Like, that's, whereas a common and uncommon, I could still play those. There's still pieces I could play, whether I want to or not. Like,
right.
I completely agree with your statement, Dan. Like, for casuals or someone that's like, I'm not going to buy a brick or chase, I'm going to just kind of pick or choose, or maybe just buy a little bit from my local. It's just not a good business model for. Well, I mean, it's good for like buying product, right? But it's not for people that are trying to be excited about buying a booster.
Disagree, but that's fine.
So Clay, I have a couple of answers to Clay's questions. His question is, besides the BTU set, the other big change was the official equipment rules change. It sounds like you all have been playing it for a while, so I'd be curious to hear your thought on how it changes the metagame. Characters that take the need for equipment on turn 1 are immediately better. Looking at you, Saki, Iron Man plus Cloak. Yes, it is immediately ready to go. You are pew ready to go. Just nothing to add, right? It's just ready to go. Pew. And going second is inherently better as well. Because you can set up a more spread out, or you can, do more defensive postures, right? Because you're not worried about equipping your own stuff. Nor are you getting your stuff stolen turn 1 by a paparazzi.
Or a seal.
Yeah. So, then swaps are worse. Okay, so he mentions that you really can't use equipment that is KO'd on drop. Well, you couldn't do that anyways with swap because it was still KOing. So swaps are the same. I would say.
Swaps are the same, but compared to everything else they got a buff, swap is worse.
Right, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I'm playing some swap now, and the turn 1 re-equip in that limited case is probably not that big a deal.
It's probably not, but he's right. It is a little. It
is technically, and whatever. Yeah, it is worse.
When was the last time we got an object that was unequipped KO?
I don't know. Can't even.
I feel like we don't have any in modern. I might be wrong, but I feel like they've kind of nixed the whole unequipped KO. I may be wrong. There might be 1 or 2 out there, but it doesn't cross my mind, and I've looked at almost every object. So,
I am looking at my.
A Carnage Symbiote is one.
You know what? That means that changes my team. I have to pack a Warlock sword.
Hey, thanks, Clay.
Actually, it's most of the Spider-Man one, like Pumpkin Bombs, unequipped KO.
That would have been real bad if that happened in the tournament.
Oh, it's a good thing I got
a swap. Okay, that thing dies. All right.
But you know what? No one. If we hadn't caught that, I bet you no one would catch that in the tournament either. We'd all play it and be like,
they would have caught it. They would have caught it too late. They would have caught it too late. Too late for me. But yeah, it's a good thing I've got a Warlock sword already.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so and all of you looking to play Carnage Symbiote and you're swapping some stuff out. Yeah, unequipped KO. So
right,
gotta be careful of that.
Right. Yeah,
Actually, I think I'm doing that. No, I'm equipping main force. I'm good.
Yeah, you're not swapping out your gladiator. So
no, he's keeping it.
Luke Baker wants to know. Oh, go ahead.
His third point is also really irrelevant. Soft limit 2 pieces of equipment.
Oh yeah,
it's gone.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is very good, and it's super relevant. I love the change that it is. You just auto equip. It makes the game so much more flow better. It's easier. Like Dan said, the second player advantage is a little bit less. It's to the point where equipment is so good that there are teams where you can build with like 40, 50 points of equipment, and it's good, and it's. I think it's like almost the right decision because they add so much to the team and it's not a cost to you anymore for your action economy. Like that's a big deal.
Right.
Again, I talked about it a little bit. The only thing I don't like about it is the keyword. It's free to equip. I just for design reasons I'm not a fan of that.
Right, and you can't use your seals anymore.
That is true. Even though they retired, that is true.
Yeah, and I think it just shows a design decision by WizKids where before it was like, this set will have some objects, this one will kind of have some equipment, this one might, to where, no, this is a major, major part that is going to continue. Like, it's not, they've had different, like, WizKids of old, I'd say like 2 years ago or so, introduced different mechanics and then made them go away. Resources, special objects, like, they just kind of faded away, whereas now they're kind of set on having certain mechanics, major, like these type of things now, major mechanics that are probably just going to stay for good because it's been a while since these didn't exist. So
sure.
I like that they are committing to it because I think it does add a lot to the game.
And then he asked for any other great insights. I don't know, Clay. We might just have to have you comment to just provide great insights.
A great insight is don't swap Carnage Symbiote or Pumpkin Bounce.
Yeah. So Luke Baker wants to know favorite ring. I'm going blue. Because Empower is great.
Power is great. Mine's probably yellow for people that aren't, unless you get it for free.
I think
favorite ring costed is blue.
I think I agree with Tylor that the Sinestro giving Perplex. Because there's just so many figures that also have Perplex, so being able to do the -2 changes a lot of the game too. Like just being able to have a Perplex figure and say, okay, instead of just perplexing up your attack, I'm going to perplex his defense down 2. That's significant.
Yeah. I can see where y'all coming from on that. Jack Smith, best set of Legacy so far? Absolutely.
Yeah, far and away. Best set of team-up cards, too. I feel like they're finally getting the hang of those. Some of these might actually be used in competitive.
Right. Other than just
definitely.
a Mazo?
Yeah, definitely the best.
And Dan, I have not opened any yet. Were the team-up cards in the Legacy pack again?
Yeah, they were.
Okay. I do like, once again, they never really came out and said that was going to be the trend going forward. It was just kind of surprise in Exoswords or Avengers? It was Avengers. Where they're like, surprise, team up is going to be in this pack now.
Yeah, I like it in the pack rather than the booster.
Yeah, me too.
TJ Wheeler, which pieces are better before WW80 retires and which pieces will move to the upper tier of the set once WW80 is gone? I think we talked about that. It's centered around the lanterns, right? And specifically green.
I think Wonder Woman too. Losing Wonder Woman equipment is to make the Wonder Woman in this set much worse.
Right.
It's really good that you get those.
And Secret Six also, like losing Scarab changes some of the things we talked about as well.
Yeah.
And then Charles Constant asks, which BTU Super Prime will find its way into the Batman or Wonder Woman. I think he means which one do we think is better.
Into the meta, yeah.
Yeah.
Batman at 25 is the big one. I don't think anything else out of Batman 25 gets played.
Right.
Yeah.
William K. Holland, what can WizKids do for better bricks and chase ratios for sets going forward if this is the last time that we get so he's saying, like, should we get more guaranteed higher rarity stuff if the equipment's coming in?
I don't. I think this set, like, buying a brick has a lot of value in this set because you get all the objects and constructs, you get the really good legacy card, really good team up card, you get the mystery cards in the boxes too. And even like the chases in this set, like, it's not guaranteed one per brick, but there are definitely reports that there are one per brick or two chase bricks or two chase cases. So I think it's at a fine spot.
I would disagree on the one standpoint of, I think there are too many bad bricks. Like, they're able to control the different variations of bricks and cases. Like, they have an idea of this is what a general because we've seen it, right? We've seen, you pulled a Merlin. We know in this super rare, it's probably this brick. Like, a good percentage chance it is, or it's in the same case. When you add things like mystery cards, or you have something that relies on something else, so the rings, very important once again. Well, have we not? Did you say you had a case that only had like 2 rings, or
no rings?
No rings. No rings. Like, that is unacceptable to me, to have a case that has. So you got 20 constructs. And maybe a utility belt, whatever.
No, we didn't get a utility belt or rings.
Right, so you got 20 constructs that are useless.
They're not useless.
They are useless. If I'm going and I bought a case and I'm playing in a tournament or playing by myself.
You know what I'm going to say, though? They're not useless because you can trade them, just like every other thing, except they're better than a common for trading.
But your game shouldn't be reliant on you having to trade with someone for it to be okay. Like,
no, I don't care about that.
If you have an equipment that is relying on everything else.
I'm going to move us forward.
Okay.
Give me a fun explanation for why Chase Daphne has more bolts than Chase Batman.
The Riz.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's probably the more politically correct way to think of them. Mine was only going to be like some sort of bad joke.
Was it, you said instead of Chase Batman? Was that what he asked?
Yeah.
It's because she's a martial artist and he is not.
So stupid.
Simple answer, right? Like,
simple.
She knows kung fu. He does
Batman
not. He's just a detective. She is too, but she knows kung fu. So
that's a good one. Patrick Booth asks, "Are the Mystery Inc gang a feasible team?" I love the Scooby gang, but if they are not at least weekly tournament play worthy, I will be sad. They are weekly tournament play worthy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes. Do not be sad. They are just not. They're not going to be winning worlds.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we're mostly talking about chases. There are the commons and uncommons, and some of them.
They're all great for weekly tournaments. 100%. And some of them are really good dials.
Yeah, that Fred common is better than the chase, arguably, because he has passenger 4. So,
And then Patrick, we did answer. We talked about rings already. Lee Shadow.
Do we need to talk about rings some more?
No, I don't think so. Lee Shadow, we did. When does too many added elements turn into tactical stalling? So you got to talk about keeping track of your mystery cards. You've got to flip your tarot cards. It's a lot, but I don't think it'll turn into stalling.
Tarot, for those who maybe not have played meta, like, I don't feel like tarot cards really slowed Worlds down. By that point, half of the time at Worlds, I feel like it's like, oh, whoops, forgot my tarot card. Let me flip it real quick. Here it is.
Yeah, you just flip it over.
Go. Yeah, it was easy, and it didn't really slow things down. So,
yeah, I agree with you. And then Jason Phillip. I think we answered all of your questions here. So, Paul Cote, what figure do you think won't live up to the hype? What figure do you think will be better on paper than in play, and why is it Chase Batman? Yes, I think that is the biggest thing.
I'm just going through them real quick. I don't know if people think Larfleeze is good.
I was going to say Larfleeze too. So I'm someone that wants to play him.
It's not Chase Batman, it's Larfleeze.
I think he's still good, but
McConnell, we went over mystery cards, and we did go over the team up cards on each figure, so we should have you taken care of there.
I will say, Play at Home Kit Shaggy. That actually is the other one with Larfleeze. I feel like everyone saw that and they're like, "Oh, it's Super Saiyan Shaggy. He's awesome." And I'm like, "Nah, he is
awesome. He is awesome."
But he's also just it's okay. Like,
yeah. Justin Vance did WizKids misprint the rings this time around. I don't know. And he
because he didn't get any in his case.
Yeah, was
sorry.
Was a little shocked they didn't make Legacy Relic cards instead of making a third set. Yes, I would have liked to just have seen the rings come in the set as well, but you could have also bought like a kit of the cards to reuse your old rings because they are the same thing.
You still could. Just you got to get the cards.
Yeah, you got to get the cards.
That's true.
Yeah, I get it. But I would have liked to have just bought the cards for my old rings and gone from there.
You know what? You know how 4 years ago WizKids said no more print and play? I wonder if this is why, because they planned for legacy cards, and then you wouldn't need to buy packs.
The first reason that came out immediately afterwards was the Mandarin rings.
That could be too, yeah. But that's kind of what I mean.
We got that ruling, and it might have been just timed with their artist stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it might have just been coincidentally timed with the artist payment stuff. But then right after that, we got Mandarin rings, which were the exact sculpts as the Iron Man ones. So, and then Annie's Oliveira asked, "Is it out yet? Pre-release is out." Yes. Do all the mission point characters in this set, Sean Logan, allow for a competitive mission point build? Probably not. Not on mission points alone.
I don't know. I built that mission point team. I think that's a pretty cool team.
Right. Maybe the Tylor's in Cap one that we talked about. So, final thoughts, Alex.
I'm excited for the set and release it. I asked this a second ago. Is releases this week? Is that right? Or is it next week?
Probably next week. I think it's next week.
Is it the 4th or the 11th?
It should be 2 weeks. So the pre-release was just this past week.
Oh, yeah. So
So we still got about a week before release happens. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm hoping I don't end up with no rings.
Yeah, same. Wait, already did. Tylor.
It's kind of obvious. I like the set a lot. I think there's a lot of good stuff in it. It's fun to build with the set. I think the rings are going to be a big deal for the meta for a while, and I think the set is in general too. I like it.
And then for me, I'm still tepid on the set overall.
That's fair.
There's just not that one or two meta defining or reshaping pieces in the set. And it kind of feels that way. The same thing what happened with Avengers Forever, right? There just wasn't that new dynamic that was introduced. And I kind of miss that. I kind of miss that changing tide, and the tide hasn't changed in a while. Going into Florida, I would like to think that if I'm incorrect, we can happily talk about that. But if not, then it just is what it is. And look forward to seeing everybody in Florida. And good luck to everybody going to Vegas. And good luck. If I didn't say it, I look forward to seeing everybody in Florida. And good luck to everybody going to Florida. And good luck to everybody going to Vegas. And thanks for listening to our set review. And thanks everybody for listening to Clixed Off today. We'll talk to y'all next time.
See ya.
See ya.